is up, Buffalo Fanatics? Z-Bot, Rico and Bot with guests to join us throughout the evening for the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft starting in just about 20 minutes. The Buffalo Bills with the 30th overall pick. We'll find out who they add to the squad late into the evening. But Rico, Cam Ward should become a Tennessee Titan in roughly a half an hour. And that'll kick things off from Green Bay, Wisconsin, as the draft is finally here. We've been talking about it for months, and the weekend has arrived. How you feeling, brother? It's draft night.
I am pumped. I'm ready to go. I've been geeked out since this morning, and we're seeing all these apparent safety to the Bills, D-tackle to the Bills, corner to the Bills, even receiver to the Bills. My man Pierre, our guy Pierre, has even got Luther Burden to the Bills. He's kind of liking that right now. So when you're picking at 30, there's just so many avenues you can go. So we are in. I was saying this on the show the other day. I'm at a loss as to where we could go with this. We can go in any direction. The one direction I can tell you that we're not going is on the offensive side of the ball. I just don't see the reason to go offense in this juncture, unless you had a Megatron type player in this draft. Is Ted McMillan a Megatron type player? I don't think so. So right now, it's a matter of bolstering this defense and making the impactful pick, a guy that can come in and do the job and do it well and instantly contribute. Question is, who is it? Who is it?
That is the question. It inevitably feels like defense. You and I had a brief conversation about the idea of maybe a Luther Burden going to the Bills at 30, but that's all it was. It was a brief conversation because in all likelihood, the Buffalo Bills are going defense tonight. The bigger question is what position. And in reality, we've really narrowed that down to 3 spots. Well, 4, I take it, right? D-tackle, edge, cornerback.
Corner.
I know Pierre and some others might think safety higher than later, but inevitably the Bills will go safety at some point. But defense feels like it's all but a guarantee. I think it would be a massive stunner to just about everybody in Bills Mafia if Brandon Beane sent a card in with an offensive player on it. Now, of course, if the draft goes in a wonky way, in a way we weren't expecting, and there's somebody who falls that the Bills just can't pass up on, fine. But I just don't see that happening. I also don't see enough offensive playmakers in this draft, Rico, to see a guy that the Bills would justify taking in round 1 fall enough to either take them at 30 or bump up a little bit to get him. So to me, the question is, who is it going to be on the defensive side of the ball, and what position does that player play? I think it's going to be in the first round, either a D tackle or a corner. I would put all of my money on it. If I was required to bet on where Beane was going at pick 30, it would be either of those positions. And frankly, I don't even know if he knows right now who the guy is at 30. I feel like he's going to see how the board falls. And whoever he's got higher on his board, be it a tackle or a cornerback, that's where he goes. I'd be surprised right now if anything was in pen over at One Bills Drive. Let the board fall, and then from there, best available at the position that you choose. Inevitably, though, I think it's either one of those 2 positions. Whoever Beane has higher on his board, D tackle or corner, that's your newest Buffalo Bill heading into tomorrow.
Well, and here's the thing. When you're trying to decipher who and what and where and all that stuff, do you feel like there was was there any reason for any smoke screens to happen this year? Like, was there anything put out there where you're like, I don't know, man? Because you hear if you heard the presser from Brandon Beane mentioning, hey, a defensive tackle would be great, but we kind of want one that doesn't just stuff the middle, but gets a bit of a pass rush. Now you're like, okay, let's move off of Tyreek Williams, or let's move off of Kenneth Grant. And is he talking about Walter Nolan? If Walter Nolan gets up there, because I know you got a pass rush, or is he talking about Derek Harmon? Is Harmon going to be the guy that we go after? So there's so many avenues you can go with as to what Beane is saying. And then he mentions, oh, by the way, 7 picks is already tough enough to make. We got 10. So now are you like, yo, what are you telling us? Are you trading up? Or are you trying to throw people off? Like, what's going on? Or are you trying to bait people to say, hey, Buffalo says they got 10 picks, so that means they want to give something up? Vikings might be like, hey, are we open for business, Brandon Bean? I mean, we've done business before, you know what I mean, with you-know-who, Stephon Diggs. So let's ring-a-ding-ding. Let's get on this phone again. Let's see if we can make something happen. So, bro, it's one of those situations where we're like, yo, like, what direction are we going? And how are we going to do this? I just want him to pick a player, and let me know how you feel about this. I need him to pick a player that is going to just be impactful immediately. If you grab a corner, you know that corner is competing with a very motivated Trey White. So this corner would have to come in right off the rip and totally beat out Trey White. But McDermott doesn't so much lean towards starting rookies. So this said first round rookie may have to sit. Are you in on that, or are you more into something that can impact this team right now? What are your thoughts on this? Is this building for the future, or is this pick needing to be something done right now, although it's a late pick?
I think it's a little bit of both, but I think the current state of the Bills defense isn't necessarily in a position to benefit from a pick that's going to be capitalized on only the future. You need a guy right now that comes into the upcoming season and becomes that piece that gets you over the hump, as we've been saying for the last half decade or so. That's what the Buffalo Bills have been looking for. You mentioned the corner position being one that could be tough to get a rookie on the field at, and I somewhat agree with that, especially when you look at the top corners in this draft. Many of them have an injury history. Many are coming off of injuries last year. And, we do know that is a position, one of the tougher ones to play in the NFL. You could argue it might be the toughest position in the entire league to play based on the rules. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to play corner in the NFL based on the rules, based on the quarterback play now. So you need a ton of help at that position. That's why so many people have the Bills taking a corner either with this 30th pick or at the latest with one of their 2 second-round picks. But the guy that I think could immediately come in and impact this team might be better suited on the D-line, Rico. That's why I think the Bills would lean D-tackle slightly over corner depending on who falls to them at 30. I could see the ideology being, if we get a defensive player on the line and immediately add that to this defense, we can throw him in right away. Corner might be a little bit of a different story. So I do think that the Bills are prioritizing that D tackle spot early in the first round, or in the first round rather, as opposed to the second round, because I do think that they might get a little more bang for their buck in that department. But we'll see. I mean, it's very up for determination. I don't think anybody is dead set on one position going into this upcoming draft here. No matter who you talk to, somebody's got D-tackle, somebody's got edge, somebody's got corner. The nice thing is, in a draft that is as deep as you'd probably want it in positions where the Bills are currently at, but also not very top-heavy, the Bills are in a great spot having 3 picks within the top 62. So no matter who the Bills go with at 30, I'm happy knowing going into the second round, you have 2 picks to fill in the blank at those other 2 defensive positional groups, or 3 if you're throwing safety in there, that you'd hope to fill. So I'm not going to be overly critical of the positional group that the Bills take at 30 because of the cushion they have for themselves in the second round. Those will get taken care of eventually. But I'm interested to see what Brandon Bean prioritizes here. Is it that line, or is there a corner that they can't wait on, that they can't miss, that they end up taking here tonight?
So Brandon Bean, let's dive into Brandon Bean. All right. We know what he's done in the past. He's had some hits. He's had some misses. There was a list today on Twitter about all the first round draft picks that he's picked. And I mean, the list isn't a bad list, right? Tremaine Edmonds being one of them. Obviously, our quarterback Josh Allen. You got Tre'Davious White, and Kyer Elam was one. You got Dalton Kincaid. He's had some good picks, and there are those that we're still waiting to see what they do, i.e., Kincaid. So Brandon Bean, looking at this draft, if I can put you in the mind of Brandon Bean, and you're sitting at 30, and apparently, according to Brandon Bean, there's 32 picks in the first round, and there are definitely not 30 first round draft grades that he has. So Is it between 10 to 15, 15 to 20? Maybe he only has 15 guys that are first round draft picks, and maybe they're picked within the first 15. What are the chances that he's like, all right, none of my guys are here, I'm moving back? Is there an odd right now on BetUS that says Brandon Beane's trading out of his pick? That's what's happening? He's not picking anything? Or is he in the mindset, if there's only 15 of these boys, trading up? Where's his mind at?
I haven't seen an odd, but I'll tell you where my mind's at, Rico. I would love nothing more than to trade down. Last year, I'm sure all the BF faithful with us tonight will remember how pissed I was trading back after waiting all night to see who the Bills were going to take. It wasn't that I was necessarily pissed about trading back. It was who they traded with. You know by now that story.
That's
but
right.
I would love nothing more, Rico, than for tonight, the Buffalo Bills to trade back into the second round if things fall in their favor. The dream scenario to me is that the top two quarterbacks outside of Cam Ward, in whatever order you have them, Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, they fall as they're supposed to down the board. And then we get to like Pittsburgh, where potentially Shedeur could go, we've heard, or maybe Seattle. Right. We've heard the potential of them taking a quarterback. We get past those two late teen, early 20 picks, and we're getting into the early 20 to mid 20 area. My dream scenario is either the Giants or the Browns are staring into the first round saying, hey, these two guys are still left. Hell, maybe if even one of them goes, say Seattle or Pittsburgh, right, end up taking one of those guys. Honestly, it might be even better, because then the arms race is truly on. Both those teams want a quarterback. They don't want them badly enough, nor do they think they're good enough to justify taking them where they currently are picking at pick 2 and pick 3. But they want to make sure they get their guy before the other one does. And Cleveland's at pick 33, and the Giants are right after him. My dream scenario is the board falls well enough for Buffalo to where they feel comfortable moving back. One of those teams, whether it be the Giants, whether it be Cleveland or whoever, so long as they're high enough up in the second round, one of those two teams gives Brandon Beane a call. The Bills bump slightly back into the early second round like they did last year, but they're able to acquire either an early third round pick or maybe another second round pick, depending on how the deal works. Because you got to remember, the Bills also have a ton of capital on their end to package within this potential deal to maybe get a more favorable pick from whoever they trade with. I'd love to get an additional pick, move back, take whoever's at the top of Beane's board, whether that be a cornerback or whether that be a D tackle. And then, if you've been listening to us for a while, you know where I go from here. I take that pick, and then I wait a bit, and I trade back up earlier into the second round, right around where the Indianapolis Colts are. That's where I get the player that I did not acquire, or the position rather that I did not acquire with that second round, whether that be corner or D tackle. I would love for the Bills to trade back, Rico. Here's my biggest problem with that idea, though. It's not whether or not, in my opinion, Brandon Beane would want to do it. Is there going to be a team that wants to do that with him? I think the vast majority of the league tonight, Rico, would prefer to trade down. Because I don't think, much like Brandon Beane, I don't think many of these GMs have 30 first-round guys on their board. I just don't think any team does. So I think a lot of these teams are going to be in trade-back situation. So we'll see. The reason I like the chances for the Bills if the QBs were to fall is because it's not a massive move. If you move up with Buffalo, you're only swapping anywhere from 3 to 4 picks. So you probably won't have to give up a ton on the other end, but the Bills still get enough to justify moving back slightly. So we shall see, but finding a partner might be tougher than it has been in years past based on who's in this draft this year.
Such a key thing that you said, because maybe Brandon Beane doesn't value this draft as high as others. And he might see this as the 2013 draft. I don't know if you guys remember the 2013 draft. It wasn't a very good year. I mean, if I named some of the players that you'd see in the first 15 picks, you're going to be like, huh? What? I mean, let's take a look. Eric Fisher didn't have a great season, right? His career. He was picked number 1. Luke Jokel, Deion Jordan, the DE, the lightweight defensive end that went to the Miami Dolphins, didn't pan well. Lane Johnson, obviously legit. Ezekiel Ansah, Barkevius Mingo, Jonathan Cooper, Tavon Austin was picked number 8. Could you imagine Tavon Austin be picked number 8 at this moment, at this juncture? right? D. Milner. You're looking at DJ Fluker, for crying out loud. Sheldon Richardson, Starla Tulele. I mean, we know about Starla Tulele. Kenny Vaccaro, that's number 15. EJ Manuel was number 16. Remember, the Bills were kind of muttering back and forth. What do we do? What are we doing? Is it going to be EJ Manuel or is it going to be somebody else? Is this turning out to be a 2013 draft class? And is he looking at it like, golly, I don't know if I'm ready to do this thing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Brandon Beane does. I think we should be paying attention. I think Brandon Beane's going to be paying attention to very much so. Once pick 13 starts rumbling, that's where Miami's picking. And once 13 goes, and then shit's about to pop off. Things are about to go down. And that's where, if Brandon Beane's about to trade up, he's got to find himself a partner in that realm. The question is who? Tampa picks at 19. If you're going to make a pick, you got to do it before 19 or in that 19, 20, 21. You got Broncos at 20, Pittsburgh at 21. Pittsburgh might be trying to do something else because they need a quarterback. And Shedeur Sanders might be in and open. If the Saints don't jump on Shedeur Sanders, look out. You might see the Pittsburgh Steelers moving. So look to see a lot of movement happen. Even as far as the Jags might be trading out. You're hearing some activity going with the Jaguars. Apparently the Bears want Ashton Jitty.
What's up with that? I mean, you know what? This is what kills me every year about the draft. This was the longest I think we've ever gone into an offseason without a first-round trade. And now you get to today, and all of a sudden, well, the Giants would be willing to move back. Jacksonville wants to move up. Oh, the Bears want to move up. It just always comes out of nowhere. And then, of course, you get the Shedeur stuff. If you don't know by now what Shedeur Sanders is, the last 2 days shouldn't change your mind. So if you read that report saying, this, that, and the third about him, everybody else has made up their mind about him, including these GMs. Whatever report came out the last couple of days isn't going to change much. It's the same exact thing year in and year out, but it never changes the excitement level. This year, to me, a bit more exciting than most, though, Rico, because this is a very unusual draft in that I don't really know what the ceiling or the floor is for the vast majority of these guys, all the way starting up at the top. I mean, this isn't one of those drafts where it just feels like there's just a litany of bona fide stud. There's going to be a lot of teams tonight who get lucky. They're going to be guys who fall that should have went way higher than they did in hindsight, and they're going to end up being studs. They're going to be guys, of course, like every year that go far too early. But the difference between this draft and years past is it feels like more of a mixed bag. It just feels like there's so much unknown, and that's what's so exciting about it. And we're about 5 minutes away from finding out. By the way, shout out to everybody joining us this evening on the BF YouTube channel, on either Twitter, Twitch, wherever you happen to be. So great to be spending draft night with you. Got so many of you in here with us tonight. My man Bartek's in the building. Jay Millard, he's up in here hanging out with us tonight.
Yes,
the real
sir.
one, Bill I Am. We got all the BF faithful chilling with us for the first round of the draft, which kicks off in just a couple of minutes. And as a reminder, don't go anywhere all weekend. Same place. We'll be live with you for the full second and third round tomorrow night. And we'll be live with you for the full fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh round on Sunday.
Woo!
Rico's favorite day of the year on Saturday.
Listen, everybody that's been watching us for a long time, we've dug in deep on day threes, and some day threes are brutal. And we try to do as much as we can. Now we're going to be active. The Bills have a plethora of picks on day three, so it makes life a little easier. But golly, it has been brutal the last few years. I usually have to kind of get my rest, and then we get it cracking. So for those that know, it's a fun time. We're going to try to get a few guests coming in and out to kind of make this thing run smoothly and have a lot of fun. But golly, it's time to have some fun, man. So it's going to be myself, Z-Bot, going to be holding it down, as you guys already know. Our guy P Money, Pierre the Kingpin, he's going to be sharing his thoughts as well, his commentary and where he feels we're going. We had Rev. Rev was actually on his way to join the show, but something unexpectedly took place, so he won't be joining us tonight. That's so send a prayer for my guy Rev. Something just unexpectedly came through, so big shout out to my guy Rev. And then we might have another special guest coming in later, a little bit later tonight, so that should be fun to kind of get some analysis on a lot of these players. Don Trotman, that normally is with us every year, he's on a cruise. He's on a cruise. Hey, that's my boy Don, man. So Don's on a cruise. He's gonna be soaking in the sun. I don't know where he's going, but he's out there, so it's gonna be fun. Yes, indeed, my girl Abby. Yes, we will have an appearance from our guy Kevin. He's gonna be joining us all weekend long, tomorrow and the next day. But keep this in mind, he will be here to give us.
I just took Caroline with the 30th overall pick. That's pure value right there, Rico.
All value.
What position the Bills going tonight?
Defense.
Smart gal.
Smart.
She's coming along. I'm telling you.
Keep it locked. All right.
Telling you what.
They're starting to come in. The people are starting to come in. We got 300 right now on YouTube. We got another 800 on Twitter. That's watching right now. So this is going to be a night. You want to know something that's hilarious? Two things I want to bring up. So I have DAZN. So for us Canadians that are out here, we got to get DAZN. And DAZN seems to be wanting to F with me today. And they're not loading up my feed. They're telling us they're having some technical difficulties. So I, for the momentarily, will have to ride with the ticker. Ride with the ticker.
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is.
Oh my gosh.
That's some Canadian lingo right there if I've ever heard it.
Listen, I just made it up on the spot. I'm pretty much going to be going by what you guys go by until this thing gets rectified. And secondly, I need to know, what do y'all feel about this background setup that I've done? So I've kind of turned my office around a little bit and have half backdrop, half the things that I have, you know what I mean? So, but what are your thoughts?
Sure as hell better than mine. I was reading some comments earlier. People really cannot get used to the idea of me sitting in what looks like one of the lost rooms in the basement floor of Severance here. I don't know what's going on. Inevitably, at some point, it's going to have to change because it's kind of losing me a little bit, too. It doesn't feel right. But I think the setup looks nice, Rico. You got a nice little touch of everything. You got the little home decor on the one side, the BF banner that we all know all too well on the other side. Looks great to me.
Listen, gone are the days where you used to have that BF banner. They used to drop all. Dude, don't you remember great times?
That I had that thing hanging up by clothesline clips, and that thing would fall every other minute, and then my microphone would gradually move up in the air. If you've been watching BF for years, you know what I'm talking about. But the reason I don't have anything behind me is because we're at my in-laws, so it's not like I'm going to tear their wall down and put up the Bills man cave over here. So I got to respect the territory, but maybe I'll get one of those fat heads or something we were talking about for a while. You can put those up and down easily. So I got to do something. I got to change it up.
Well, listen, Linda West, Morning Maya, I appreciate you because there's been so many times I've been saying, I got to take this freaking thing down. And the fact that you guys still appreciate it and have some love, you get the best of both worlds. And eventually what I'll do is I'll start to kind of add to the wall, change things up a little bit and have a half and half. You know what I mean? And now when these kids want to come in, I can actually see the door. The door's in front of me. So I can tell them to back up a little bit. That. So we'll see how it all plays out. But I'm excited. The draft is upon us. And listen, could the Titans surprise us? Or is this going to be one of those?
Hell no.
It's locked and loaded. Cam Ward is going to be their quarterback, and we move on. We go on from there. What are your thoughts? Is there a switch up?
There's no switch up. Cam Ward is going to be the first off the board. But we'll see what happens at 2. Travis Hunter feels like it was the surefire thing for Cleveland the last couple of weeks. We'll see if anything changes there. And then I think Abdul Carter's the play at 3. One of the O tackles is going to be the play at 4. And then from there, I think the draft really begins. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, the draft actually has begun 2 minutes ago. 8:02, the 2025 NFL draft is officially underway, and the Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Excellent.
In a minute,
now, before
Goodell hasn't come out yet.
Well, that's fine because we're not. This is not going to be a 2-man show today, ladies and gentlemen.
No, sir.
There's no way we can do this show without. One of the voices of the Buffalo Fanatics, one of the visionaries of the Buffalo Fanatics, one of the best beards in the game. Yeah, I see you, ladies and gentlemen. Our guy, P Money in the building. I don't know if he wants to show up and show out and add him onto there. I don't know what happens.
Well, I think I gotta adjust it. There we go.
What up?
What up, baby?
Shot time. You guys ready?
I'm
ready.
I forgot my wine. I gotta get my wine.
Well, I'm trying to find the best layout.
The main thing we have to ask ourselves tonight, are the Bills actually going to draft tonight? Right? Because last year we did this whole thing last year and we had a 4-hour show, and man, I was pissed. But how's the chat doing? Hey.
Listen, they're happy to see you. Everybody's in that shot time mode. Listen, you got everybody talking about shot time. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, that's right, man. Everyone knows the drill. Hopefully we can take some shots tonight, because we're a big fan of the pick.
That's what I'm hoping.
You know what I mean?
I like it. I see that. I see Z-Bot's trying. I see what you're doing, Z-Bot.
I'm trying to make this a little more visually appealing here for the folks.
I like what you're doing.
This new layout StreamYard's got going on. Man, you talk about taking the simple and making it not simple. That's what they went ahead and did.
I love it. Now, as you mess with that, I'm gonna try to mess with Pierre's head right now. Pierre, I gotta give you your props because as the pick is coming in shortly, I think the pick is in. Nope, I don't think it is. I think let me see. I gotta get
they're announcing it. Rather, Goodell is opening up. He's putting Tennessee on the clock,
which is fine. I need to put my man Pierre on the clock right now and ask him. Listen, you got it all started when you were talking about getting a safety out in round 1. Are you still hanging on having a safety? Because you sold me. You absolutely sold me, and I'm sold. I would not be mad if the Bills went safety first round. Are you still hanging off of that?
I am. Listen, if we look at our current roster right now, you can legit make an argument that safety is probably the weakest on this defense, especially with the addition of Trey White. I think Trey White's going to come in and somewhat, have a pretty solid season. So as far as our top 2 corners, I just don't see there being like that much of a drop off that we would need a guy, to replace whoever's going to start now, right? Then I was actually thinking about this too, Rico.
Talk to me.
If we look at our last game that we played, how many times did we question the fact that we played like so much man coverage? I was like, we're normally a zone team. But then if you do the research, the reason why we probably played, so much man, yes, of course, it was probably because we weren't getting that much pass rush. But you normally play zone because the safeties aren't able to cover enough. And that's why, man, because the safeties aren't able to cover enough. So you kind of, mask it with the man coverage, right? So if we can have our safeties back there, some solid guys back there who can actually make plays, it will kind of take the pressure off of the corners, which, could all around, because we remember how it was with Poyer and Hyde.
Yep.
We were a completely different defense, extremely zone heavy. So who knows? I definitely wouldn't be mad at it.
Listen, you've sold me, man. And the thing is, and I was talking to Carl Jones, and Carl Jones mentioned something that was interesting to me. He says, if you're grabbing a guy like Malachi Starks in the first round, right, that means immediately what you're telling the safety room is that move over, we've got our starter. So I don't care what anybody's telling me. It's Malachi Starks and whoever. So Taylor Rapp, DeMar Hamlin, Derek Forrest, you know what I'm saying, and Cole Bishop. Y'all are competing because this rookie's taking over. Unless this rookie comes in and he's a bum and we whiffed again in the backfield, then that's a whole McDermott conversation. But listen, I'm open to it. I'm absolutely open to it. And thank you for opening my eyes to it. But then you went and switched up and said receiver. Now, I don't know if you're just trying to play with the people.
You definitely can't be mad because, listen, at the end of the day, we have to have an impact player, period. Whether it's offense or defense, of course, like seeing how last year went, you're leaning more towards defense. But if you can find an impact guy in general who's going to play, most of the snaps, then, I'm all for it. We talk about D-line, and yes, of course, we want to get a guy up the middle. But they're probably only going to play about 30-40% of the snaps anyways, right? So how much of an impact immediately are they going to make, right? So, that was another reason why I was looking at safety, because I'm like, okay, if we can get a guy who can man that position, he's playing 100% of the snaps, right? So he's going to be the guy back there. So, who knows, man? But listen, Bean has to hit. I know that.
Is Bean under pressure? Is he under pressure in this pick, or are his hands? Is he gravy in this situation?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I don't think he has pressure.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
chilling. He's
yeah,
chilling.
he's
He is?
chilling.
He's chilling as long as 17's toting the rock. I mean, let's be fair. They're never going to be putting him in a position to where he's going to feel. Now, is there more pressure from people like us who are waiting for that next guy? Yeah, I think everybody's getting a little bit restless in terms of finding another guy, especially Josh Allen on the defensive side of the ball. We've been waiting for some time for that. But in terms of pressure, like maybe Joe Shane is feeling tonight, or many of these other GM, that's pressure. I think Brandon Beane internally, they're feeling the pressure to do something that's very hard to do in this league, something the Bills have never done, and that's win one. And they know how close that they are. I feel like they feel the internal pressure, the fan base pressure. Overall pressure, though, I don't think so. I think the other thing that makes you have to feel better about their situation, like I mentioned earlier, man, what a luxury it is to have 3 picks within a 32-pick window from 30 to 62. You got to think at least one of those guys, fellas, is going to be an immediate impact for this team.
And I was just mentioning the 2013 draft, and you just brought something up that made me think of future draft picks. They're saying that the next year's draft is going to be a strong one. So is there a chance that Brandon Beane understands this and says, the talent just ain't here? I'm going to try to trade out and try to acquire some capital for next year. Could that be in play as well with how strong the draft is supposed to be? Depending on what
he kind of mentioned
need,
it, during his little, presser. He was like, I mean, if you look at just our first round grades, and I mean, he says it every year, but he was like, there's really only 12 to maybe 18 first round grades, right? So, I mean, you can make an argument. We're pretty much already picking in the second round anyways at 30, right? So moving down a couple slots, maybe gaining a third round pick with that, similar to what we did last year. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it. I mean, I'll be mad tonight because we're going to be up so long, but I wouldn't be mad at the idea of it. Moving down a couple picks. Hey,
you're not mad at it. You're not mad. I am mad at it either, man. So, Bod, I got to ask you this, man.
Yeah.
We talked about this maybe a few weeks ago when we said, who's going to screw this whole thing up? Right? There's always that team that says, what? He picked who?
Yeah.
They did what? Who in this top 10 is going to just flip this whole thing upside down?
I don't know if it's going to happen in the top 10, but whoever trades up for Jackson Dart is going to flip this thing upside down. And I wonder if it's going to be earlier than later. I'm starting to think that it's going to. Pierre, around, 10 a.m. this morning, I asked you, what are the chances Jackson Dart goes before Shadur Sanders? And you said, I'm not buying the smoke, which I get because the smoke's ridiculous. I was just saying before you hopped on, there's always smoke with these guys a day before the draft. If you don't know by now, how do you not know? The betting markets disagree because earlier this morning, Jackson Dart was a massive, I don't want to say massive, but a significant underdog to be the second quarterback taken off the board. He is now the betting favorite to be the second quarterback off the board. And those odds have only gotten smaller and smaller as the day's gone on. So I'm wondering, who's it going to be? And I mentioned earlier that I would love for these QBs to fall into the 20s so the Bills have a chance to move back. I don't think we're going to get so lucky. Who's going to be the team that gets really anxious, really desperate, and trades up into the late to mid-teens to take Jackson Dart? And that's where I think that this draft could get real interesting really quick.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting for sure. Because, I mean, I was watching a little bit more of Dart today. I don't see it myself. But, listen, a team is going to fall in love. I'm like they do every single year. For us to think that there's going to be one, quarterback drafted in the first round, that hasn't happened in who knows how long. So, I mean, I know they're going to be a couple drafted. When? Who knows? I mean, it could be the Saints. The Saints may say, you know what, we like Dart over, Shador at 9. I mean, that would be interesting to see. But who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm interested too. Like, don't forget Milroe. And he was getting, mocked to the Rams at certain points throughout the offseason here. The over-under quarterbacks in the first round is at 2.5. So, like you said, the idea, especially after a year like last year, of one quarterback going seems impossible. Even 2 guys seems crazy. I'm wondering if there's 3 who are the teams and when do they go? Because the longer one team waits, the longer, or the worse odds they have to get them are. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens. But I think that could really shake things up.
I actually heard one scenario real quick, Rico.
Yeah.
I heard one scenario that was extremely intriguing. So the Browns have the second pick and they're going to, probably go Hunter. I heard that maybe the Browns will trade back into the first round if Shador drops.
Listen.
And draft Shador.
That's where we come in. That's where we come in.
For sure.
I would love for the Browns to do that, to shake things up. Could you imagine they get both Travis Hunter and Shador Sanders? You got to be kidding me. That would be absolutely fantastic TV.
100.
That would absolutely be. By the way, I remember this, and I'm my eyes and ears are open for this. Last year, there was somebody in the chat that was like, "Hey, what do you think about Tony Camerono? What a great guy." I'm like, "Oh, Tony Camerono, never heard of." He was waiting for one of us to make up something. Oh, yeah, he's great. So we have that right now happening. My man Frank Montorana just put in thoughts on Joe Montana. Great open field tackler. Not this year, buddy.
Joe could be going right now as Roger Goodell takes the podium for the first pick of the 2025 NFL draft. He kicks things off. The pick is... And it's exactly who we thought it was going to be, fellas. Is Cam Ward, cornerback, University of Miami. He's been the pick for months now. Tennessee capitalizes and takes who we all thought they would take. What are your guys' thoughts on Cam Ward? It's been such a sure thing for so long now. I feel like you never really hear anybody talk about how good he is because it's just been such a lock that nobody's really debating why he should be one. But this is a team in Tennessee that was a thorn in the Bills' ass for a while when Ryan Tannehill and Derek were there. Do you think Tennessee, with Cam Ward here, are going to be able to get back into the mix of things and make things interesting in the AFC that's already loaded with top-tier quarterback talent?
Well, I'll tell you something. I know what is not top tier. The suit that he's wearing to come out here as the
number
one overall pick.
It's clean.
Negro, please.
Exactly.
All right?
Clean.
Not a fitted suit. He's got a white tee underneath. I get it. It's simple, but you are the number one freaking draft pick.
Jags just moved up to pick number 2. The Browns, Jacksonville. The Browns have traded with the Jags. Massive trade. Wow.
Now,
Travis Hunter, Jacksonville.
Wow.
Travis Hunter? You think that's who they want?
I mean, it's got to be.
100%.
I can't believe Cleveland was this easily moved off.
Are they truly happy with Trevor Lawrence?
Whoa.
Could
you imagine?
Be in the works? Could something be in the works where they say, you know what, we like Shador. We've been liking Shador. We're off of my guy Trevor Lawrence. We think he's overrated, which I believe he is. And maybe there's something in the works in that regards. I'm just throwing stuff against the wall right now because Jacksonville's going up there. There could be so much.
Think so, but
look at that.
If they think the Giants are going to just go ahead and go with Shador, then it would make sense. You would have to jump the Giants.
The trade is on the screen, by the way, fellas, and Koala sent it in. Can you blame Cleveland for taking that haul right there? Next year's first round, bumping back to 5th, plus getting 36 in this draft.
That's great.
Wow. Man, Cleveland bagged up on that one. I can't even blame them.
And they get the 4th. Oh, my gosh. So 5th overall, second round pick. Bro. But listen, Brandon Beane better be on the phone with Cleveland. Be like, all right, I know you moved some things around. You know what I'm saying? If you want to acquire more, you want to get back in the first round, I'm with you. And that's where the Bills can kind of start shaking things up. So very interesting. Listen, this is what we do this for. For moments like this where you know something's about to kick off and you love to see it. You love to see it. Cam Ward,
said, Rico, by the way, you said when's things gonna get crazy. It took 5 minutes. It took 5 minutes.
No time. Wow. No time at all. And you love to see it. Cleveland. Listen, they're in the AFC. They got a tough division themselves. But are we this?
Wow.
I'll tell you right now. Lil Wayne is the most overrated artist.
Oh, stop it. Would you stop it?
I look at him and I'm like, why? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Hater.
Why are you here, Lil Wayne? Move on somewhere. Anyway, Cam, love Cam going to the Titans. I think that he does great things for the Titans. His poise, his rocket arm. I mean, I thought he was a bigger guy. He's only 6'1". I mean, not that 6'1" small, but it's not your prototypical size quarterback. So this will be good for the Tennessee Titans. They got Tyler Lockett now right there. They got Calvin Ridley, Tony Pollard. So, I mean, they got some. They got a quarterback. Now, that sucks for my guy, Will Levis, though. Will Levis was like the talk of the town. And now he's second. He could be out of the league by next year. If this continues, out of the league. Golly, man. So good for Tennessee. They're gonna have some time to try to get things going. His suit is basic as ever, but I mean, listen, maybe he's a basic guy. He doesn't need
it's all business.
Wow. It's all business. I kind of like it. I like it.
Business.
What are your thoughts on the hat, though?
Sorry.
The draft hat.
Sorry. Thumb down.
Me too. Me too.
Guys, this is a massive move here by Jacksonville. They have just mortgaged a pretty considerable amount of their future for Travis Hunter here. This is a team that's rebuilding, a team that was on the verge of collapse the last couple of seasons and really did capsize last year. Fire their head coach. This is a massive move. And Travis Hunter is considered to be such a sure thing that, you know how these things go. This is a big trade up for what they've given up. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on the idea of Jacksonville moving here? Another team that the Bills, we see far too often. They've given the Bills fits. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts here? This is a pretty massive trade up early on.
I mean, I think it's clear that if it is, Travis Hunter, it's clear that they're going to play him on both sides, right? This guy can be, the first of all time to do this. And if he can play at a high level on both sides, you're pretty much, clearing up. I mean, it's, again, if he is who he is deemed to be, no brainer, right? Because you're getting a top wide receiver and a top corner in one player in one draft, right? So, I mean, it's an easy trade, so, I mean, I'm all for it.
Listen, they make a trade like this, and you give up all that. You better pick a player that is impactful and that is going to help you on both sides of the ball. So maybe it is, the phenom in Travis Hunter.
Someone had to do it. Right? You get the players like they're trying to compare him to other players in other sports. The Shohei Ohtanis and players that can actually do or be great doing two things. Like someone was going to eventually do it in the NFL, right?
Well,
and
it could be.
Why not Travis? Why not?
It could be. And by the way, it looks like Travis did not bring his girlfriend to the draft party. He was advised not to. I don't know.
Maybe he knew he was going to Jacksonville. I got to tell you, the most Browns thing of all time will be when Travis Hunter becomes an instant Hall of Famer. I mean, that is just the most Browns thing ever, right? I mean, you move off the guy that was mocked to you for months, but man, did Jacksonville just give up a heavy price to acquire him.
They certainly did, and this better be an impact player because you give up all that to get to the second round pick. I mean, you couldn't wait till the 5th. I mean, you're picking 5th for crying out loud. And if they better not pick Ashton Genty.
Dude, if they pick Genty, I'm going to laugh so hard.
Because I've been hearing a lot of this Genty to the Jags, Genty this. I mean, don't they have Travis Etienne over there or Trevor Etienne? So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here. Wow, Zerd.
It has to be Travis. If
it's Genty,
you don't trade up for anybody else.
Especially a running back to give all those picks up.
Here we go. The pick is in.
Get that ticker ready. Oh, man. Jacksonville, don't do it. Don't do it, Jacksonville.
I'm pretty shocked by this, man. If I'm a Jacksonville fan, I don't know how I'm feeling right now.
You're freaked out. That's exactly what you do. You just gave up a whole bunch. Freaked out. Who they pick?
I mean, the Jaguars fans are ecstatic right now.
They don't know what to do right now. You're a hater.
Man, they know how to extend a pick, don't they?
What do they ever, man? Just get to it, brother. My man said if it's Genty, Jack should consider a CFL team, bro. They can't do that. They can't do it. They're gonna go Travis. They gotta go Travis
right now. Are they going to announce him as a cornerback / wide receiver? That's the whole topic. Let's see.
That's a great. You know what? Let me turn my shit up because I need to hear that. All right, man. Quit the talking, bro.
Come on.
That's a haul, man. You talked about all that.
Travis Hunter officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. Wow.
Yes, my man going to the place where they got no taxes.
Yeah. Oh, there's his girl. His girl's there.
That you're thinking. Now you're thinking, Pierre. Now you're talking. You're talking.
He's loving it now.
He
did two for the price of one. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a suit right there, boy. Now that is a suit. There you go, boy.
Now I liked Cam Ward's clean look better than this. I can't even lie to you.
You're on drugs.
I like Travis Hunter's enthusiasm, man. That dude's got an infectious smile. Look at that guy. That dude loves.
He's going to Florida. No state tax. Hell yeah, I'm happy.
He good to go.
Woo,
what do you think here, fellas? Do you think Jacksonville, when they had him in, do you think they told him, hey, man, we're going to do whatever it takes? Like, do you think Jacksonville's been on this for a while? Was this a last minute thing? Because I'm looking at that trade, man. And if I'm Cleveland, like, I understand what Travis Hunter's supposed to be, but I 100% understood why they said yes there. And if it was me, I would have done the same. But do you think that Jacksonville had this in their minds for a while, or was this kind of a last minute this week type thing here?
I think it's one of those situations where they're like, listen, because you see some of how these trades happen where shows happen to say, well, we wanted to do, the war rooms. You're like, okay, listen, Jacksonville just called us. They said they want to do this. Tell them to hold on. We're not ready yet. Right? Tell them they want to give me this. Tell them to up this up. I want next year's pick. And if they want to do it, and then Jacksonville's like, just give me a second. Let's talk things over. And things happen by the minute. Literally, we've seen it on footage. So this probably happened within an hour ago. And they finally probably put something together and finalized it, and away they go. So kudos to Jacksonville, because now they're gonna put people in the stands, because ain't nobody going to Jacksonville games. You hear about all the no
and
fans
going.
And
I'm the hater.
Yeah, listen, I gotta dunk on them. You know what I mean? He is now going to put people in the stands. Where you want to go see Travis Hunter play some DB, you want to see him play some offense. So who's the coordinator out there? He's the coordinator that just left Tampa. Was it Cohen?
Oh, the new head coach?
Cohen? New head coach.
Yeah, Cohen.
Yeah, Cohen. So Cohen is known to, you know what I mean? So to put a couple things on offense together. So look for my guy, Travis, to definitely play offense and defense. He says he's up for it. That's what they play 70 plays a game. So I mean, he'll be able to do it. He'll get some snaps in. I think he'll be all right.
He'll retire if he doesn't play both sides. Like, that's how much he wants to play both. I know. It's just talk, but he really thinks he can do it. I mean, I think so too. I've seen every Colorado game last year. I mean, I'm a huge fan, of course, and I mean, I think he can do it at a very high level. I mean, the dude's just. He's unbelievable.
I will say this,
go ahead, Rico. Sorry.
You know, I'll just say this. I'll say this before. He's playing with grown men now.
Yeah, man.
He's playing grown men that know that you play offense and defense.
12.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, so you affect both sides of the ball. All right, we're gonna show you what's good. You're gonna play one position and one position only. So maybe he does this for the first 6 games until he's like, no mas, peace, no more.
I mean, you imagine, right? You imagine you're playing like Dallas, and you got to go run a route against Diggs, and then you immediately got to go back out and cover CD Lamb. I mean, it's just
that's tough.
Like, imagine if Josh Allen, like in a different universe, if we're using the Shohei Ohtani analogy, he's got the body type, whatever. Imagine Allen played linebacker, and instead of quarterback, he played tight end or whatever. But he was the best player on the team by far. Like, as a Bills fan, I feel like you're just waiting for something bad to happen because of the amount of time you're spending on the field. And to your point, Rico, like, with these guys you're going up against, I feel like everyone's going to make it their duty every game to show this kid, hey, man, you think you're going to waltz into the league and play both sides of the ball? But now if he does, I mean, that's instant gold jacket stuff. We've never seen anything like it before. So it goes both ways.
I mean, listen. I mean, I'm not gonna dunk on your ass, but you mean there's been some players that you're showing your youth now, Z-Bot, because Camp Bailey played a little bit of both ways, right?
We're not talking a little bit of both, though. Travis Hunter just played what, 700 snaps on both sides of the ball last year, something like that, something crazy like that.
It is crazy. It was a crazy amount. But I mean, Charles Woodson. So those guys that have done the both ways, but not to the level that he thinks he's gonna do it. So where here's a question for both y'all. Where does it who makes this executive decision to say you're done, or I'm only giving you 15 plays on offense and that's it? I mean, kind of like what Dion, they didn't make Dion play both ways crazy. Couple plays here, couple plays there. But if you think you're gonna tell these grown men that are going to play millions in terms of coaches, GMs, that this is what I'm gonna do, you got something coming. That's something coming, brother.
It's going to be difficult, right? Because we talk about the Charles Woodsons, the Dions. They weren't elite at both sides, right? This kid is elite at both sides. So it's going to be hard. He's elite. I mean, what he was the top wide receiver last year, I believe. He won the award for that. I think he was top 5 corner last year as well.
He was nice corner.
Right. So it's like he's elite on both. Yes, it's a risk either way, of course. I mean, it's never been done for a reason, right? But there's always that one guy.
There's always that one guy.
There's always that one guy. Who knows?
Well, here's the one guy that's going to the New York Giants, and that's Abdul Carter. Look what that man's brother's wearing.
Now we're talking. I mean, look at that piece. Are you kidding me? I'm shocked the camera didn't blow up just getting a shot of that thing.
Yo, that's crazy.
Man.
That's an outfit right there, boy. That chain pop, boy. God, what's that thing today?
I don't know. It's blinging too hard for me to even read what it says.
Oh, my gosh, man. Listen, 6'3". I mean, listen, this is your team, bot. Talk to me. Abdul Carter. Tell me about him, man.
Yeah, Abdul Carter. Right. Yeah, when he's healthy, man, I mean, it was about as good as it gets in college football last year. The dude's an absolute stud. I mean, Penn State's defense, there's a reason why Penn State's been as good as they've been for as long as I've been alive for the most part, and it's not because of their offense. Outside of the year where they had Trace McSorley, Saquon Barkley, Chris Godwin, I mean, they've always been a defensive-led team, and that's why they breed just stud after stud on the defensive side of the ball. Abdul Carter, when it comes to living up to that billing that Penn State has set out for itself as being a team that really sends a lot of top-tier defensive talent to the league, he's right up there. I mean, this guy is an absolute beast. And it's a guy that the Giants, I think, desperately needed when you're talking about who they're going to have to go up against for the foreseeable future here in the NFC East. You're talking about playing the Philadelphia Eagles twice a year, who is the best team in the NFL. You're talking about the Washington Commanders, who rookie year Jaden Daniels led them to an NFC championship. They're going nowhere. And I got to think that Dallas isn't going to be as bad as they were last year. So great pick by the Giants. Obviously, their offense is in a spot where nobody would want to be. But this defense, sneaky good last year. And now you throw Abdul Carter into the mix and look out. I think the Giants are going to have a very respectable defense. It's going to be on the better side of the top half of the league than the opposite side. If their offense can start to catch up a little bit, I think they're going to start moving up the ranks here in the NFC.
I think you said it best there, Bot, is their offense is going to have to catch up. Is one of those things where it's like, yes, I understand this guy's probably the next Micah Hyde, right? Or I guess there was a comparison that I saw of like a few weeks ago that he could be, Lawrence Taylor type, guy.
High praise.
Right? So it's like, yes, I mean, like that's beautiful. But we've been Bills fans for a very, very long time. We know that if you don't have an offense or have a quarterback, it doesn't matter who you have on defense.
Hey, now
you
you're
have
talking.
all pros. It doesn't matter. So it's like, how many wins is he going to add, especially when you already had a Brian Burns that they paid huge money to?
Yep.
You have
you got Thibodeau out there.
Thibodeau.
They
might move off of him now, I would imagine, after this.
Yeah. So, I mean, hey, it's always good to build with a player like this, but man, they have to fix that offense for sure.
I think if you ever wanted a testament for how depleted this draft is in terms of offensive weaponry, it's this pick right here. I think the Giants would love nothing more than to add something to the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
They're just really, this draft, it's just not there, and you got to go best available. And I think by far the best available pick here was Abdul Carter. But I hear you, Pierre. You're 100% spot on. The Giants, and when you're talking about the Bills' perspective, if you don't have that offense, it doesn't matter what the defense is really doing. But I just don't know who would have added enough value at pick 3 for the Giants offensively to have really moved the needle.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'll put it this way, man. When you have guys that impact the trench the way that the Giants are going to, it's don't forget that a little bit of what you see in the Giants land is what came from the Bills. The Bills want to build through the trenches. So you're looking at Joe Shane building through the trenches. You got Kayvon, you got Burns. I think Brian Burns is out there now. And then now you bring in this freak of an athlete. So kudos to the Giants. I mean, now did Dable buy himself time, or is this it? And Shane and Sean. I mean,
he's calling Brandon Beane right now. He's trying to see what 30 is going to cost him. That's what's going on right now.
It might be one of those situations, and maybe
I'm fine with that.
Jackson darts the pick, and he let him sit behind. I mean, those two veteran quarterbacks right now in New York, and then you go from there. So, but does that buy him enough time? Did he just set it up for the next coach? So, Dable and Sean are in a predicament. Does the management give them the time to keep going, or listen, you chose this guy? We'll see how it plays out. But the Giants will be the Giants. I mean, they're really not relevant, but we'll see. Yeah. Like Pierre said, man. You ain't got a quarterback, you ain't going nowhere. You need a quarterback.
Our arch rival, by the way, first draft with new head coach Mike Vrabel. The pick is in at pick 4 for the New England Patriots. Coming around the bend.
Where's New England going here? Are they gonna build I mean, you think they would build in the O-line.
Got it.
So is Will Campbell the pick?
I think it is.
Pats fans are saying Will Campbell's got to be the pick. You got to protect. It makes the most sense. Right? Channing saying, yes, you got to go OT. This is the non-sexy, but sexy in a regard because it keeps guys like, what's his name? The quarterback for the Patriots. Or what am I? Drake May. Drake May keeps him upright, and they're trying to call him, you know what I mean, a version of Josh Allen. I mean, shoot, you see what the Patriots are trying to do? They gave him Stephon Diggs. I mean, They have a bit of a run game. They're trying to build around the quarterback, which makes all the sense. And they got yourself a head coach that's a smart head coach. So if they find a way to kind of make things happen, maybe the Patriots have a resurgence and they start kind of building around. What would be terrible for the Miami Dolphins, and Kevin would hate it, is if the Patriots come out and now start dominating the Dolphins again. And the Patriots start come out and now it's the Bills and Patriots again. Golly, the Dolphins would never live it up.
I'll tell you what.
Oh my gosh.
Patriots aren't finishing last in the East this year. I don't know where on that list of 4 they're going to be.
I agree with that.
But it ain't at the top and it ain't at the bottom. You can decide for yourself who's going to be at the top, at the bottom. I got a feeling it's going to be that team playing in the swamp in East Rutherford. But I think New England, I think with Vrabel in place here, protection on Drake May, takes another step in year 2, always a respectable defense. Yeah, I think I could see them finishing 3rd this year, and then, we'll see who takes up the 4th spot.
We'll definitely see who takes up. Well, before we see who takes up the 4th spot, let's look at some super chats that are coming in. We got our guy, Dan Brown. What up, Danny Brown? What's going on? He says, one thing I like is that being set is setting us up where we can load up on the defense this year on a draft where there's a lot of good defensive players. And this is where you guys are not going to like it, but we might not be picking in the 1st round. Something tells me we might not, or we may. I don't know. Freaking Bean is in a predicament. But it's a good predicament for him because now he chooses: is there somebody enough that falls to me and I can trade up, or I got the capital to trade up, or if I don't need to, I'll just trade back and figure some things out. But I hear what you're saying, Danny Brown. TM Fame says fever dream, but trade Cook and pick a Genty. Listen, it's a fever dream indeed. Get yourself medicated, get some rest, hydrate. And see you in the morning, my friend, because Gente ain't going to the Bills. What do we got? Thinking Out Loud, man. We haven't seen Thinking Out Loud in a minute. What up, boy? He goes, Bills trade up to get Matthew Golden, then trade back in the 1st with the next year's 1st and grab a DT. 2nd round, CB, and shock the world 2 1st-round picks. Would Bean do that? I think he values.
I don't know. For Matthew Golden. Interesting. All right, here we go.
Will Campbell is indeed the pick, gentlemen. The offensive tackle, LSU, is now leading the charge for Drake May, Mike Vrabel, and the New England Patriots.
The big hoggy. And sometimes you forget how old these guys are, man. These are kids, boy. These are 21-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds about to get major bank. So kudos to the Patriots. Right now, they got themselves a big-time left tackle, 6'5", golly, almost 6'6", 319. That's a big boy.
Big boy.
That is a big boy. So moves like this not that it's going to affect what Brandon Beane does, but moves like this have you now say, all right, we got to definitely get the trench because these guys, we need to get to the quarterback, find our guy, and get to it. Question is, who is it going to be? But good on the Patriots. They're building.
Thoughts on the pinstripes here, Rico? The pinstripe mafioso type suit for Will Campbell as he walks out.
I love when big fellas wear suits that are not used to wearing suits. He doesn't know how to act right now. He's just walking. He's like, all right, let me get to the podium. Is that an uphill? Well, you got these boys working out to get up to this podium, man.
You gotta earn it.
you got these boys huffing and puffing just to get picked up. Man, those hats are trash.
Yeah, man.
I'm not gonna lie.
Awful.
As far as Will Campbell, though, I think it's a perfect pick for the Patriots. It's like at the end of the day, you have to protect your quarterback. I mean, this is the pick that I know the Giants went, Abdul Caller, and trust me, I understand it, but man, they have to fix that offensive line as well. So, I mean, this was a massive pick for the Patriots. I mean, hey, they got to get that offense right.
You have no choice, man. You gotta build. That's what they did for Josh Allen. Josh Allen had one of the better offensive lines in the game, protecting his butt, and which eventually got him the MVP. I mean, doesn't it feel like it's history? I mean, ancient history that's so long ago that the reigning MVP is our quarterback. Isn't that crazy? A Buffalo Bill as the MVP.
Great.
You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it.
But listen, I was talking to my son about this just a couple of days ago, and you remember we actually got the wrong Josh.
Oh, we did indeed.
I was thinking, like, man, what it would have been if we actually drafted the one that.
I'll tell you what it would have been, Pierre. We would have been on the clock right now. We would have been on the clock right now, is what it would have been.
We would have definitely been on the clock right now for sure.
No freaking question about it. We got our boy Richie Fresh coming in and says, "But you got your Xanax ready for that KC trade, baby?
Don't you put that out into the earth, Richie? Don't you? Let me tell you something. You will not. I will walk off stream. I mean, I will walk off, and you won't see me again until kickoff in September.
Okay. You know what?
Kansas City.
You know what? Let's go back to that trade, Bach, because I was thinking about that. Who won that trade?
Up until this point,
a year's gone right now.
Yeah.
Who do you think won the trade?
Up until this point, Buffalo lost that trade with Kansas City a year removed. I don't think we've seen a dramatic swing to either side of the pendulum yet. We got to see what Keon Coleman is. He got hurt right as he was starting to hit his stride. It felt like
Dwayne Carter as well.
Yeah, we got to see. But I mean, as we predicted in big moments last year, they went to what am I saying? What's his face?
Shakir?
No, the receiver for Kansas City.
Yeah.
You talking about the Rook?
Yeah. Why am I?
Your boy?
Why am I blanking right now? Worthy. Thank you. Gee, why am I blanking? Yeah. So they went to him. You could tell as the season went on, he really started to become a big piece of that offense. I would say up until this point, Bills are losing it, but we got to let it play out a little bit longer. But in terms of just a year in, I would say, yeah. And then, I also throw in a couple extra points towards swinging a win or a loss just based on, who you traded with and then the outcome of the season. And you lose to them once again. You traded with them. The piece in the playoffs that they wound up finding in big spots was Worthy. Now, it wasn't like Worthy was unbelievable, but he was better than Coleman. He was more available than Coleman, and we got to let it play out. But luckily, up until now, it hasn't been so dramatic that you can just pound the table and say the Bills got, completely ruined on that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Well, it's definitely one of those where, we also have to add in the Dwayne Carter as well, because that's the extra pick that we got. So, yeah, I mean,
good call.
We should We shall see, going forward.
We shall see indeed. I got a comment coming in from Scott Van Loo, and it says there's a mock draft where the Bills trade up to 24 to Minnesota, and they gave up both 4th-round picks and were going to go for a player like Harmon out of Oregon or Thomas out of Florida State. I doubt they trade up for Thomas.
Yeah.
But going for Harmon to trade up for Harmon, I mean, listen, if you're trading up for Harmon, that means he was on your top 15 list or top 15 to 20 first-round grade players. So we'll see how that plays out.
The pick is in, fellas. And they go defensive tackle, Mason Graham.
What a pick. That's a amazing pick for these dudes.
Talk to me about why you like it, Pierre.
I mean, he's like an instant impact player. When you watch his film, I mean, he's able to block shed like no other. I mean, the dude is a straight up monster on the line. He's an immediate impact.
So here's the funny thing. So I was talking to Carl Jones the other day, and I said, Carl, give me someone that you feel is overrated, where you're like, they're hyping this guy up. He's good, but he's not as good as what they're hyping him up. And he said Mason Graham. Mason Graham being one of them. He's a solid player, but he was in a system where he had some good players with him. So some might say the way that it was set up, will he be as impactful as he was with Michigan? So we shall see. We shall see. Big boy, though. Mason Graham, 6'4", 320. That is a big boy. They're actually comping him to Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins is a comp that they have for our guy Mason Graham. So number 1 DT, according to some, out of the game, going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Pair him with that big mammoth of a man over there in Cleveland and Garrett. Golly, it'll be interesting. That it's going to be hard to run on these boys.
Do you think they looked at this and said, because we got to look at this through the eyes of the trade that they made. So do you think that they looked at this and they're like, man, we really wanted Mason Graham and getting a haul for it would just be the cherry on top? Because clearly this was this made more sense for them than going Hunter. So
hands down.
They stole it. I mean, listen, like my man said, they stole it. They stole this. They stole this pick. They got a haul.
At the end of the day, you want an impact player, right? You want to try to kind of guarantee yourself an impact player. And I think that Mason Graham is a guaranteed impact player, and they were able to get all those other picks as well. So I think it's a no-brainer.
So I'm avoiding spoilers tonight, fellas, but I just did read in the chat. Someone said the Raiders did it with eyeballs. So I'm going to avoid the chat for the minute. I don't want to know what that means.
Eyeballs?
Does that mean Genty or does that mean QB, fellas?
Shadur to the Raiders?
Oh, baby.
The Raiders did it. Well, I'll tell you this. So when we had the Bleacher Report mock draft, the Raiders, the mock guy for the Raiders took Shadur Sanders. Mm-hmm. And when they asked him why, he says, why not? He's like, we need a QB of the future right now. And chances are we may not be in the running for some of the quarterbacks next year. So why not get the guy now? You have Geno Smith that can hold on and hold the fort for the next 2-3 years. Really, it's a 2-year deal for Geno, I think. It's a 1 year or 2 year deal. I'm not sure exactly.
I think it's 2 years.
Is it a 2 year deal? Enough for Shadur to do what he does. And it makes sense. Who's his mentor? Tom Brady. Tom Brady's been mentoring this kid this whole time. So this makes all the sense. Put Shadur with the Raiders, call it a day. You know you have a piece for the future, and you go from there. You don't necessarily need to build too hard. And then you can kind of build for the future a little bit. So that move happening, it makes sense. Maybe it's not even Shadur.
I don't think it is. I'd be stunned if it is.
It is Genty to the Raiders. I don't know, man. We'll see.
Raiders. I mean, it would make sense for it to be Genty because, I mean, you got to look at who the coach is.
Yep.
I just got reminded who the coach was. I'm like, oh, I totally forgot.
Oh, and, Pete Carroll, baby.
Having Pete Carroll, he's going to want to have that running game and that defense, right? Mm-hmm. He's going to try to build that way. So, I mean,
so would you say the nobody's screwed anything up yet? Nobody's screwed anything up yet. Everything
I think it's
pretty
been
much
chalk thus far. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay. Yeah. So far, so good. So far, so good. So we're
the Jacksonville move, though, man. I didn't see that coming. I mean, obviously the order's been the same, but
right. Good
Here
for
we
the
go.
Browns, though.
Goodell's walking out. Here we go. The pick is in for the Raiders. There it is. The running back out of Boise State is a LV Raider.
Listen, that's a great listen. Genty's a dog, bro. Genty is a dog.
Yo, what a pick.
He's a dog, bro. He's gonna be good for that team, man.
He is a stud, man, isn't he?
The running back room has been revived. The running back room, you know what I'm saying? Like the teams value a guy that can run the rock. Now the real question is Pete Carroll going to change his stance? Because right now they call it the what do they call it? The scary stance that he does. I don't know if you guys are familiar. You guys familiar with that? Yep. Where he doesn't even bend down. He just stands there. Like the Michael Myers. He just stands like Michael Myers. So he goes, why would you change what doesn't break? Nothing's broken about it.
Dude is amazing.
Yeah, he's a stud, bro. He's a stud.
It's his contact balance, which
it's amazing.
It's different. You know, you can hit him and it's impossible to take him down.
He reminds me of MJD a little bit. MJD was stout like this.
Great comp. A little bit like MJD, man. So I love this pick for the Raiders, and the Raiders will kind of be fun to watch, man. And I don't want to hear nothing about don't never take a running back in the first 10 picks, man. Bump that. Does he change your offense? He got to be generational for sure. Yeah.
You got to you listen, man. I like that boy ready, boy.
Yes,
and
yeah,
Josh
you got to be
Jacobs,
generational, like Pierre just
got to
said.
be generational.
I mean, you got to look at that guy and say, is this going to be a potential Hall of Fame? We're talking about a guy who very well could have won the Heisman out of Boise State. Do you know what you got to do to be second place in the Heisman voting at Boise State when you're not on one of these top teams? Not talking about rankings because, of course, the college playoff. But my God, this dude was one of the best college running backs we've ever seen, and that's when you do it. And I love the pick because that team does not have a quarterback you trust, and that's when you want to run the ball.
This is what it is, man. And the thing is, Geno Smith is a very capable freaking quarterback. So now you've given him a weapon, and now play action works well. This is going to be great. This is going to be great for the Raiders, great for Raider Nation. Now, do the Raiders try to trade back in and try to get their boy Shedeur Sanders in this case? I doubt it. I doubt it. They want to build around it, but we'll see.
I kind of like the Emmitt Smith comp. I mean,
is that what they said?
Might be a little bit faster than Emmitt, but I mean, Emmitt's big thing was his contact balance as well.
100%.
And I mean,
a little bit of MJD, a little bit of Emmitt Smith. I can rock with it.
I can rock with Emmitt Smith for sure.
Plus, something about the Raiders, fellas, like the Raiders are clean, man. Like the idea of him running the ball in that black and silver is cool,
man.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. In Vegas too. I know he's happy about that.
So that boy's stout, man. 5'8", 217. That's a good size for RB, boy. Enough to be able to pass block and get underneath the chin of these linebackers that are blitzing, safeties that are blitzing, and low enough that you got to look for the running back where he's at, and that scary stance is going to be something. Wait till they put that in Madden. Just stand there like this.
Oh yeah, the stance.
Hey, fellas, guess who's next? J.
The Jets.
What are the Jets doing here? Are we thinking Tyler Warren?
They better not go Tyler Warren. If they go Tyler Warren, the Jets deserve everything coming their way. They deserve it all. Don't pick a tight end. Don't you dare do that, man. By the way, we got a GQ Bob in the building right now, sending us a super chat.
GQ,
GQ,
what's up, fellas?
You dog.
I know it's early, but this may be shaping up very well for the Bills. Shedeur is slipping. Boy, what's that got to do with anything?
You know, I'll tell you something. I've looked at this.
The trade up, yeah.
If the Bills hang on to more of those picks than not, like I know they have 10, I'd be stunned if they keep all 10. But let's say they finish with 8 or 9. I don't hate the idea late round drafting a backup quarterback. I really don't. I think if one of those guys like Riley Leonard or McCord or Shock falls out of Louisville, I mean, it would all depend on what you've done prior to that. But if you're feeling good and one of those guys fall down, I wouldn't mind the idea of having a younger guy waiting in the wings just in case something happens.
when is it appropriate to draft a young quarterback? Like, how old does your franchise quarterback have to be? Wouldn't you want still a veteran guy behind Josh? Or at this point, is Josh enough of a veteran that you can get a young guy behind Josh? But like, Josh is going to be playing for another 10 years. You need to get guys that are not near the end of their career, but like, you ain't going to be a starter anymore, bro. But you're capable. Like a Mr. Trubisky.
Yeah, but if I'm being serious, I don't want to pay a backup quarterback the amount of money we've been paying Mitch Trubisky,
yes,
and all the backups that we've had. Like, okay, no, I want to pay a guy, $400,000 to keep it moving.
That's the point. If you look at a guy like Riley Leonard, for instance, out of Notre Dame, a guy that will be around late into Saturday, he's got a style of play, especially with the mobility, where if you just let him camp behind Josh Allen for 3-4 years, with the idea in mind that God forbid anything does happen to Allen, he's been learning underneath of him. He's got a style of play. While the arm isn't there, obviously the throwing ability isn't up there with the best of them. But I think you could do some stuff with him because of the similarities in the athleticism to Josh Allen. And Pierre just said it. To me, it's not about who really it is. It's a matter of you have a ton of picks. One of these guys falls super late, and you don't have to pay this guy for 4 years, and he can learn under Allen, and you can have him ready to go. God forbid you should ever need it. Because Trubisky does get a pretty decent penny from Buffalo, and not that I think it's a bad idea, because I don't think it gets a whole lot better than Trubisky at backup. But if you can pay that position, next to nothing for the foreseeable future, I wouldn't hate it super late in the day 3.
It can't be that much worse either. I mean, golly.
Well, I'll take it every day of the week if that can happen. So Jets pick is in, fellas. Knowing what we know about the Jets. Offense, defense. Look at my boss.
Is Fireman Ed going out to announce the pick or what? I didn't see it.
We'll see how that all shakes out. I mean, if it makes sense for them, you gotta
look at
where did he go.
I think
stack up on the defense,
with Justin
going
Fields going there. No, you can't go defense. The defense is already
can't, right?
Yeah. It's gonna have to be maybe offensive line to kind of help out. Fields. Tight end will be interesting. Because Fields, he was a fan of going to the tight ends. I mean, he's not gonna pass too much. They already have the running back. I'll probably say tight end right here, man. Honestly,
tight end. Huh? I mean, they got Rucker over there. They got Rucker already. Did they have 2 decent tight ends? Rucker and I can't recall who the other one is.
See, this is so tough when you don't have a quarterback, because you get the tight end who's throwing it to him. Yeah, you get an offensive tackle. Who's he blocking for? It just makes it so tough in this position to get something that you feel great about offensively, but Goodell's about to tell us.
Well, I mean, listen, you got to protect Tyrod or you got to protect Justin Fields. Who's it going to be? That's what it's about. And by the way, it's in the words of Richie, it's a denouement pick, baby.
Absolutely. It was O-line. That's what the Jets. That's the smart move to make.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Exactly who they should have picked. They did the right thing, and away we go. That boy, a big boy, man. Look at the size of the guy's wrists. Golly. Mambu, 6'4", 330. All right, boy. They got themselves some protection. So, I mean, who's going to be quarterbacking over there, man? Is it going to be Tyrod or is it going to be Justin Fields? Who do they think they're going to give it to? Or are they competing for that?
I think Fields at some point.
It got to be Fields.
Really?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think they
listen, last year, man, Fields was all right before they decided to bench him for Russell Wilson about midway through the year. I mean, it's not going to be great, but he's young enough where you got to see what you have with him, I guess. I mean, why not?
I mean, listen, you're right in that regards, but I'm not sleeping on Tyrod, man. Tyrod just finds ways. He finds ways to get himself in a position that he could play. It's just what it is. Poor guy got poked up.
There's no way it's Tyrod, man. Come on.
He throws one of the most underrated balls I've ever seen. Tyrod.
Yes.
Yeah, but you kind of know what you're getting. You kind of know what you're getting. And at some point, you got to give Fields his legitimate shot. Like, okay, if you're the guy, let's see now.
Didn't he get one though? Did he get one with the Patriots or the Pittsburgh Steelers, or was that not really a legitimate shot?
Fields?
He was benched in week
Fields.
6.
I thought he got a shot.
Week 7.
They didn't
It
like
wouldn't
it.
have mattered what he'd done. They were going to
was
bench him
4-2.
for Russell
Yeah.
regardless.
He was
You think
4-2, and then boom, benched. So,
Fellas, side note, is Shannon Sharp done?
I don't even want to pretend like I know what's going on there. I have not a clue. All I've been doing is seeing it. I don't even know what I'm
we
seeing.
need more time. We need more time to kind of.
All I know is he stepped away. It looked like he screenshotted a message
he sure
sent
did.
to him, and then he posted it. Why wouldn't he just post it?
I don't know. I mean, he's 56. He's 56. You know what I mean? They don't know social media like we do. You know what I mean? They don't understand this. They probably just said, "Yo, post this, bro. This is what you're gonna write." Yes, sir.
Isn't this like his
Screenshot.
third
56,
time, though?
but his mind is still in his teens. It seems like.
1000%.
Like,
The amount
come
of
on.
times, that I've asked I asked my mom this, I asked my auntie, I asked my in-laws this. I was like, when you look at your husband, when you look at, do you still feel like you're the 30-year-old you, or do you feel like you're the 25-year-old you? And they say, it's my body might be old, but my mind is still like the young me.
Yeah,
It's never gonna leave.
that's
Shannon
true.
think he's 24.
That's,
He looked like he's 24.
Yeah.
That boy chiseled. If he had a bit of a beer gut and he couldn't breathe too well, I think
His
he'd
face
start
don't
acting
look
his age.
24 though. I know that much.
This isn't the first time with him
boy.
either. Didn't something happen not all that long ago either? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
like that, Michelle?
And being
You
young,
like that,
exactly.
Michelle? Hey, Michelle. Oh yeah. He knows what's up.
And
Yo,
being
but
young and vibrant.
56 and 19 is wild. Yo, she's 19, bro. That's wild, bro.
Yeah,
Your
that's
kid is
not
older
bad.
than that.
That's
No, he
wild.
tripping, bro. But that's what you get. You live by it. You live by that kitty cat. You're gonna die by the kitty cat, boy. And you're gonna get it. And Cat Williams, speaking of Cat Williams
That
warned
was a
him.
kitten. That was a kitten cat. That's what that was.
I don't get how you get into these positions like how do you not think about like how do you not think about the possible outcome of this stuff when you are in a position, regardless of what you are, but when you're like that big of a celebrity, that's what always blows my mind here. It's crazy. It just feels like there's no consideration to like what could potentially happen.
He's a kitten cat. He like that kitten cat. My man GQ Bob comes in and says, "My bad, fellas. What I meant was Shadur's slipping. Steelers may be in play to trade back
Yes.
with the Bills." Oh,
I got you, GQ Bob.
sugar.
I understood it, right? Because I mean, it definitely does make sense. You know, it's a good and bad thing that the quarterbacks are kind of slipping, right? Because normally, you know, teams will get their quarterback and they will kind of push all the other playmakers down, right? But now it's like, okay, if we're going to trade back, or if it would make sense for us to trade back, now it's actually good that the quarterbacks are slipping.
Well, I mean, listen, who would you rather face? Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor? Or
I
does
don't know. When we played Tyrod with the Giants, man, we should have
Either.
lost that game.
Oh,
for
Remember that?
sure.
Dude, that was a
Yes.
nightmare
Oh
game.
my
That was a
God.
nightmare
that was a
game.
nightmare. Golly, that was horrible.
Nightmare.
Absolutely horrible.
If they lost that game, they would have missed the playoffs.
Oh boy, that's nasty work, bro. That's nasty work. So we're back at it. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. I've seen a few things.
Defense, no doubt.
Defense, no doubt. I've seen Walter Nolan
Oh,
as a pick for these boys. But they can easily go with a corner and go with I don't know, maybe Will Johnson goes here. Who knows? But I think they're good at corner because they just signed. I think they're solid at corner. I think what they need is an alignment, man. You need someone that can create that pressure, get after it. And here's we'll see what the
I
Panthers.
mean, the argument could be made that, I mean, who's their top receiver? Adam Thielen?
Oh, a little Ted McMillan here, you're thinking maybe?
I mean,
Their defense
sense.
historically last year was one of the worst in
it
NFL
was.
history. So I got to think at least some adjustment there.
But man,
where?
I
don't
would
know.
hate to get rid of an impact player for a guy that might be something. You know, 'cause
Yeah.
again, there's not that many guys that's instant. I think
Look at that.
McMillan is instant.
They allowed
It's Mc-
31.5 points per game last year. That is
That's nasty.
insane.
So you got you listen. Well,
You're
when
right,
you
you're
get
right,
rid of
you're right.
Frankie Louvu and you had
Brian
some good
Burns.
players,
Yeah.
you deserve this. 31 points on your ass. That's it. So the fact of the matter is this: thank goodness that they have a running back. That sucks for Jonathan Brooks. First of all, that guy hasn't even played a whole lot and
I
injured
know.
himself twice. But when it seems as though Young is coming along, it's the game is slowing down for him. So at least they have that. I think Xavier Legette was an absolute bust of a pick. I don't think that got nice. I hated hearing the Bills were going to get Legette. And I mean, hopefully he's not a bust for these guys. He can do something for them, but I don't think he's good enough.
Pierre, you are sharp. You said it. Pierre, you said it, baby.
It makes sense. It definitely makes sense because listen, you talk about Bryce Young.
Good job, P Money.
You have to try to get players to help your franchise quarterback. You can't keep on playing around with that guy, right? Because it seemed like his confidence was starting to get a little better, late in the season. But man, you got to give him some players to, work with.
More so, I don't think they're all in on Leggett is okay, which gives me more of my point. Like didn't Leggett just drafted in the first round? Was he a first round draft pick? Right, their first pick.
I think so.
So
yeah,
you got 2 first round picks. So listen, you gave your boy you gave some weapons. Now hopefully they can build in the O-line. Now protect that boy. And by the way, Kingpin called the shot.
Yeah, hell of a sharp call.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Sharp call. He's a visionary, man.
Like you said, it does make sense.
Gosh, listen,
I mean, because you're not gonna change the defense from being a 31.5 point per game D with one player. But you said it, Pierre. Like Bryce Young did take a step last year that everybody was hoping he would take compared to what they saw the year prior. If you want that to work, you really gotta make it work. So yeah, it's a great call by you. And this kid's interesting, man, because he is so separated on this draft board from every other receiver that the expectations are sky high for Ted McMillan going into his career here.
So is Ted that nice? Because I was always hearing, he's not as good as people make him seem. I've seen that a couple times here and there, but is he nice like that? Can he run? Is he
the part about him that I like the most?
Receiver?
Yes, but he's extremely smooth for his size. His
part of the bathroom
ball skills. His ball skills are absolutely amazing, but it's just his size and his playmaking ability is what makes him a no-brainer. I mean, you can't really. There's certain things that you can't really coach when it comes to wide receivers, right? And it seems like he has those things where you can't really coach.
I'll tell you one thing. The last time a receiver out of Arizona was drafted, it didn't quite work out well. I'm trying to think of who it was that went to the Patriots. Canadian kid. I think it was Arizona.
I know what you're talking about too. Yeah.
Who am I in chat? Talk to me. Who am I talking about? It didn't work out well for the Patriots when they drafted him out of Arizona with the late round pick. So is Arizona
Arizona State?
Was it Arizona State? Or I thought it was Arizona.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I mean, listen. Hopefully,
that
is that dude. So it helps out a young quarterback. So Torah McMillan. Listen, one of 3 FBS players with 80+ receptions. Golly, that's legit.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So the Saints now.
N'Keal Harry.
Yeah,
thank you very much,
Harry,
Alton.
Yeah.
N'Keal Harry. Yeah, N'Keal Harry. That boy was a major bust. I don't even think he's in the league anymore. Poor guy.
Right? No, he's not.
It's all about where you go. If you don't go to a place that is legitimate for you, that they're not going to run the ball, at least the Panthers will throw the football. They need to.
Yeah.
You're in a division that is you're really up for it. You're going up against Baker Mayfield and the Bucks. You're going up against the Saints. I mean, so they if you put a good enough group of guys together, you can push for that spot. You can push for it over there. So we'll see how the South breaks out. So Tet to the freaking Panthers. Next,
speaking of the Saints, though, the Saints, right? This is where Shador has been mocked in a lot of drafts. They're talking about because Derek Carr, he has the injury. He might not be able to play this season. So this could, and if Shador were to go here, I think it'd be a perfect fit for him. They already have a solid defense. The offensive line is pretty solid, and they have the weapons around him already. So this could very well be where Shador goes. Because if he doesn't go here, they said he's going to drop to the 20s.
So could the Steelers could we see a bit of action going on? Well, the pick is already in, so we're about to find out. Shador, this he's been getting mad hate. And,
Listen,
and this is what I'm talking about. Sanders is not good. I can't have someone tell me Sanders is not good.
Yeah, no.
The guy won
He's
when he
not
was at Jackson.
he's not retire your jersey 2 months after graduating with a 13-12
That's
record.
wild.
Good.
That was wild.
Listen, here's the
Even
problem.
I was like,
he's fine. It's just that when you're Dion's son and you've been talked about the way you've been talked about, you're then expected to be, I think, something you're not. It's not that he's bad, but when you get all of this publicity over things that people feel like it wasn't earned from, then people just insinuate that you're bad. He's fine. He's just not great, I think. Right? I think that's
and it's okay because Tom Brady wasn't great either. Thus the reason he went down the 6th round. And then, but he was nice collegiately. He was a winner in college. Just wasn't physically, had the physical traits to be that guy. So
here we go.
I think they're sleeping on it. I think they're sleeping on Shedeur, man. I think he's gonna be nice. I think he's got the pedigree. He's fearless.
Wow. Another offensive lineman. Time to the Saints. Kelvin Banks.
Kelvin Banks Jr. Kelvin Banks Jr. What are they saying about Kelvin Banks Jr.? What's the word on Kelvin Banks? Let me get my trusty little magazine here.
I love an emotional guy, by the way. Look at him. You gotta love that.
You like that?
I love that. I love that.
What do you think? What do you think is going in their mind? Is it I just help my family out? I help my family out. We're good.
Legend. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, man, you dreamed since a young kid of this day right here, and to be drafted in the 1st round, a top 10 pick, dreams coming true. I mean, it's awesome.
I've always thought of it like, imagine it's got to feel like winning the lottery, except instead of getting lucky, you worked to win that lottery.
Yeah,
like imagine dedicating your whole life to winning the lottery. I can't even imagine. Like that feeling's got to be what that feels like.
For sure.
And man, I'd probably bust out into tears too. I don't know how you could. I mean,
no. We know you're crying about it for sure.
Oh, I'm probably swimming in it.
Yeah.
I gotta wear my swim trunks. Probably drowning in my own tears.
No doubt about it. Now, Kelvin Banks Jr. out of Texas, 6'4", 324. And his strengths, man, played throughout his college career and has proven capable holding outside so far. So he's going to be a big time asset for these Saints. Protect whoever's throwing that football. So
hey, I mean, I respect it, man. It's never one of those sexy picks, but it's always a pick that's needed, right? So hey, man,
4 sacks allowed in under over 1,400 snaps. That's great, man. Gotta love it. Pierre, you just reminded me, bro. I gotta go get my wine. I'll be right back.
All right.
It's been chilling in the fridge this whole time.
You're a Colorado guy, so I want your perspective because I think Shedeur is a fine quarterback. I just think he's been a victim of being Dion's son, and he's, of course, leaned into that. So a lot of people, I think rightfully so to a degree, are seeing the hype without the results matching the hype. And then they're like, well, he's not good. Now, saying he's not good, inaccurate. But to say that he's retirement jersey worthy, I think accurate. He's somewhere in the middle. But I think what's happened here, right, is that I think people don't even know what he is anymore because I don't even know if we genuinely do know who he is. But what do you think of him going into the league?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's just one of those where you're going to judge a player for whatever reason. And I mean, if you look at, and if we're being honest, if you look at a quarterback that looks like Shedeur Sanders, you would want it to look a certain way. And he doesn't make, playing quarterback look how, people that look like him play. He's a pocket passer.
Yeah.
He doesn't
His comp is Jared Goff, I've seen for a lot, for the most part.
Yeah, right. I'm who was a solid in this league. But he doesn't have that huge arm. He's not super athletic. And I think because of his name, that's one of the big reasons why people I think are hating on him. Yeah. But I think the one thing about Shedeur that is probably the best in this draft, in my opinion, is that he's super accurate. He's an extremely accurate quarterback. And it's a good thing that he's been in the spotlight for his whole life because he's always shown that he's mentally gifted, especially in those clutch moments. So, I mean, listen, as a quarterback, like those that know me, know that I always judge a quarterback for one thing, and that's what you're able to do in the clutch in those key moments, those key downs, those key series. And it seems like over and over again, Shedeur has excelled in those moments. He's not gonna, wow you with the arm. He's not gonna wow you with his legs. But man, the guy's a gamer. And if you look at Colorado and what they had around him as far as the offensive line, they had no running game. I mean, it's like it's one of those, he made the chicken salad out of chicken shit, kind of theory, right?
Yeah.
So, but as far as how he's perceived, hey man, he's Deion Sanders' son.
Right.
He comes off, exactly, right? So it's one of those where it's like, listen, I talk how I talk, I act how I act, and it's either you love it or you hate it.
Pick is in for the Chicago Bears at pick. Interested to see what they do here. Do they add
the Bears
offensively for Caleb Williams? They already have pieces offensively.
Yeah, but I think you got Ben Johnson there now.
Yep.
A tight end.
Oh, you already went. My bad. What am I saying?
I think a tight end right here would
Good
probably
call.
be a solid pick.
Now, would you go Warren or Loveston here?
I'll probably go Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love Warren's game, man. I mean, he's
awesome.
He's like a lineman playing tight end.
Talking about he might be like Gronk-like.
Yeah. I see a lot of Kittle in him.
Yeah, Kittle. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, those two, it's like splitting a green apple from a red apple. You're still getting an apple, man. Like these guys are
right.
all world stuff. And I mean, as a Penn State fan, like I've said it before on here, but he was their entire offense, and that took them all the way to the semifinal. It should have taken them to the national championship. So, I mean, yeah, he's special. By the way, a little bit of breaking news. If you didn't see on your screen, I'm watching on NFL Network. They just announced when the schedule release will be. One of my favorite days of the year. I don't know why I love it. May 14th. So we're like 3 weeks away from finding out what the Bills schedule looks like.
Man, that would be awesome.
I love that here because it gets me ready. Like I can visualize it,
For sure. All right.
Wow.
Here we go.
So Pierre, it was a tight end, but not the one we thought. Tyler Warren mocked as the top tight end all year long.
Yeah.
Doesn't come to fruition. Colston Loveland, Penn State, ironically enough, their Michigan rival, bitter rival, first tight end off the board here.
Yeah. I love it.
Interesting.
I love it. I mean, it makes sense. You kind of have to, again, it goes to the Bryce Young, theory. Like you have to build around your quarterback at the end of the day. You fix the offense first with the quarterback, then you gradually kind of get that defense. If it is, I mean, listen, the Bears defense was pretty solid last year, if we're being honest. They have a lot of the pieces there already. So, I mean, I like this.
Now this is a really ballsy pick because when the consensus is almost unanimously Warren, and then you choose the guy who was unanimously behind him before him, you're obviously always going to be judged on that. So they're really banking on, obviously, Loveland being the superior tight end to Tyler Warren, who was considered to be everybody's top tight end in this draft. So that's what's interesting about it. But like you said, Pierre, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, the Bears fired their head coach last season, mid-season. Was the first time they've done it, I think, since the Model T was invented. And they're all in to put it to put it as black and white as possible on Caleb Williams. So this makes a lot of sense. But Loveland is interesting because it was never him being the first tight end off the board. For
sure. I mean, he seems.
You know what's funny about? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's funny how many top Michigan players there are coming off the board with how bad they were last year. It's kind of ironic. Yeah, it's kind of funny to me.
Oh, man. But I'm looking at Colston now and his highlights. He seems more he's more cut from the, Dalton Kincaid cloth.
Yes.
Where it's the primary, pass catching guy. He's not really known for his run blocking somewhat. He's just the offensive weapon. And I mean, I can respect that.
Maybe they look at it like last year. Brock Bowers has probably the greatest rookie tight end season we've ever seen. He's already one of the top tight ends in the league, and that's more of his style. He's more of a receiver than he is a tight end. Tyler Warren is your old school tight end. I mean, you look at him, you would think he plays D tackle. Yeah. But he's a massive guy. You're probably going to get, granted, he's got sneaky speed, but I think maybe to what the point you're making here, if they're trying to get that all-around weapon, especially when you look at the receivers that they have and a few of them outside of Adunze, who they drafted last year, older guys, maybe they're looking for this to be more of a dynamic type of tight end than they are Warren, who's kind of got that true tight end build that you sort of think of when you think of the position.
Yeah, no, for sure. And they already have Cole Kmet as well, at tight end. So, maybe he may be, more of the run blocking tight end. And then bring this guy in to, be more the pass catcher. So, hey, man, I'm a fan of it. So we shall see. Now, it says here, the Niners here are next. So the Niners.
So they had Warren mocked to them as well. Plenty of times I've seen. Also a defensive line player, whether that be tackle or edge.
Yeah. But so now, let's look at the Niners for a second. They traded away Debo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not necessarily sure if who's the wide receiver that got hurt there last year.
Ayuk.
Yeah, right. So I'm not sure if he's going to be ready to go. Sheesh. They already have Kittle, so I wouldn't necessarily think that they're going to draft a tight end this high.
Yeah, it feels odd. You know what's crazy is as old as Kittle is, he was probably their best offensive player last year. He was
for sure.
So I don't even know if you're ready to go, like you just said, back to the well this quick. That D's getting old, Pierre. That D's getting old. Plenty of injuries. I could see them going D line here, edge potentially. I just didn't do the Niners are in one of the oddest spots you can be in the league. I compare it to where the Dolphins were not all that long ago, almost to a T.
Yeah.
We overpaid Ayuk, probably. They overpaid Tyreek Hill. I don't even think that's a question. And then you look at Tua, and many people like myself are saying, man, he's a fine quarterback. He ain't a top 6 paid quarterback in the league. And that's exactly what you think of and say about Brock Purdy. So they're in this weird spot where I just feel like it's so tough to figure out the direction you're going in because you're kind of stuck in that middle ground. I always refer to it as the quarterback purgatory. And I think maybe a team like the Niners, who have always had a great defense, they just brought Robert Saleh back from the Jets. Maybe they try to continue to, because they feel like they're in sort of a soft relaunch here, which is crazy because of how good they were a couple of years ago. You look at what the Bills did to them last year. That was the same team that was in the Super Bowl the year prior. A lot of injury, a lot of aging. The quarterback isn't nearly what many thought he was. And
I look at it like this. Are you going to pay Brock Purdy? I think it's inevitable. You're going to pull that trigger, right? So if you're going to pull that trigger and you already traded, you gave away basically your second best offensive weapon in Debo. Ayuk's probably not going to be ready. It would be, and then talk about Salah. He's going to fix that defense somewhat. Or you would have to think, with his resume, he's going to do, that defense is going to be just like slightly better. It would be hard for me if you're going to go all in with Purdy, you're about to pay him, maybe go offensive weapon right here.
You thinking that potentially Tyler Warren could be in play here, or somebody else outside of tight end?
It's.
Where do you go?
Where do you go? I'm going offense.
Okay, offense.
I don't see it being tight end. Even if it's O-line.
You lost Debo.
I think they're going offense. Yeah.
You lost Debo. George Kittle's is getting older. There's a lot that this offense needs. You got a big time offensive coordinator that's great. I forgot that Salah went back over there.
Yeah,
me too.
But one would think Salah can deal with what they have right now because it's that good, and I think the pieces are pretty decent. Where do you build when you're restarting? Are they restarting? Are they rebuilding? Is this a rebuild?
I don't think
so. I would call it like it's almost like you're bounced on a trampoline. They jump so high, they're falling back down. Now they're trying to bounce back up again.
Yeah,
And
and sometimes that bounce, the knee buckles a little bit. So
yes,
the knee's gonna buckle.
Yes, it does.
I was thinking the same thing.
that
Yeah.
knee buckle came down, and now
The
you're
knee's
like,
definitely buckling. Like, oh,
they ain't got it like that. They ain't got that bounce back the way they used to. So I mean, we're gonna find out shortly and see what the what comes about.
All right,
This will be definitely fun.
Here it is. The pick is in for San Fran at 11.
Look at Goodell. Goodell's like, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me.
Come on. He's always like, he's always just like the most like he's the same guy no matter what setting you see him in. Remember during COVID when they had him sitting in the recliner downstairs and it was like the same thing that like he was up at the podium.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was weird times. Weird times.
Defensive edge it is. Michael Williams is the pick
solid
out of Georgia.
Solid pick.
That's a dog.
You called it, Bot. You definitely called it.
That's a dog.
Let's go
They
defense.
know what they're doing with that
fix
pick.
that thing. You know, Salah's like,
do with
look,
that pick.
I need to get my defensive line back.
Now, this is interesting, fellas, because Mike Green was considered to be one of the guys that would be the next edge off the board out of Marshall after Abdul Carter. They go Michael Williams instead here. Georgia, 6'5", 260. And yeah, like we were just talking about, you could have went either side of the ball, but this D, with its injury history, with its aging, Saleh had, the last time he was the D coordinator, they had Kansas City with 10 points in the fourth quarter until the whole thing collapsed and Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew his receiver and they could have waltzed to a ring. I like this pick, and I think San Fran, who's historically had great defenses, is probably loving it too.
This is a typical D end for the freaking 49ers. They always have these long, rangy, big, tight defensive ends. Saleh, this guy's 6'5", 260. I mean, the guy that always kept on getting in trouble with the 49ers, and he just could not get right. The defensive end, I can't remember his name, and he was long and rangy as well. So kudos to these this is a Saleh pick. Saleh's like, yo, if you're gonna give me somebody, give me a boy that's raw that can get around the edge and do the damn thing. So big shout out to 49ers, man.
Yo,
so now you gotta deal with
guys.
Yes.
Who's actually who's winning the draft so far? What team do you think?
I mean, unquestionably to me, Cleveland. No doubt
sure.
at this given moment, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Cleveland, listen, man. They
wait a minute, fellas.
Good.
I didn't even consider this. Cleveland acquired that 36 from Jacksonville.
They have 33.
And they have 33. All the more reason to trade back up into round one. I didn't even think about that.
So more reason for us to just chill back and say, you know what? The Bills pick will be tomorrow.
I'll say this.
What are we?
Is this board this board so far? I don't hate the way it's fallen. We got to see what happens in the late teens with the quarterback.
So the
Cowboys,
Cowboys.
by the way.
Okay, who are the Cowboys going? Right? Because this is going to be interesting.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Let's see.
A guard, the first guard off the board, Tyler Booker.
Smart pick.
This is the most non-Jerry Jones pick you'll ever see right here.
Jerry Jones is pissed. Come on.
I mean, listen, don't forget, they shit on Jerry Jones last time when he picked that Hall of Famer lineman. And they were like, oh, why would you pick him? That's not the guy you want. And he was their bookend guard for the longest time. So this is not a bad pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
You know what's wild, though?
Dak. You got to protect him.
100%. But you know what's wild is that you can never get criticized in a draft for picking an old lineman. This is one of those things where it's like you're automatically like, oh yeah,
unless it's Cody Ford.
Good pick. Or yes, that's good.
Rico, you made a great point. You made a great point. First ballot Hall of Famer Zach Martin just retired this offseason. So
there you go.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense. It's just like you said. They probably had to tell Jerry, hey, can you run and grab us an extra thing of popcorn in the back room real quick? And then they had to send this in. No way he wanted to go guard.
Oh my God.
This man is excited to be a Dallas Cowboy, though, man. Look at this. I love this.
Like, wouldn't you, though? Go ahead,
Big
man.
D.
Yes, sir.
Big D,
Yes,
you gotta
sir.
love it, man.
That's awesome.
Goodell is gonna get rocked right now. Goodell's gonna get rocked right now.
One of these times, Goodell's gonna tear something with one of these guys
that
coming
shoulder,
out.
man. That shoulder's coming out.
Yeah. You know what? It's a smart pick for Dallas. It really is.
You got a Bama boy in there. That's a great pick.
Dak
man.
coming off of an injury. Yeah, they can't run the ball. It's a smart pick, especially with Zach Martin retiring.
Yep.
Hey, man. How the chat doing real quick? Let me see.
What? By the way, what up, chat? We got over 2,000 of you in here hanging. We appreciate every one of you chilling. The Bills are up in 18 short picks.
All right, GQ right here says,
and now you got
for the Bills. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's the same one.
You got to run. You got a team that you can run behind. You have an old line. They got a decent. I mean, listen, Amari and Hampton could be a pick. If it doesn't go in the first round, Dallas could come back and try to get Amari and Hampton. And now you got some.
So my buddy Jay Tuck, who I do the NFC East roundtable with, he had Hampton going to the Dallas here at 12. So they're definitely high on him.
Listen,
for sure, Laura. He's definitely going to cut that shoulder out for sure.
Listen, watch out, girl. You hit me too hard.
Kendall,
there it is.
Kendall figures. Did you guys see that Barbie came out with a LeBron James? Kendall?
LeBron James.
LeBron James? Yeah. I mean,
I love that.
Listen, man, you know you're an icon when
first ever celebrity to get his own Kendall.
That's crazy.
LeBron. Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, bro.
It wasn't like a flop. It wasn't like him going like this.
Oh.
Or him going like.
Yo, LeBron is too much, man. He is too much. You're a goat, and you still finding ways to find an edge to try.
Hey, they look good the other night, Rico. They look damn good the other night.
Listen, we weren't not gonna let Ant-Man try to do it dirty to us again. But Ant-Man is that good, bro. That boy's special. I'm a big fan of Ant-Man. Listen, when does this Jalen Milroe go? Is he first round quarterback?
All right, listen. Listen, this is a guy that's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, we talk about are you able to compare him to a guy that is currently having success in the league right now? And you can. A guy just won the Super Bowl, and you can make an argument that he looks similar to, the Jalen Hurts. So it's like, I can see it. I can definitely see it. Jalen Hurts wasn't a first round pick, but still, I can see this. I can definitely see him having success in this league. I mean, they're talking about he's faster than Lamar Jackson. I mean, I don't know about all that, but he has all the traits that we were talking about Shador, guy that looks like that. Yeah, exactly. Right. So he has all the things. He has the arm strength. He has the speed. He's a gamer. He played for Alabama. So of course you have to play at a high level there. So, I mean,
he would need the right coach because he's considered to be one of the greatest runners at the position.
Yeah.
Ever. But the one maybe comparison I would make, but in a different way, would be Anthony Richardson, in that you're not necessarily trusting of the style of quarterback in which he plays, which ultimately centers around throwing the football. But the reason you go with him is because of the unbelievable athleticism. Anthony Richardson was a bit different because he was more of Josh Allen type runner, where it's just like, oh my God, like you literally have almost like a fullback hybrid here playing quarterback.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The difference with Milroe is that he's just a speedster, but he is a better thrower of the football than Anthony Richardson. I mean, Anthony Richardson, every throws he makes, 95 are like, what did you just do? And then 5 of them are like the greatest throw you've ever seen. But if they can dial him in a bit, I could see it working. First round, though, once again, I don't think any of these guys are really first round outside of Ward, and we'll see. But it all depends on what you value the most. And, like we were talking a little bit earlier, Pierre, you said with Shador, he's pocket. Maybe you value that. If you look at Jalen and you really value that athleticism, I could see a team saying, hey, we're gonna veer towards more of that style of quarterback.
Listen, at the end of the day, you got to go to the right place, right time, right situation, and you've seen good things happen for those that are in the right situation. Listen, Josh Allen could have went to a god awful place, and it would have turned out terribly. Dable was on the right time, right person for Josh Allen, and the right atmosphere. So these quarterbacks, I mean, you can talk all the issue you want. If they're just sent into the right place, good things can happen. Or you could be Josh Rosen and go to the freaking Cardinals and never be heard of again. It's a terrible feeling to be in. But you gotta wait and see. Right now, the Dolphins
Kevin? Where's Kevin?
Well, I messaged him. I sent him the link. He sees it. Whether
Kevin, we need the reaction, Kevin.
He knows he's cooked. He doesn't even want to deal with it.
Come on, Kevin.
He hates the Dolphins.
Maybe he's scrambling to try to get a laptop. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he'll give us his reaction afterwards. But nonetheless,
so we thinking Will Johnson here. Maybe. What do you guys think for the Dolphins?
Well, they need not only a safety because they lost their safety. They also need a corner because they're about to get rid of one. I mean, listen, they need linemen. They need to protect Tua. Like, where do you go in this situation? They're a mess. The Dolphins are a mess. The Dolphins are a mess. So we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out at the end of the day. So, listen, I said to Kevin. Kevin, I think he just wants to be on his own on this one. I don't know.
Who could blame him? Who could blame him? Kev, if you're watching, best of luck. You're gonna need it here.
All right. So if I'm the Dolphins, they're trying to trade away Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
A corner right here.
That's what TD said, right, Rico? In your BF mock,
yeah,
in your Bleacher Report mock.
They went with a corner. They went with a corner. They went with Will Johnson.
Will Jade? Oh, okay.
Oh, well, let's find out.
Not Jade. They went with Will Johnson. So
he's at the podium.
We'll see how.
There is no way.
Wow.
Well, there goes my BF mock up in smoke, fellas. There was my BF mock. Kenneth Grant to the Bills in the first round at pick 30. Forget it. He's a Dolphin. 13. No one had him going this high.
Now, explain this to me.
Wow.
Okay, they lost Christian Wilkins. I understand that part. I get it. Are they looking at, listen, we know who we face. If we want to win the division, we have to plug the middle. That tush push killed us. We need the tush push killer in Kenneth Grant. Listen, they need someone that's gonna disrupt the middle. James Cook was slicing and dicing these boys up. So Kenneth Grant was something I think they need to plug that middle up.
Was it a bit early, though? I mean, like, I'm wondering here. But you know what, Rico? You said it so good. What did we do for 20 years? Tom Brady, we got to draft this guy. We need Mario Williams. We need this. And you could never do it. This is the biggest homage to Josh Allen you could possibly find right here.
When you have a guy like Josh Allen in your division, you got to build it to stop him. How do we stop freaking Josh Allen? Push the pocket, get him out of the pocket. He had all the time in the world to throw up against the Dolphins. So this is their way to say, Josh, we see you. And you know what? Give them credit. Kenneth Grant going to the Dolphins is not something that most folks expected. We certainly did not. And talk about who shakes up the draft. The freaking Dolphins. The Dolphins.
Yes, you're right.
The Dolphins. Leave it up to the Dolphins to shake things up. And I bet you right now, TD's like, okay, there's many directions we could have went, and we decided to go defensive tackle. So I'd love to get Kevin's reaction to this.
Me too.
And he's ducking and dodging us. So it is what it is at this point.
You can definitely sell yourself on this pick if you're a Dolphins fan. I mean, like you guys are saying, Josh Allen, he pretty much has two things that are his kryptonite: the deep ball. The damn deep ball, for whatever reason, he can't hit that shit for whatever reason still, and pressure up the middle, right? So, I mean, it makes sense for the Dolphins.
I just said 13. I don't think I've seen a single mock where Kenneth Grant went this high. You wonder, A, By the way, kudos to me, obviously, that he was good enough to where the Bills would have taken him in the first round if he would have fallen, fellas, of course, right at 30. Clearly, he's good enough at 13. I'm a bit stunned. Colts are up, by the way, here.
The Colts are an intriguing one.
Oh,
I mean,
the
what do you
Colts.
do?
And the second tight end is off the board. There he goes. And the Colts had a lot of liking on Tyler Warren. There was ideas of maybe them, if he were to fall, them taking him in mocks, and I've seen that wound up being the case, fellas. Tyler Warren's a Colt.
I like it. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, again, it goes back to the same thing I've been saying about all the other young quarterbacks. If you have a young quarterback, have to try to fix the offense around them first, right? You kind of have to build the confidence and trying to make sure these guys are comfortable.
I wasn't familiar with Tyler Warren's game.
He's solid. He's definitely solid.
My boy, athletic boy. Golly.
They say that
he is this sneaky athletic. Yep, no doubt.
That damn sneaky athletic.
That word again.
Rico was schooling me on all the words I got to look out for. But I'll tell you this: it's sneaky because of how damn big he is. His strides are so big that you don't realize how fast he's running. I mean, this dude is a train. Look at him. Look at him.
His hands are massive too.
Yeah.
Tell me, he's Gronk.
How big is he?
Gronk.
Someone just said Dallas Clark in the chat, by the way, and that was such a great point. I mean, they got their Dallas Clark in Indianapolis, their Dallas Clark 2.0.
I want to see how big this boy Tyler Warren is.
I mean, big boy.
He's like 6'4", 6'4".
6'6". Forget about that, bro.
6'6", yeah, he's a beast.
Big 6'6",
255. You gotta love that.
Yeah, for sure.
Good on them. Mechanicsville, VA. All right.
If you're coming out of Mechanicsville, you can work, baby. You can grind out of Mechanicsville.
He's definitely a grinder for sure.
Guys, we got to go back to talking about this Kenneth Grant pick to the Dolphins. I mean, it was such a stop the Bills pick. I love it. I can't help but smile. But I'm just so intrigued on the decision because we're talking D tackle. A guy that wasn't mocked to go that high, he does. They could have went secondary in a variety of spots. We still have Starks on the board, the top safety. Yep. We still have all of the top corners, by the way. There hasn't been a single corner who has gone, yet they go Kenneth Grant. I mean, was this genuinely a last-ditch effort? Or maybe not last-ditch. It was a effort to say, man, I mean, we need all the help we can get because 17 owns the color behind me in orange. Owns.
That's a big pick. Falcons are going defensive end and defensive tackle. This is where they're going. There's nowhere else they need to go. They were getting beat up near the end. Raheem Morris had no answer for guys that were running all over these guys, throwing the ball wherever they wanted to. There was no pressure. There was absolutely nothing. They are going defensive tackle, defensive end. The question is, you just saw Grant go. Could there be a run on these interior linemen? Derek Harmon can easily go here, but they need a corner as well. So corner might be the pick for these boys over here. So this is where
Rico, if Harmon goes, I might shed a tear. That's going to blow up the whole. That's going to blow up the whole plan.
It very well may happen. I'm telling you guys right now, it very well may happen. But they have so many needs everywhere: defensive end, defensive tackle, and corner for sure. They're okay at safety. Corners where they need the help right now. So
yeah, I'm going to guess Will Johnson here as well, Rico. I'm with you 100%. That's my guess.
Absolute good pick for these boys right here. They can't go wrong. I'm trying to look at the Atlanta Falcons and what they have, what they lack, what's coming their way. This is just one of those things where don't think about it. Just do it. Don't think, just do it. This is where the Atlanta Falcons need to be at this point. So good on them. Good on them if they grab Will Johnson. This is where they need to be. So Atlanta Falcons, what are we looking at for these Atlanta Falcons? So right now, their starters are AJ Terrell, which is not a bad starter. All right. So you need someone opposite AJ Terrell. Their safeties are fine. You got Jesse Bates, you got Justin Simmons that just went over there. You got Mike Hughes as the other corner, but your backups are nothing. They got nothing over there for backup. So corner, you need a dynamic corner. You're going up against Mike Williams. Michael, you got me saying Mike Williams. You're going up against who's my boy at Mike Evans, excuse me. You got who else is out there? with the NFC South. You know what I'm saying? You got there's some speedy receivers out there.
Yeah,
not a whole lot. Yeah. You got Tet you got to deal with now. You got,
you got Chris Godwin you got to deal with.
Yeah, you got some boys out there, boy. So they need to win the division. You got to build to win your division. And that's where they need to be at this point. So Atlanta's got a whole lot of things they got to work on. They kept Kirk Cousins. So that's a very expensive backup quarterback, for crying out loud.
Well, when you give as much guaranteed money as they gave him, they're like, shit.
What were you thinking? I don't know. Coming off an Achilles, I don't know, bro. But I'm gonna tell you this, man. This wine is hitting pretty good. I'll tell you that much.
That's what I'm talking about. So all right, guys, we're about halfway through here. We're a pick away from being halfway through.
12%. Okay.
Has anything changed in your mind based on the way things have gone here on maybe the idea of trading up? You know, in terms of looking at who's available, that maybe the Bills might consider a trade up candidate. Will Johnson's still there. We'll see what happens here, but Harmon's still there. What are your thoughts about halfway through here on how this has fallen for Buffalo?
I mean, if you're going to be going defense, there's only maybe a couple guys that you would probably want to trade up for. I mean, I'm a big fan of Jade, Barron. Yeah. I think he's a monster. If you were to draft, Will Johnson, of course, as well. But I mean, I don't know about trading up though. I really don't think it's necessary.
I agree.
Draft. So
I've just never foreseen it. Really,
I think you can really stay put at this point to where these things are going. And I don't know. Do you feel like this draft is moving smoothly?
It's fast. Is it not cruising?
I feel like it is. Maybe I'm tripping.
We've been on stream for over 2 hours though. It's kind of felt like 20 minutes. I can't even lie.
Yeah,
it certainly has.
For sure.
That's what we're working right now. So Raheem Morris is getting ready to try to put the man. They're going right down to the wire, man. They still haven't made a pick yet.
They don't have a clue what they're going to do.
They're lost.
All right, so
they're lost in the sauce right now.
They're showing Shedeur right now on screen. What's actually the best fit for him at this point?
Because Seattle, potentially, right?
Yeah.
But I like Pittsburgh just because.
I was going to say the Steelers. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Steelers.
Because that's a team that can win regardless of what he's really doing. Tomlin's great.
Exactly.
The D's always been great. These QBs in the first round so often fall victim to circumstance. They get drafted to an absolute awful organization who cannot find a way to develop them or find a way to get the most out of them. It's a different situation in Pittsburgh. And I know you could say, well, you got Kenny Pickett and that didn't work. But at the time, a lot of people didn't think Kenny Pickett was valued at as high as Pittsburgh got him at. For the longest time, Shedeur was considered a top 10 pick until he wasn't. Kenny Pickett was never a top 10 pick. So I could see it. I agree with you, Pierre. I think out of the remaining teams in the first round, at least, Pittsburgh would definitely be my choice.
I think it's Pittsburgh.
Well,
for sure.
I will tell you this. If he does go Seattle, right, I'm going to give you, I wouldn't say a history lesson, but you got to go back and look. When they drafted Russell Wilson, they brought in Matt Flynn as the big time free agent acquisition, and Pete Carroll let those two boys compete, and Russell came out the victor. So different management,
but Russell Wilson was also a third round pick too.
That's true too, right? So those go a long way. So listen, different regime, different coach. They may not see it the same way, but if Shedeur does go to Seattle, you absolutely got to let him compete. And if he beats out Sam Darnold, so be it. It's an expensive backup, but times are different now. You don't got paid care. So
I see a Mike Tomlin just saying, "This is who I want." A Mike Tomlin type coach to go ahead and draft Shedeur Sanders on a team that already has an amazing defense. You just brought in DK. You got Pickens. You got Warren back there. The offensive line is already solid. Man, that would be the perfect scenario. Like, yes, of course you want to be drafted high. You want to be the number, like a top 3 pick, number 1 overall. But man, it's all about, it's like you said, it's all about the team that drafts you. And
totally,
that would be the absolute perfect scenario for Shedeur Sanders. For sure.
Here comes Atlanta. Jalen Walker off the board.
Linebacker. Somebody in the chat. I think it was Cody Benz. Was it Cody Benz coming with that? Jalen Walker's a dog, man.
He goes before Jahad Campbell, by the way. An interesting note. Maybe many people had Campbell being the first linebacker off the board.
Yo, this has got to be a freaking amazing feeling, bro. All the work put in. I gotta say, if you're getting drafted, bro, is there protocol that you have with your family? All right, you're sitting over here. You're sitting over there. Don't be acting the fool. The cameras are on us. Mom, this is your role. Girlfriend, wifey, whatever the situation is, this is your role. You ain't about to embarrass me on national TV. Everybody, compose yourself. We got to be cool. And it seemed like everybody's been chill so far. There hasn't been a ratchet moment yet, and you love to see it. But Jalen Walker to the Atlanta Falcons, they need something. They need something. I mean,
I always thought it was
everything.
I always thought it was interesting. Like, if you knew you were going to be a first round pick, how do you not go to the draft? Like, how do you stay home? You can only experience that one time, like that walking on the stage, getting the jersey.
You know what? I was thinking about that, but I was actually thinking about that. I was talking about that today.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings about it, right? Because yes, you get to go on there, but you know, you can't really be around your entire family.
Facts.
Like that's the moment, right? You know, they're all backstage, but you can only bring like a certain amount. You know,
like graduation. You know what I mean? When we graduated from high school, you can only bring 2 people. What? I got my mom, my auntie, my granny. I can't. So you're right.
So there was like a little debate about that. But I mean, I get it. You know, you get to walk across stage, you know, and do all that. But man, it would be nice to hang around family as well.
I was listening to a Genti interview the other day. You know, they actually give them 15 people to come with them. Did you know that? That was more than I would have guessed.
Yeah, I had no idea.
I mean, obviously, it's not like what you could do at the house, but I would have guessed, like you guys were saying, I would have guessed like maybe 5 or 6, like 15. Yeah, I was shocked by that.
I kind of mess with that. Might be a run on corner, Sarah Christine says.
I hope not. I hope
like
not.
That, Sarah. Oh,
right.
Sarah, don't say it now.
Pick 16 is up right now. Are you giving up way too much to move up to peaks to now in the teens, late teens?
Yeah, I'm not ready to do it.
This is where you gotta see Brandon Bean's gotta be getting ready. He's gotta be getting ready.
Nah, I think
I'm looking forward to seeing how this all shakes out.
As soon as we get to maybe pick 22-ish, that's when I'm like, okay, maybe I'm gonna start making calls at this point. You know,
are you making calls now? Are you like, hey, Pittsburgh? All right, bro, my guy's still there. I don't know if what you guys are trying to do. Do you think your guy's gonna fall? Because I can move up to my guy. Like, what are we thinking? What do we want? Now, how much are you willing to give up 2 firsts? Excuse me, 2 fourths. Your 2 fourths that you have to move up, or do you kind of want those middle rounds because you know that's where McDermott and Bean do their damage. They do their work. Or sorry about the picks. I don't care.
I heard someone say this earlier today, and I was like, you know what? I'm not mad at it. I'll draft or I'll trade away my first, second round pick just because Bean is the beast in the damn late rounds. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't really hit on the early rounders, but he finds them gems. You know, so I don't know, man. Right? He finds the gems, man. He consistently finds, you know, the Shakirs, the Benfords, you know, those guys that actually are studs late. So yeah, no, I wouldn't give up it. Like, especially with Bean, I definitely want to give that up.
Here we go.
No doubt about it. I mean, listen, there's a lot of people at this draft. Golly, Green Bay is doing it right now. But yeah, we there's a lot of work to be done. We get it. I'm gonna ask my producer here. Producer, do we have enough room for one more addition?
If it's for this guy, we got all the room in the world.
Yeah, we got it. I don't know if is it gonna mess up our whole? Oh, we do have space.
Not with that move.
Not with that move. Well, listen. The gentleman that's in the back, if you give me a flex and let me know that you're ready to go, that's all I need from you, big guy. You're such an a-hole. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our very own
Kevin. Yes, sir.
Kevin Gerard. Your Miami Dolphins. They could have went a plethora of direction. They could have went with a corner. They could have went with a safety. They could have went with a lineman to protect your quarterback, but no, they went with big man Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. Your thoughts, your reaction, give it to us.
I'm not getting a flip out this year. This is who I wanted. This is who I wanted. Before the pick. Yeah, I know it's boring. You know what I mean? But this is who I wanted. They said, who do you guys want? I said, Kenneth Grant. This is it. This is you're hoping for Dexter Lawrence type. This is the guy that complements Sealer well. There's no other defensive tackle. Like, they got a bum Benito Jones. He's good for like 200 snaps. You know what I mean? But other than that, they don't have a starting caliber defensive tackle on the roster. So it was a huge gaping hole. They're going to have to draft another one later on in this draft just to have a roster. So, and there's nothing out there in free agency. So this is literally who I want. And I've wanted this guy for like 2 months. So this, there's no, I'm not blowing up. Pierre can't clip it and put it on.
I hate to hear it.
And I'm mad as hell. Because listen, we've been doing this every year for at least about 7 years. And you've hated every.
Whoa. Speaking of D tackles, by the way, fellas. Many had him dropping, but not that far. 16, Atlanta, Walter Nolan is a Cardinal.
Here comes the run. Oh, you're a big boy, man. Yeah, you're a big fella. Listen, I'll tell you this, man.
This is who I was afraid we'd take. This is who I did not want.
Why not? Why not Walter Nolan? He's
Ed Oliver Jr. That's what
should have taken him.
Really?
Can't play the run. He's got a good first step. But I didn't want him. I'm not interested in any guy that can't play the run. He's got good PFF metrics against the run, but if you watch him, I didn't want him.
He's explosive, man. He's explosive. He's got violent hands, bro.
I'm not saying like you can't take him at 30 or something, but I didn't want Walter Nolan at 13.
Yeah.
No.
So I will say this though: Do you think that your boys made this pick for Kenneth Grant? Does it have anything to do with number 17, reigning MVP on the Buffalo Bills?
No, I don't think so. Someone's pretty happy.
Somebody's not happy. Somebody's happy or not happy?
Who's screaming? Jeremy? Oh, I don't know who knows what's going on. I'm at like I'm at my usual. I'm at with Fern and Tom and those guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so someone's happy.
So did they make this move because of Josh Allen, or is this beyond Josh Allen?
This is a run game. This is a run game type move. This is a big guy that can hopefully push the pocket. He's going to be hard to move. He's the size of a nose tackle, but he's like got the quickness of like a three tack. He's kind of like I said, you're hoping he's Dexter Lawrence. So it's less of a Josh Allen. You know what I mean? Because he's going to roll out. And he's going to kill you. He's going to buy time rolling out and that. So he's in the middle of the field. He's your plug. He's who you guys need, to be honest. He's the guy that would complement Ed Oliver
and everybody else. Yeah. No,
I wanted him bad. I wanted him, man. That's all. That's why the fact that you're excited about it, Kevin, the fact that I wanted him, it's all kind of coming together. Is just me hating every second of this. So congrats to you.
He didn't let the Chiefs get him, right?
No, it's true.
There you go.
That's true.
Kev, let me ask you this:
I love it.
What's the one pick that the Bills make, and you're like, oh, I don't want them to go to the Bills?
It's the guy that you guys don't want, or like I keep reading all your fans don't want. I do not want you to get like who I think will be available there is if Malachi Starks goes there. I don't want you to get him because I think he's going to walk in. He's going to be an all-pro. We don't need safety. Well, you don't have an all-pro safety, right? And this guy's going to come in and this guy's going to dominate. I think, based on his traits, I just think he's really smart. I think he's really good. I would not want you guys to take him because I think he's going to be an elite player. Now, there's some other
that's
guys.
where you guys were going to go.
Yo, what about his game?
Holland.
Who?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Pierre. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what about his game do you like the most? Starks.
About Starks? It's his ability to read route concepts. It's his ability to he can play on the roof. He's not quite as good in the slot. That's what they did too much with him this year, and he wasn't as good. But he can stay back. He can play the roof. He reminds me of Earl Thomas. That's who I think of him as a type player. He's not the best athlete. He's still a good athlete, but he's not the best athlete. But he's just smarter than everyone. He just knows where to be. You know what I mean? He's not afraid to hit. He's not afraid to blitz. He's not afraid to tackle. And he's really, really smart. So that would be who I'd be most unless someone drops, I'd be, if you guys got a Will Johnson somehow, if he fell that far, that wouldn't be too good either. But something like that.
I can't see Will Johnson falling to us. I think the Bucs will probably snatch him up.
He's got a knee condition, eh? So that's what's
what is it? Did they have
come
out with it?
It's like the remember Jay Ajayi? He had the degenerative knee injury where he can only play. It's something like that. No one knows for certain. That's just the rumors going around. But it's something about that. He's only got maybe 7-8 years. But who cares?
That's tough. I mean, listen, I'll take the 7 years.
All pro for 7 years. You know what I mean? How long was Trey White there? 6? You know what I mean?
Give me 3 years. of top tier play. I'll take it. Instinctive. I love it. So anything shake up to you where you're like, why did this team do this so far in this draft, or has it rolled out the way you thought it was going to?
The Browns trade was brutal. What are they doing?
What do you mean? What are you doing? You didn't like that?
Oh, what the Browns did? No. Sorry, it's the Jags. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say what?
Trade with the Browns. It made sense for the Browns because they got like a crazy haul. But like the Jags moving that far up, like I don't know.
I mean, Travis Hunter's nice, but is he that nice?
Like he gave up a top of the second. He gave up next year's first. Ugh. Like that's a lot. I mean, he's nice, but like I don't know, man.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Kevin. If they end up playing him, full time on both sides, and he ends up, being, solid, does it make sense then, or you just don't see it happen? You don't see him, having that success on both sides.
No,
because I mean, you don't do it unless you're doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not feasible to play both ways because the NFL is a different game, right? You have to go through your adjustments. Coaches are making adjustments on the sideline. You're not there because you're on the field. You know what I mean? I feel like he's going to be a full-time corner with maybe like a Deion Sanders type 20-play package a game. I'm not saying he's not a great player, but that's a lot, man. That's a lot. 2 firsts, a second for a corner who's going to play maybe 20 plays on offense.
No, that's a tough one. That's definitely a tough one. I mean, listen, man. The draft is going the way that it's we anticipated that it was gonna go. Like a lot of places, nobody's really shocked us in a way. Miami kind of threw us off a little bit with Kenneth Grant. I don't think anybody expected that one. That one's a big one. Walter Nolan going a little earlier than I anticipated. There were so many mock drafts taking him everywhere.
Where do you see 49ers were looking at Nolan? I heard he could have gone as high up to like that. So I think they're 11.
Is there a defense here? You got to think, right?
Is there a run on DTs coming up? Is Harmon gone right here with this pick?
These all your Buffalo.
They need a linebacker. I think they're going to go jihad right here.
Yeah.
Who's up?
The Bengals.
Well, that would be good.
I think they need linebacker. Set the tone.
They need a defensive end too. Shamar Stewart would be a good pick.
Sharp. Shamar Stewart it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, did you see that already hitting, or did you already know that because you're that guy?
No, I just guessed. I'm watching with you. I'm on the laptop here.
Oh, you're on the zone as well?
So Shamar Stewart, they need an edge rusher, right? They're trying to get rid of Trey Hendrickson, or maybe they're having contract disputes. This is a guy with no production in college, but like uncharted athletic ability. He's like just an absolute freak. He plays usually around 280. He's kind of like a Calais Campbell type, half defensive end, half defensive tackle. He dropped to like 267 or something for the combine to post these astronomical numbers. So he's your classic boomer bust. He's either going to be really, really good or he's going to be, probably out of the league in 3 years because he kind of lacks instincts. He doesn't seem to know what to do, but the traits, the athleticism, it's a good pick for them.
Well,
he's a good run defender, worst case.
Not a bad pick for them. I mean, I think there's some Bengals fans that would have liked another move, but
Campbell's got a shoulder injury. He's not going to start. He might not be ready to start the year. I think he ends up.
That could be it.
I think he ends up in Tampa.
That's a scary looking dude. The way he came out there, man. Like he looked like he was ready to play right now.
Yes, big man, and he runs fast. He jumps out the building like he's strong. Like he's a big.
Goodell gonna be bruised up by the end of the night, boy.
He's hurting, man. His back's got golf ball welts on it right now.
Sure of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
4.5 picks in his.
Yeah, well, since he needs a home run hitter on D desperately, so hopefully this is not it.
They liked it. So, Kev, what's Brandon Beane thinking right now, man? What's Brandon Beane thinking? Is he thinking of moving up? Is he thinking of staying put and saying, you know what, the guy that I want is still available? I'm chilling.
He's got to have a short list of guys.
Could Jahdae Barron be headed to the Bills?
Still not a single corner gone, by the way, heading into pick 18.
So my whole thing with Jahdae Barron is he's kind of like Taron Johnson. I don't know how well he's going to play outside. I know he did play outside last year for Texas, but he's kind of small. He's a really good tackler. He's very physical. He's kind of almost like can play a bit of safety kind of thing. But to me, he's like a slot, like a Taron Johnson type player who's not the biggest guy, but is still willing to get in there and hit stuff like that. So how many slot corners are you having on at the same time? You know, I think you guys would be better off with like Will Johnson or Trey Amos, for instance, in your like, you know, to play your zones that you guys like to play if you go corner. The other thing too is what wouldn't surprise me is Landon Jackson. It'd be kind of a surprise for you guys.
30, huh?
But that guy is, if there's ever a McBean defensive end created,
that's the guy.
That's the guy. Not
sure.
explosive, no bend, can't get around the corner. And he's like 6'5", 270, strong, plays the run, and he's
push
sneaky
fast as well, right?
Yeah,
he has
a guy. GQ Bob saying this is shaping up perfectly for the Bills, and Shedeur will fall to the 20s. Bean make the move. They're thinking,
if Seattle passes up the next pick here, then he's guaranteed at least to Pittsburgh. If not after that, I mean, I don't know who would take him.
Well, there you go. Well, Bartek comes in and says, "I'm blaming it on Bot." He wanted Grant for the Bills, but then he let the Dolphins color background do it.
Yeah. By the way, Kev, how do you like the background, brother?
It's nice, buddy.
You want me to send you some paint swatches? This is like the perfect fit.
I like it. Where are you right now?
I'm at the in-laws, and for some reason, the downstairs guest room is painted like Hard Rock Stadium. I have no idea why.
So your wife is the wise one. I see.
Exactly right. But seriously, I don't know how you even walk into a department store and ask for this color unless you were to just show them the Dolphins logo. I mean, I don't even know a better way to put it.
Maybe they're really into Easter.
Well, by the way, my man Namdi says, hell no to Landon Jackson at 30. He wants nothing to do with it.
I was hoping second round.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but it wouldn't, like, I don't know, man. Sometimes you guys do those things, right? He loves to trade out of the first round, but you have so many picks this year. Move up.
We do.
He must have a short list of players that it gets within striking range. If you get within the 20s and you have someone you really want, go get them. How many draft picks? How many draft picks do you have that are actually going to make the roster at this point? The roster.
Well, that's what Bean's. You're a great point, because that's what Bean said. He's like, dude, I don't want to draft somebody that I know is not going to make my roster. What's the point? So that tells me he's going to be doing something with these picks, man. He's got to be trading up somewhere.
We're about to find out if Shedeur is going to fall to the 20s here with Seattle. And Shedeur will fall.
Greg Zabel?
Yep.
That's my
Zabel guy. It is.
I'm good. So yeah, they've been talking about Zabel to the Seahawks for a while. Seahawks need all three interior line players, and he can play all three. He's your Senior Bowl standout. He's your off-season winner. He was the guy whose stock shot up the most, probably, other than maybe Stewart that we just saw in the off-season, because of this guy here. So he's very versatile. He's very athletic. He can play wherever. If Miami had traded back to around here, this is the kind of guy that I would have liked to have targeted. So it's a good move for Seattle, I think. It helps shore up the offensive line. I'm not a big Shedeur Sanders guy, so they just signed, what's his name, the old Jet, Sam Darnold, to a big contract. So I didn't think they were going to go quarterback here. I thought they were going to go Greg Zabel.
So now it gets interesting. The prophecy I was hoping would be foretold this evening is continuing to ever creep towards potential here.
Like Sanders to the Steelers?
No, so my like pipe dream scenario is that once we get to Pittsburgh here, they pass on Shedeur, then Dart and Shedeur are both available. And then as we get through this run of picks here where quarterback's out of the question, it then becomes a race between the Giants and the Browns. And then that's where I'd like to see one of those two teams trade up to 30 with Buffalo. The Bills drop back a couple of spots and acquire a third.
Is Shedeur really going to fall to the Pittsburgh
I would be surprised if he doesn't go right here. I just don't see Mike Tomlin, passing on a Shedeur Sanders in this situation. I just don't see it. It makes way too much sense. I mean, because if you look at this who he is, just as a person, just as a player, it fits Tomlin perfectly right here.
This is crazy how that's just going to fall to him like that. Jason Miller comes in and says, we have no third round picks. I can see a trade back and stacking second and third round players in a depth heavy draft.
Jay Miller gets it.
I'm fine with that.
But do we need depth or do we want impact?
Here's the thing though.
Depth. I'm sick of it.
No, but I think we've talked about this. This draft is more. We've talked about the Bills' ability to find the gems. We've also said that this draft later on in it could end up being just as potent as early on in the draft, based on the unknown on a lot of these guys. And I think if you bounce back, it's just one more crack at getting another impact guy, especially when you look at all the needs on defense.
Right.
One more top 3-round pick. That's the other ability to get that safety maybe you wouldn't have gotten. That's the ability to bump up and get the corner you really wanted. I just think there's a lot with Bean, a lot for Bean to work with in doing that.
Yeah,
Plus, I think you might be able to scale down a bit. If you can package a couple of those later round picks while also acquiring an earlier pick, like say like when you're working with Cleveland or the Giants or whoever, if the Bills can package a couple of those later round picks to get an even better pick, especially now that Cleveland has 33, 36, 50 something, early 50s, there is potential there. And I just like the Bills' ability to have more darts to throw at the board than not.
Jihad Campbell, they're saying, is the right pick for these Bucks.
That's
they can go Malachi Starks here. They can go with a corner here.
It's either Campbell or Will Johnson.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree.
Either one of those guys. We'll see. That really sucks about Johnson with his knee, but I mean, listen.
Hey, Kevin, real quick, Kevin. You said that you weren't a fan of Shedeur Sanders. Like, what's the reason? Why don't you like him?
Well, it's different for me. I'm a Dolphins fan, right? If I'm going to go for another quarterback, I'm not going to pick another guy who's limited athletically but has really good accuracy and process as well. If it's not working with Tua, I'm not going to take B- Tua. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I wouldn't take him.
But now, just as an overall player, just in general, like how would you rank him?
I think that his absolute ceiling is Kirk Cousins.
Rico, you love a little AI scenario right there. By the way, you love that.
A little AI scenario tells me Gronk is telling us that the Bills are right now waiting, and if they get to 21, Pittsburgh will be trading with the Bills. They probably still get their quarterback in Shedeur. The Bills have a plethora of picks. Question is, what do you have to give up to get to that 21st spot?
You're probably going to have to give up, I would imagine.
I
like
want to give up too much.
Too.
I'd hate to give up any of my.
I would too. I wouldn't do it.
Maybe a next year too.
I don't know.
Would you give it?
Like
would you give it next year's?
Why don't you go get Matthew Golden?
See, this is the debate we've been having, like with the wide receiver, and that's a good point.
Don't fall for it.
But that's the only thing. And I'll be honest, I would be very shocked. Like if the Bills moved up for a receiver, that would really mean they loved him, because that would really shock me. I mean, doing it for a defender wouldn't stun me, but moving up for a receiver, wouldn't that shock you guys? Because I just feel like that's not in
Listen,
bag.
like moving up for one, no. But I would not. I mean, I tweeted it out just yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if Bean, went receiver first round. I would not be surprised at it, right? Because I mean, I'm a big fan of Luther, Burden. I think him with Josh Allen would be an amazing pairing. I think Josh Allen would have a field day with him for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I don't know.
Golden's like your downfield threat, right? That's what you guys are missing. You've got the big guy that can't separate and hope he can make a jump ball last year in Coleman. You've got the really amazing slot receiver. You've got the tight end that's like kind of a receiver, more of a tight end, a big slot. Why don't you get the speed guy, right? And Allen can hit anywhere in the field. And you want a receiver that will force safeties back, especially now you've turned into almost a 50-50 run game, right? So if you want to run the ball, you want your safeties playing too high. If they're playing they're not going to play too high with Keon Coleman on the outside. No one's worried about him going deep. You need the speed out there.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
saying
it kind
Coleman
of
can't
sounds
get
like
open intermediate, but I'm saying like no one's worried about him threatening him 40 yards down the field unless it's a jump.
Hold on. Let's see if the Bucks take a corner here, because no one's taken a corner yet. Wow, Emeka Egbuka wide out. I did not see Tampa going wide out here.
Wow.
In the all available heading into pick 20.
And they re-signed Goodwin too.
See this? I didn't see this move coming. I didn't see any mocks having them take a receiver. But Mike Evans he's what is he, 33?
This guy's Mike Evans now. This guy's a slot receiver. He's not playing outside.
Him, Godwin, and Mike. I mean, shoot. I don't know about this one, bro. I don't know about this one. Good receiver. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Good receiver. Don't get me wrong now. Well, the Bucks will buck. The Bucks will buck.
I gotta tell you, man. I guess Mike Evans. You're looking for your replacement, I guess. But I would have thought D all the way there.
I mean, they feel that the depth is great at the DT position and corner position, I suppose. So maybe they got something coming.
I don't know, man.
Mecca Egbuka. Is he a big receiver? He's not a big receiver, is he?
He's a slot receiver. He plays the same role as Godwin. So it's kind of weird.
Those are the things that interest me. Like, what make you do that?
Like he's a.
I mean, Godwin he's borderline injury prone at this point. You know,
agreed. Yeah,
when's the last time
they paid him a lot of money though.
Yeah. So my good buddy, who's a Bucs fan, he said the goal now is just to go score 40 a game. And I mean, Tampa can score, but man, we were talking about this earlier, fellas. Like, you're too heavy on one side of the ball or the other. Like, it's inevitably going to come back and bite you.
So is Egbuka the second receiver taken today?
Second receiver taken, and he's for what it's worth, he's the third on PFF's board, but he was pretty much mocked to be either the second or the third off.
Interesting. 6 feet, 200 pounds, 4'4", 840. They're saying his pro comp is Jackson Smith-Njigba. Interesting.
Would you take Jackson Smith-Njigba with the 19th overall pick?
No, sir. No, sir.
I mean, knowing what we know now.
Jackson Smith is nice, but I don't think he's that nice. But this is where we're at right now.
What you were saying, Kevin.
This is interesting.
In regards to a golden, I wouldn't trade up for that type of. If you're talking about, okay, we got to have a guy to, stretch the field, pull the safety out. I wouldn't trade up for a guy like that. I'll just draft a guy like in the 4th round and do that for us, right?
Yeah, but you want someone.
It kind of sounds like a decoy. You know what I mean? Because again, we're looking at Josh Allen. I was saying it earlier. He has 2 flaws in his game, or like one major flaw. He can't hit that deep ball still. Like he's hit or miss with that thing. So I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Golden. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if we drafted him, but I wouldn't trade up for him, for sure.
Just a heads up, the Giants apparently have been trying to get back into round 1. They're trying to trade.
Oh, now you're talking my language.
So that is the news out there right now. So I'm sure Brandon Bean's phone is ring-a-ding-dinging.
And good thing he's buddies with Shane and Dable. They are talking like they're at the bar right now. Happy hour. Well, talk to me.
Jackson Dart could be, or maybe they're coming back up for Shador. You just never know in this case. But I mean, at this point, Pittsburgh is up. They got to be like just
Denver right now.
Denver's not taking nobody.
So first it's Denver. I wonder.
I think Denver's going to take Travion Henderson.
I was going to say Hampton, but I'm on the same wavelength as you, Kevin. I think I could see that for sure.
Why is Henderson? You think the Henderson's the better prospect between him and Hampton?
I just think that what's his name, the old Saint Peyton's going to like Henderson.
That man, Javonte Williams had such a promising career to come in and like, you know what, he's going to be that guy. But then the injuries, got him. It's those injuries, man. They'll derail your career, man. It's crazy.
That was one of the times I flipped out. Remember? Because the Broncos, Miami wanted him to take Javonte Williams, and the Broncos knew that, so they traded to the pick in front of Miami and took Javonte Williams, and I lost it. Yeah.
Well, Daniel says I don't know about that, but he hit Diggs in the hands and that deep ball. You're talking about Josh in that big drop.
His best
Marion Hampton has to be the pick for Denver. There's a big boy, man. What is he? Over 6 feet, 220-ish?
Last two.
Big back, man. Golly.
I always thought that Allen's best deep ball connection was with John Brown. And John Brown is a Matthew Golden type player, except Matthew Golden's a better route runner. Matthew Golden's a little bit better after the catch.
I see what you're doing, Kevin.
I just
Kevin, I've
like
been friends
the
with you
type
too
of
long.
guy he seems to connect best with is that kind of guy. He kind of overthrows the slower guys a bit. Look what Worthy did for the Chiefs, right? Because that was their problem 2 years ago. Everyone was playing them in a box, daring them to do anything because no one's worried about, like, you know, whoever they had there, Rashid Rice and those guys, good players, but they're not worried about them taking the top off. Couldn't do that this year. It helped.
I see what you're saying. I see. Yeah, he definitely struggles with the slower, deep ball. Yeah, receivers. Yeah.
It's funny to think you'd go into the 2025 draft saying, man, the Bills got to find another John Brown. I don't think anybody would have thought that.
They want to find a better John Brown, right?
It's the truth.
And
Josh
Brown
Allen threw one of the best balls I've
yards.
ever seen in my life. Never forget it. I think it was
Brown
the
against
second year.
Miami.
John Brown.
Yeah.
It was against Jacksonville.
For sure. Yeah, you're right.
It was
No. That Robert Foster that game.
Is that Robert Foster?
I believe so.
Oh,
Jacksonville game.
oh, you're right. You're right. It is Robert Foster.
Yeah, Robert Foster.
You're right. You know what the throw I'm talking about, though.
Yep. Everyone
Oh, my
knows.
God,
Everyone
dude.
knows.
Anybody freaking out yet?
So maybe the Bills are finding their next Robert Foster instead. Maybe that's what we're looking.
Well,
All right, Denver's pick is in.
Robert Foster. I couldn't believe people were wanting him. He's receiver 1. He's our guy. Oh my gosh, the talk. I think Pierre was the cheerleader for that.
Get out of here. Get out.
yeah.
Chase Claypool, receiver 1 last year. For like 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
Oh, but my gosh, what a name I totally forgot about was Chase Claypool. Good Lord.
Yeah.
We tried.
Yeah.
Josh
Denver
to Foster
do?
was the best. Brown was second best. Foster would have been receiver 1 if you could remember what to run. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Kev, what are the Dolphins doing second round? Because we're gonna be, by the way, folks, Kevin's gonna be with us all day tomorrow, which is great. Thank you, Kevin, for taking time off to hang out with our degenerate asses. Thank you so much for that, and you get to grace us with your presence. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Dolphins do because I don't know, man. Some folks are saying that the Patriots are gonna surpass the Dolphins. Do you see that happening? Kevin's
Here
like,
we go.
Month ago, I would've said, no, you're crazy. It's been a bad off-season. That's not been a good off-season yet. I would have been like, you're crazy. I had a buddy say that. Yeah, they're going to pass him. It's like, what are you talking about? The least talented offensive roster in the NFL. They've got absolutely nothing on offense. And then I went through a month of our off-season. I was like, well, that could be rough. Yeah.
leave it now.
Fellas, the first domino has fallen.
Ooh.
There goes McDermott guy. That's a McDermott guy right there.
Go.
First domino has fallen. First corner off the board.
McDermott is punching air right now. McDermott's punching air.
God. What a pick for the Broncos, man. You already have the defensive player of the year on the other side.
Ooh, good call.
This is huge. This is huge for them.
How did he fall that? Like you kidding me? Is it size? Is that what it is? Because it's 5'10"?
Over Will Johnson, too.
I'm a big fan
So
of
now,
Barron.
is he primarily a nickel or is he a corner? That's what people are trying to figure out with this guy.
I think he's better.
Where are they going to put him?
I think he's better inside. I think he's a guy you can move around. I think he's a Taron Johnson type player. I think he's really good against the run. So that's why you kind of want him inside a bit more so that he's, a force player against the run. You can invert your coverage and have him drop back in safety. I think he's good at those sort of things. What I don't know is how well he's going to hold up as an outside corner in the NFL. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just, to me, he seems like he'd be most valuable, almost like Kyle Hamilton. I know he's a safety, but a guy that you move around in the formation and you could kind of line up near the line of scrimmage because he's really good at run fits and he can blitz. So he's an excellent player. And maybe that's where they're going to put him in Denver. Maybe they put him in the slot.
I'll tell you this, man. Denver was already a scary team last year.
For sure.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say we were gonna wax the Broncos. I knew we were gonna win, but listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We had a run. We had a run. We made a run on them, but they're not a bad squad whatsoever. I'm gonna talk to my producer. Producer Zbot tweets. Zebo, we got room in the building or what?
Yeah, we got a full house.
Boys, I'm gonna run out because I got too many loud people here. They keep coming in and out. So
I got you, brother.
Drunks are gonna I've had to keep a couple of the drunks at bay already. So
we'll see you tomorrow.
Eagles fans here. I'll talk to you, boys.
Yes, sir.
See you tomorrow, brother.
We're ready.
All right, I got to find a way. Right. I don't have a 5-box set up, of course. So let me take it. Let me see what I can do.
This is where producer Zbot Tweets can set it up.
So the pick is in for the Steelers.
Oh, that's right. Let's take a second here. Hold on.
Let me add in Rev, and then we can try to get that 5-box in there. And Rev.
Yes, sir.
Yo, what's going on, man?
What up, Rev?
What's happening, man? How y'all doing?
What's up, brother?
Kingpin, Z-Bot, what's going on? What's up, Rico?
By the way, based on the vibe in the room over at the Sanders household, he ain't going here at 21.
Ah, really?
Oh, shit, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is something.
Hey, Rev, how you feeling so far?
Man, look here.
That is
the board was looking pretty good for us until Jahdae Barron just got picked. We still got a few guys that I think the Bills might be interested in. I like we got the receiver Matthew Golden still there. We have safety Nicky Memori still available. The board looks good, man. Corners are right here. Will Johnson out of Michigan. So this might be the area in where Brandon Beane
for the Bills.
This might be the area where Brandon Beane gets a little antsy. You know what I'm saying? Like he may have a guy that he's eyed right now. He may say, you know what, I'm just gonna go up here and move and jump up and get my guy right now. I don't know if he's gonna stay at 30. We'll find out.
This is something. Listen, Rev, let me tell you something. I've been getting harassed by a whole lot of where's Rev? Where is he?
Oh, fellas, one of the Bills' favorites, at least based on the fan base's perspective, is gone.
This makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense.
Hayward's leaving soon. This is the guy that you want. He's going to be a baller. I like this guy a lot. You cannot move him. He's an anchor. He will anchor down, and he's disciplined. He does not get moved away. He doesn't get swept away. He doesn't just follow the flow. He is instinctive. He knows where the ball is, bro. Bro, he's nice like that. Now, what they're saying is this brother gets all the pressure in the world, but he can't finish. He can't finish for shit. That's the word on my man Derek Harmon. But this is a big time pickup for the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. Yo, these guys, they always somehow find a way to find a dog. You pair him with TJ Watt, though? Golly. Man, oh man. TJ,
dude, Harmon was my next bet after Kenneth Grant. So now
Tyleek Williams
all the way. I'm not in on Tyleek like you guys are.
Yeah, I like Tyleek, man. Tyleek played all over the place, man.
Tyleek's that dude.
But Tyleek can't get after the quarterback, man. That's my biggest problem.
Now, I will say this: there's defensive tackles that are still available that Brandon Beane can get the job done. I mean, he said it himself. This is one of the deepest defensive line drafts available right now. I'm looking at guys like if you look at Derek Harmon, it's hard to see him without watching the guy that was next to him eating. And that's Jamari Caldwell. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
Yep.
Big boy, like 6'1", 330, huge. Like Harmon is him in and of himself. But man, look here. Caldwell right next to him was doing the business, and he played at 190,
I believe it was.
I think so.
I think it was 90. Yeah, no, for sure. So. He was. Yeah.
He's right. Nice. And then you can't forget the kid out of Florida State that they had in for a visit too. That Joshua Farmer. So I think he's a guy.
Get him in the second.
Yeah, in the second round. Matter of fact, I put a little mock out, man. I've got the Bills getting him. So I think they're gonna be fine.
Look at this guru over here thinking Mel Kiper talking.
Not by a long shot. Armchair.
I think, listen, the move right here is the move is the easiest move in the book, in my opinion. And you guys know
Golden.
You trading down, man.
Yeah, 100%.
You trading down right now.
You trading down? You think we're trading down?
No.
I mean,
no.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading down, man.
I wouldn't do. I wouldn't. I'm looking
no.
Because and look, now I know Bills fans are probably gonna hate this, but Matthew Golden is sitting there on the board right now. Like that's the dynamic receiver. And I know people are like, well, man, Rev, look, dude, the Bills just got Joshua Palmer. Joshua Palmer. They got my man Shakir. They got Keon Coleman coming back. They don't need a receiver. Everybody eats. Well, look, I'm telling you right now, they didn't spend all that time on Isaiah Bond for no reason, and they didn't spend a lot of time on Texas for no reason. Like when I looked at the wide receivers, and especially the wide receiver that the Bills have right now. Who are the two guys that they lost in free agency? They lost Amari Cooper, and they lost my man, Mr. Barefeet, who went to New England. Mac Hollins. Who did they replace him with? Just one guy, and Palmer. And so there's still another element to the Bills' offense that they need, and I think that's that vertical stretch element, the speed guy. And you got him.
Here's my deal, and I like what you're saying, but like I'm looking at the numbers, right? It's all about the numbers. Everybody eats. I don't know if this is gonna still be the mantra. But you got Keon, you're going to have Khalil Shakir, Josh Palmer, Curtis Samuel. There's your 4, right? And then Laviska Shenault, 5. And then
Shenault's not playing. Shenault's not playing. He's kick return, punt return. Curtis Samuel, he's out after this year. Like, I mean, and we don't even know how long. We don't even know if he's going to be able to play this year. So, I mean, we'll see. But we have to look even beyond this year. Right. And so, I mean, you plug in a young guy like Matthew Golden into this offense right now. And even if he doesn't get a lot of targets this year, you have to expect the bump to come next year. And so
you in the first round, though?
Dude, Matthew Golden, though. Right? Like Matthew Golden is him.
Why are we acting like Matthew Golden is the next Megatron? I mean, he like that?
No, he's nice like that. He's nice like that, man. Look, yes, he is.
I'll take your word for it.
I'm just saying. If he's available, and he's available right now, but now you have to look at cornerback too. So I mean, it's tough. But my thing about the cornerbacks is you're dealing with some injuries that the Bills have to be willing to eat right now and risk it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
here's what they're comping Matthew Golden as. They're comping him as, believe it or not, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'll
go Luther Burton as the comp to Stephon Diggs type. That's
okay.
Did y'all see that that practice video they put out of Luther Burton trying to run routes?
Not good.
Yeah, but I mean,
not good.
Let's look at his games though. You look at his games though. His games, listen. I know exactly what you're talking about, Rev. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you're talking about. But like, show me a game where he wasn't producing. Like this one
Sarah
game,
Christine is all over it.
And
Sarah's like, I want him.
The dude is a monster. He's an absolute beast. Talking about Golden, he's not as fast as Golden, of course. You know, I mean, what
4.3,
4.240, right? Or
4.3,
4.3. But the dude Burton is a monster, man. Like I've seen like 6 games, and every game he's been the number 1 targeted guy, and he's making plays over and over and over again. So I mean, he's like a Deebo Samuel type.
Golden in the first round, though.
Man, okay, yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
My man GQ Bob said, I'll go Golden now and cornerback Parrish in the second. Parrish is more of a nickel cornerback, though. So I don't know if you're trying to do that, but I mean, listen, we'll see. We still got Mike Green available, defensive end.
Yeah, no. If there's a defensive end that I think and fans are gonna hate this, that really just fits Sean McDermott. And if the Bills were just a stick and pick, and let's say Matthew Golden gets off the board, maybe another cornerback goes off the board, and they don't trade back. Look at the guy from Arkansas, Landon Jackson. Don't be surprised.
30, next round, that's what I was thinking on him.
At 30?
They might, man, because if ideally they would like to trade back
safety
and get at the top of the second round.
That's what I want. Yes, right there.
But it depends though. Like, so there may not be anybody willing to get back into the bottom of round 1 who picks in the top of round 2. So if they have to go back too far, you know what I mean, into like the 40s or mid 40s.
No. It would be the Browns or the Giants. It's the only way you do it. It would be the Browns or the Giants. And the Browns more than likely, because the Browns now have 33 and 36.
Right.
So I think the Browns
Bro,
might be
they're
more
not trying to
likely to
hear
do it.
nothing about you trying to say Landon Jackson at
I'm
30.
look,
Yeah, not at
I'm
30.
just saying,
I'll crash out.
I'm just saying, Brandon Beane spent a lot of time with him. They met with him a lot.
Hey,
And
Rev,
he's been-
man, how do you feel about going safety first round? You haven't talked about safety.
Before Rev answers, by the way, we got Mitch Led Robster comes in and says, all my boys and one.
What up, Mitch?
Much love to the panel, the best channel on YouTube.
You already know it.
Let's
You
go.
already know it. You already know it.
So yeah, talk about a safety.
Hold that thought, because the Chargers pick is in, and I'm interested here because could there be?
Do we have room to put a fifth in there? Do we have room?
We do. We will right after this pick.
Yes, sir. Hey, Dame, get ready, boy.
Well, I thought Goodell was walking out, but apparently he's getting his makeup touched up or something. I don't know. They're doing a concert right now. I guess.
Just made a face I don't like too much, so I don't know if I like it. Listen, Howard needs to go right here. Hampton, I'm at Hampton.
So
Hampton,
you
Hampton
just
right
want him gone, so you don't have to even think about it.
Dude, Hampton is
Get outta here.
nice. Oh my gosh. Oh,
Yo, but you put him with you put him with Harbaugh. That's a you put that combo together, boy.
Yeah.
Harbaugh likes to play defense and run the football. Give that boy that love,
you mean Hampton? Is that what you're talking about?
Hampton's what I'm saying for Harbaugh. You put Hampton with Harbaugh. Is it James Pierce Jr. or Malachi Starks? Who would be a great pickup for the Bills? Still available.
I don't want Pierce.
Both of it. Listen, man,
I don't want Pierce, man. Like, I don't want him. I don't want
I mean,
him.
Edge is just so dicey. Like I just get so concerned with Edge with these guys because it's always been a gamble. It always has, you know?
Yeah.
By the way, big shout out to everybody tuned in. We got 767 people on YouTube, and we got another 2,000 watching on
we're about to touch
Twitter.
down on 3,000
Let's
flat.
Let's go. Let's go.
There we go.
Here we go. All right, now Goodell's walking out.
Here you go. Let's get that banner up.
Who would think it is?
Producer.
Let's see who the Chargers are going with. By the way, I like Goodell's white shoes. They're looking nice.
By the way, big shout out to our producer Z-Bot that put the pictures, the graphics together.
Hey, that graphic is
Z-Bot came through.
Wow. Thank you, by the way. I'm glad you like them. We are sharp as a tack, fellas. The running back out of North Carolina is the pick. Omari and Hampton.
They got
That's it. That's the pick. Run that football. That dude is man. He's gonna be a nightmare.
Dynamic.
And you put him with that
man.
O-line over there, Justin Herbert. You got who's that receiver that's out there that's killing the game right now?
McConkey.
Yeah, McConkey. My lad McConkey. But
My dad wanted the Bills to draft him just so he could say that 30 times a Sunday. But hey, they've always been a little too reliant on Herbert's to make something happen. Yeah. I like this pick a lot for the Chargers. Especially with Eckler, after they've moved off of Eckler now and he's off of his prime, and they just felt last year like they were missing something offensively. So solid pick for the Chargers.
About it.
When was the last time?
Tyler Marshall says a bit late to the party, gents. But he says I'm feeling safety first round for the Bills. BF Best channel on YouTube. We know what time it is, man. Nice. Let's get our guy Dame in here. I don't know if we got the room for him to come in.
Hell yeah.
Producer? Hell yeah. What up, Dame?
Damon.
What's up, man?
Nice to see you, brother.
How y'all doing?
I didn't like that face you made earlier when the picks were coming along. So talk to me, man. Are we liking what we see so far or what?
I mean, I guess. I mean, they're in prime position to get a corner if they want one. But
yeah, definitely.
Who? I don't know. I mean, Will Johnson's falling because he has medicals. I mean, Siobhan Revelle has medicals. I mean,
yeah.
Either one, anybody can take at this point is kind of a crapshoot. The Bills have a ton of people that they love in the second to third round range, but they don't have a third round pick. So I think.
So you're trading out?
I would trade back.
Oh, I hope to God.
The way that the board's falling right now.
Well, here's the deal. Ladies and gentlemen, for those that are not familiar, this is my man Damon Talbot, our guy Damon Talbot from Draft Diamonds. If you are a small-time player that's not getting the love you freaking deserve, this is the man you want to see, my man. Draft Diamonds, man. This guy's been doing it a minute. and his ear is always to the streets. So, I mean, I'm surprised he didn't give us a nugget right now by telling us who the Bills are going to pick. Talk to us now.
I don't know. I really don't.
I'm tapped out, bro. I ain't got none.
Can you hear me? No,
I hear you.
If I have no clue. This is the first year. I just don't see who they're going to take in the first round. I don't see anybody first round value.
I know. I'm so with you, dude.
The draft, I put out some tweets. I put out some tweets before the draft where I said that there was teams that only had about 12 first round valued guys.
Isn't that crazy? That's craziness. All right.
That's Buffalo. So,
Damon, what's your ideal world right now? Like everything aside, if you could predict or not predict, but if you could dictate exactly what would happen as we navigate the end of the first year, what would that be?
A trade in the next 2 picks, quarterback taken off the board.
Yep.
Might not be Shador. I could see a couple trades. I think it's going to get crazy. I think you're going to see some craziness coming in the next. We've only had one trade so far. We've had one trade so far.
One massive trade in the beginning.
Yeah, Giants are trying to come up. Pittsburgh didn't take a quarterback. They could try to come up. Cleveland loves a quarterback that nobody else loves. It could get crazy. I'm just saying, I think you'll see with the 5th-year option, Mike Green's fallen because he has crazy history in his background. The corner from Kentucky's fallen because he's got craziness in his background.
Golly.
You have a lot of character. You have a lot of character stuff that's happening. The knee issue for Will Johnson is real, and that's why he's fallen. But Siobhan Ravel's been injured his whole career, so I mean, if you're gonna go there, he's injured. My bad, man. My dog
man. This ain't looking good, boy.
Yeah, not for cornerback, man. It's tough.
Yeah, no wonder they brought in freaking they brought our boy back, Trey White. They said we don't like what we see in the draft, so we gonna go with the devil we do know. Bring my man back.
Watch the Eagles. Eagles is a team that could potentially trade up.
I mean, they're sitting pretty right now. The Eagles don't need to trade up.
Yeah, I could see them coming though.
Who do you think's on the Chiefs board right now? The way things are falling.
Offensive line, offensive tackle, probably Josh Simmons. Probably a guy that's sitting there for them. I mean, they need to protect Mahomes. I think that would probably be a smart move at this point. I know the Packers are trying to trade this.
Is that why they're taking so long here?
Yeah, I know.
They're on the phone. Why do you think? Why do they want to trade it? Why do they want to trade it?
Because they don't like the value. They don't like the value there. They might take somebody, but I mean, if you take somebody at this point, listen. The way the draft broke down, in my opinion, right now, I don't see the value in a first round pick. You don't take a player in the first round to give him a 5th year. True. If that's the case, I would move back. If I'm going to do it, I'm moving back, picking up an extra pick. If Buffalo trades down, like let's say Cleveland or somebody comes up the Buffalo spot at 30 and they're willing to make that offer, leave it and go. Now, Donovan, the kid from BC, could be a sleeky pick for the Bills if he's sitting there. But at this point, I don't love anybody. I hate the D-tackle class. I don't like it. I know Kenneth Grant's gone, but I mean, I could see him. Like obviously without him, without Derek Harmon, I don't know what the hell the Bills will do at D-tackle.
Now, these guys are quite high on Tyleik Williams. Your thoughts on him? Because I personally just feel like it's too. You think second round? Okay.
Yeah, I think I can tell you right now, if you really want to know the nugget of the night, is Josh Farmer's the dude they love in Buffalo. So
this is the nugget we're waiting for.
I told you, man.
Why they love Farmer?
Not no damn first round. That ain't happening first round. That's gotta come second.
Doubt.
But if
they love Josh Farmer,
I don't think Farmer will make it past 54. I really don't. So either you're going to have to trade back and try to get into the beginning of the second and get your guy, or I don't know. I mean,
so Tyleik Williams is not even on the board right now. They're not even looking at Tyleik.
I mean, he's on there, but they like other people better, the people that can fit their scheme a little bit better. The pick's in, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, Damon, they were looking for a partner. They didn't find one. The pick is in for Green Bay.
They didn't find a trade partner. They're probably pissed.
I know. Maybe that means there was already a trade in place. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
They're getting a speedster.
Let's see what they got.
Matthew Golden.
Yeah, it might be Matthew Golden.
Twitter hates me already, so
You dropping too many nuggets, man.
Yeah, by the way, follow Damon on Twitter and everything because no one grinds the socials as well as Damon does. He's always on it. I'm avoiding Twitter tonight because I'm always like, it's like with the MVP thing. Like I just 99% of the year, you can't get me away from it. But when this stuff's going down, I'm like, I hate the spoiler. So I'm always just like avoiding it like the plague.
well, if it makes you feel better, I gained about 700 followers tonight and lose 300.
See, no, that's why you got to do it, right? Yeah, I love that.
Follow me for the weekend, then quit and leave on me.
All right, that's how it works.
I normally go to Damon whenever I want to sound smart for sure.
Oh, no doubt.
Just real quick. I mean, he definitely has those picks early. But yo,
I only
Well,
come
safety,
to y'all for
Dame.
Bills news, though.
how do you feel just real quick before this pick comes out?
How do I feel?
Wait, hold on real fast. Let me see. Let's see what's up.
You got a minute, Pierre, because they're doing a guest here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so as far as safety, you haven't talked safety yet. How do you feel about that? Probably, like a Starks or
Yeah,
Nick?
I could see them taking that pick, but you just wasted a second round pick last year on a safety. So are you gonna Taylor Rapp's in for 1 year, right? He's got 1 year left. Hamlin's got 1 year left. They can use it. They can use it, and then rotate them in.
But I mean, if they saw what they needed to see out of Cole Bishop, like, nah, he ain't got it. So why not grab the guy that does have it? Yeah,
I mean, I don't. But do they think that Cole Bishop don't have it though?
I mean, listen. Apparently, according to Carl Jones says the Bills love Cole Bishop, so they want to give him every opportunity to perform and get out there. So I mean, shoot, we'll see.
I think
what the Packers are doing.
I'll let y'all talk for a second. Why?
They gotta just get to it, man. Get to it.
Well, Green Bay's the host city, so they're gonna revel.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
By the way, the Bills, I think, will be hosting the draft probably before 2030, which is gonna be awesome.
Are you going?
I mean, I think I'd have to, right? You got to.
Nah, you don't.
You're just a hater. You're a hater. Any excuse for you not to come up and do anything is unbelievable.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Here we go.
Like, well, you have to. So they're trying to get rid of Jair Alexander.
We're taking a receiver.
They need to.
First time since 2002, says Mark Murphy. How crazy is that? It's got to be Golden.
And Aaron Rodgers is pissed.
And there it is. Golden gone, Rico. You got what you asked for. He's no longer a question. Golden gone.
Mm.
We're gonna find out how nice he is. That's a nice little trio. You give Jordan Love Golden. You know what I'm saying? You got
Lazard, right?
No, not Lazard. You got what's the miss out there? Those two young boys they got out there.
Oh no, Lazard. What am I talking about? He was
Christian Watkins. You got Christian Watkins.
Forgot
you got Christian Watkins, and then you got the dark skinned brother that's out there too. So,
and you got a couple nice tight ends too.
Yeah, they got some out there. You got yourself a running back in Josh Jacobs, so they got some out there, man. This is it's not a bad pickup.
Yeah, I forgot Lazard was part of that Jets travesty. Dobbs. Yeah, thanks, Brad. That's
Dobbs and Jaden Reed.
Yeah. There you go. But here's the thing: how do you go that long without taking a first round receiver though? Is that what it is?
No, Rico. It wasn't just receiver. Since 2002, they have not taken a single offensive skill player. 23 years.
Oh my gosh, man! Are you kidding me? What the hell?
That is unreal.
Wow!
Shout out to the Pack. Go ahead, Pack. This is tight. This is pretty dope.
Now, Rico, give me the breakdown on this fit because this is the fit of the night right here.
Well, listen, I would call it the fit of the night. I think this is it's a little flashy. It's a little flashy for me. There's no class in this one. This is just too much flash, bro. No.
Yeah, I agree. But I thought you liked that.
Nah, too much flash.
You didn't like Cam Ward's class, but you don't like this flash?
Cam Ward, this is too much, bro. That tells me character issues. Character issues. This is me.
He's wearing Packers colors,
the gold is something.
He look like a Packer.
Gold for golden, I think that's what you're doing.
Well, his last name is Golden.
Look at you, ref.
Yeah,
How you feel about this one,
They the next pick. No one
I
will
like
pick
Matthew
this.
Golden, dude. I like him a lot.
You already know?
Oh man, like look, man, I'm about to go ahead and sign off.
How you know this already,
Yeah.
bro?
No,
Who?
I said I like Golden a lot.
You already know who
He's
the
nice.
Yeah, I know who the pick is.
a Nick.
golly, man.
It's not
And
good.
his note is
I
up.
feel bad for Vikings fans.
Ooh.
All right, shit. All right, let me.
I think I've seen his name like 4 times in first round mocks.
Wow.
So this is not something that people thought this was gonna. Oh, this is not gonna be good. Offense or defense?
Offensive line.
okay.
Oh gosh. Okay. So those
There's
assholes
options.
decided
We
to
have
stick with the
options, man.
4 draft picks they have. Shame on them. You needed to trade this pick out. You needed to. Oh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
but how many teams are trying to trade back up right now though? That's the thing. If
Eagles want up. They're trying to come up. I don't know what it's for, but I know Eagles are trying to make a trade.
maybe
Well,
a pass
this
rush
would
because
have
you know
been
they
the
love
move.
pass rushers.
You know what they might do? They might
Pretty
trade. They
dope.
might trade with the LA Rams at 26. 26 might be the
That was
pick they
dope.
get.
That was dope. Go ahead, Matthew Golden. Loved it.
Yo,
I
Pierre's
like
sad
Matthew
right now.
Golden. I
Pierre's
think he's
upset.
a better route runner than y'all gave him credit for.
Who's that?
Matthew Golden. I think
Oh,
he's a
heck
good,
yeah, I love
he's a
Golden.
good ball player.
Yeah, he was.
I think
Better
he's
than Luther
better
Burden?
Isaiah Bond.
Yes.
What about Burden?
I love Burden. That's who I would take at 30.
Damn, really?
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, man. Burden is like that, man. He's
That's what I
like
would
that.
take. You want to give Josh Allen somebody, you get him Burden. That's
Give
what
him
I would.
Burden. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Yeah.
If Dave over here talking about
Pierre
you,
on
know
that.
he's right.
Yeah,
He's a home
on that,
run.
man.
He's a home run.
He's a home
Really?
run, man. He's an instant impact guy. Instant. You don't have to use it. Like Golden to me, I like Golden, right? But on this team, he'll be more of a decoy, in my opinion, right? He'll be the deep guy. You know, he'll be, like get the safety out the way. Whereas Burden, he's like a Debo. You put him in the backfield, you can put him in the slot, you can put him outside. Like the dude is a baller, and if you look at our offense right now, we run so many wide receiver screens at this point. So many dump offs to the receivers. And Burden is a monster at that. After
So
the
essentially,
catch, the guy's
he-
amazing.
They still
So
ain't
he-
made
Burden
it.
is a slot. Is he a slot receiver or is he outside strictly or is he in and out?
I think it's more.
I don't think he lines up anywhere in particular like that. I think he's just
Yeah, exactly.
Because
He's
they're
like
saying his pro
Yeah,
comp
I
is
agree.
Julian Edelman. Edelman is an inside guy.
Who, Burden?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't stick him and put him on the outside and let him like
4.5,
up
40. I mean,
Yeah,
his
I think-
measurables
I-
don't say nothing to me. You
Man,
got Khalil
I'm telling
Shakir. You just paid Khalil Shakir. That makes no
You gotta
sense.
watch
to
the
me.
film, man. Listen, watch the film. Watch the
unless
tape. Trust me.
unless he's a Curtis Samuel replacement. And
I think
takes
so.
on that role.
I think so.
Unless.
Damon,
be
is
able to
that
get
is
rid
that
of-
Will Johnson
you'll be
injury
able to-
enough of a concern to where even if he were to get to 30, the Bills still wouldn't consider it?
I don't know, but the Giants are trading up.
Yo, the Giants should just trade up with the Bills
They
right
already
now.
did?
Just trade with the Bills.
Yeah, Giants just came up to Houston's pick. I'm sorry, am I ruining shit?
Oh no, you just ruined my hopes and dreams is all.
They're getting a
Oh,
quarterback.
I'm sorry. Am I rooting this or what?
My bad. Hey, look, man. Giants are on the clock. And they're
We
taking
know
the
what that
quarterback.
is. Then we
It's
know
Shador.
what that is.
It's Shador.
It's one of the
It's
quarterbacks.
dart.
Well,
It's
what
dart.
did you
It's
see
dart,
pick
Rev. You want to make a
24?
friendly wager?
Pick 24 is going to be. No, you know it'd be great. What if Jalen Milroe goes?
I love it.
before-
I
Oh my
love it.
gosh. If that happens,
Yeah.
I think it's dart, but why couldn't it have been with the Bills, man? Why Houston? No one else was going to take dart.
The Rams though might have been. I mean,
no, I think the Rams I think they like Milroe.
Wait, what? Yeah, well, they've had a bunch of guys mocked to him.
Hey, you got to put the Giants or the Vikings pick up.
Oh yeah, I don't even know if I have a graphic for this. Let's see if I do.
Ain't nobody got.
Donovan
Just put it up.
Johnson.
Just put his
Everybody
letters.
says you got to put it up there.
Just put the letters. We're good.
So hold on. So
New York
Donovan Jackson,
Giants.
them picking Donovan Jackson. Do you know anything about him?
He's an offensive guard, offensive tackle. He's pretty solid.
Donovan Jackson. Let me see if I got anything on Donovan Jackson. Golly.
Yo, the Giants actually. I mean, I think they didn't give up that much.
What's the package,
It's
Pierre?
solid. I heard that it was like a late
It's the 34th pick, the 99th pick, and a future third.
You know what? I wouldn't have taken that if I was Buffalo. I'm fine by that.
Yeah, they gave up a lot.
That's solid. Yeah.
33 is not bad. What are you talking about, bro?
No, they only got 99 out of it though. They didn't
99.
They got 99 and a future third round pick to go down.
Oh, 99. They got 99. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
That's a good trade.
Yeah,
that's a solid trade for them.
Wait. Who did the Vikings just take?
Donovan Jackson.
I'm looking for his name right now.
Bro, when I tell you, here we go.
Oh, you did get it. You did have a graphic for him?
Let me tell you something, Rico.
Go ahead.
When I come on, I come correct. I said tackle though, by accident.
Shout out to Bud on that one.
Come on now.
Boy, bye.
Hey, guys, get ready.
Oh no.
Oh no. They're trading up. Are they trading up?
They already selected. The G-men did.
Oh, the G-men did.
Screen if you're watching. I don't know what you're watching, but
no, I got it on.
Listen, Dame. We're gonna need you to chill, bro. We're gonna need you to chill. You're too hot right now. You're too hot right now.
Yeah, no, they already picked it. I mean, he's already shaking hands and fucking.
Oh, hold on. Let me go.
Kissing babies.
What y'all watching?
Dart's already kissing baby. What stream do you have on? The future stream?
Right.
I got NFL Network on. They're on a damn commercial.
Hey,
I'm on.
Shador not going second though.
Oh,
so is Dart? Is it Dart?
It looks like it's Dart.
Oh, are y'all looking at my screen behind my head? Hold on, let me.
No, what are you guys watching? What are you on?
I'm going back and forth from ESPN.
I'm in a commercial right now.
We're both on commercials.
But I just saw Dart just, kissing babies. Yeah, he's kissing babies.
Man.
Dang.
I guaranteed. I mean,
That's gonna be crazy.
Dion right now is having an episode off camera.
He is, bro. So that means
now the best would be if Milroe were to go next. Now then we'd really be talking.
We'd be talking for sure. Golly.
Because Dion already tweeted about it.
What'd he say?
I will say this. I think Jackson Dart is one of the better quarterbacks in the draft. I think
I agree with you.
And
is he the best quarterback?
I think he's going to be one of them. I mean, listen, the Giants didn't panic. They did the right thing. And I think that was the smartest thing they could have done rather than selecting somebody at 3. You got to trust what you see, man. If you're going to go down, go down with your guy and not the owner's
with your guy.
guy.
True.
I mean,
how many years, Damon, in your opinion, has this bought Shane and Dable to give this a chance?
1 year.
So you think he's gonna wind up playing over Russ and Jameis?
No, I think they're gonna do. Listen, if they were smart, you would play a Jameis or a Russ for 6 games, see what they're doing, then play your rookie. That will buy you more time.
That's the same.
If you play him right off the rip, you're dead. They're dead if he doesn't succeed. So the smart play would be play Russ.
Smart.
Go in there. Hey, Russ, you're going to give us 6. We're going to monitor the situation. If he gets hurt, then you got Jameis. If Jameis is hurt, Jackson Dart, you're throwing to the wolves, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah.
So they're showing Sanders right now. They're showing Shador. He's laughing. Is
he really crying though? Is he crying or is he laughing?
He's laughing. He's saying my jersey's retired and they're taking Dart.
Bro, come on.
You're a fool. You're a fool.
I didn't say it. I'm glad. But that was pretty good. The Rams.
You know what? I hope Sanders makes everyone look dumb. It's not like I'm not rooting against him. It's just I was always interested to see what the perspective would be from these teams.
You said he was the number 5 ranked quarterback in this thing. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No, I said I thought he was the 3rd.
Okay, there you go. Try to throw you under the bus.
5. I don't even know who you put over him over than maybe.
Falcons are coming up.
Atlanta.
The Falcons.
Yeah, so
they're going to do what they did last year and take another quarterback when no one expected it.
They're coming for interior.
Yeah, it's probably right.
They need that interior lineman, man, or that corner.
Is Mike Greenstone?
They might take that Trey Amos move, man.
Bro.
Golly.
Falcons at 26 with the Rams.
Wow.
Okay,
so the
right
Rams-
now,
trade out.
right now, I think the Bills are looking to get out now.
You think they're getting out?
I think now.
Yeah, but
I
who
don't know
wants
if
to
it's
trade
gonna
back up?
matter. Yeah, I don't think it
Well,
matters.
yeah,
now.
that's my thing. I think they're trying, but they just might have to stick and pick because
Oh,
outside
boy.
of a quarterback, I
That's
don't know who
pick.
else is really going to come up. Donovan Ezerako, I like him out of Boston College. Nicky Minwari is still there.
I think it's stick and pick now after the Giants moved up. I mean, there's no reason for Cleveland to move up anymore. At least in my estimation, I don't know who else would take them.
You said Atlanta moved up?
Yeah, they traded with the Rams.
The Rams.
Trying to get the
Rams,
trying to get the full details.
Rams need picks. They don't have picks, so that makes sense.
That 30 pick seems to it's too deep. They want something a little further. I mean, listen, if you're trading that high up, it's because you're worried about somebody else trying to grab whoever you want. So like, unless the Bills weren't willing to give up too much, that's what it comes down to.
Well, the Falcons
Or go far down.
wanted pass rusher, or I would say if pass rusher, offensive line.
Corner. Oh, lineman? Oh, they okay.
Wow.
Let's go, Jackson Dart, big Dart.
Yo, is he that nice from Ole Miss? Is he
I
Ole
mean,
Miss?
dude,
He's Ole Miss, right?
I feel like no one
Yeah,
how many guys did they have going at the top of this draft, or at least in the top 100 on the big board? They're like no one thinks about Ole Miss. I thought he was more than serviceable there, and I never understood why he was mocked so low for so long, especially in such a weak class.
I think he's solid. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of him. I know I hear what Damon's talking about, but I don't know, man.
But what do you think though at 25 though?
At 25 is solid, yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Sure.
so the full trades in for the Falcons. The Falcons traded the 46 pick, the 242, and a first rounder in 2026.
Dang.
Wow.
The Rams 26 and 101.
Oh, I would have done that in a heartbeat.
So they got a first round pick, so they're coming up for somebody. The Falcons got to be getting
Was it Mike Green?
somebody.
Taking
that's gonna
Will
be a
Johnson.
guy.
What do you think? You think they could take a corner here?
They could.
I'm looking at edge.
Yo,
I
is
think it's
Jackson
gonna be
Dart
bad.
that nice though?
Yeah,
Is he
I'm
that
thinking
guy?
edge.
Who? Dart?
Jackson Dart. Is he
What
that
do you think,
nice?
Rav Ezeraku here?
I interviewed NFL teams and I said, who do you think is the second best quarterback in the draft after Cam Ward? And
Dart.
19 of them picked Cam Ward. One of them picked Shador. But every single one of them said Jackson Dart's come up into the draft is a rise like Bo Nix. So don't expect him to fall out of round one. Every single one of them said he had a Bo Nix like postseason.
He got some swag to him though. He got some swag to him. Bye Tommy DeVito.
Could have gotten him
Out
at
of there.
plus 200
Well,
this morning at second
He can
quarterback off the
escape.
board.
He can escape too. He's got some escapability.
He's
Unlike
got good size,
Shador.
man. 6'2", 220. He's got good size.
Falcons picks in.
All right.
I'll let you guys guess.
Oh man,
They're going with.
I'm thinking Ezeraku.
Who?
Mike Green is
Is it-
still there
is
as well.
Too much.
I'm thinking edge, man.
James Pierce Jr.
You said the
James Pierce.
Wow.
James
They
Pierce. They got
traded
it.
a lot, man.
All right, after this, no more damn guessing games, Rico. We made it this far. We have made it this far. Oh man.
He's a pass rusher, man. So that makes sense. It makes sense. It
Now,
makes
I
sense.
heard that Pierce had some character
He-
issues. Is that true?
36. Saints have the 40 pick to potentially
point, Jay.
QB needy teams that could trade up.
It's a good point.
Bro, I think the Bills are sticking and picking like you guys said.
I
man.
do too. But he makes
Safety,
a solid
man.
point.
Safety. Let me get
So
my
now,
points.
straight with listen, Dame, with Tre'Davious White coming back, does it make sense for the Bills to grab a corner here if they stick and pick at 30? Or do they go with Luther Burden? Or do they go Malachi Starks at safety?
I don't think any three of those guys you can go wrong on right now, to be honest with you. At 30th
True.
pick, you're getting a second round value football player regardless. Now, do the Bills have a first round grade on anybody left on the clock? They might.
Or not?
They may.
Okay.
I don't know, but from what I heard, they don't. So they had 12 guys that they liked. I don't know who them were. You know what I'm saying? But they had 12 dudes that were pegged on as first rounders.
One of them's got to be available. Got to be.
I don't know, man. I mean,
shit. It might.
Do you
it
think
might be
they ever
Nick
considered
Imamori.
trading up? Do you think they ever considered trading up?
well, listen, if Brandon Bean wanted his guy, he would go get him.
Yeah.
Facts.
He's proved that in the past.
You think he's gun shy though, because he whiffed on Kyrie Elam,
No,
and some are saying he whiffed
man.
on Dalton Kincaid.
The best things. If you're a shooter, you keep shooting.
That's right, baby.
If you're a shooter, you keep shooting. I don't know. You don't have to be gun shy. Just who cares? What are the fans going to get mad at you for a couple minutes? Listen, I hated the Josh Allen pick.
Same.
I was breaking stuff. I was mad.
I was hating.
Same.
Josh Rosen was my guy.
For sure. We got him. And you know what? Josh Rosen could have came to the Bills and probably would have had great success.
No
Just
chance.
went to the wrong squad.
No chance. It would have flamed out brighter than you could have possibly imagined. Like I said, we would have been picking top 5 this year.
He done. No chance, bro. No chance.
All
right. Well, we getting closer, fellas.
We are indeed.
Damn, I don't want to hear another word from you, brother. Let us have suspense, brother. Let us have some suspense.
All right, I'm gonna leave it. But if there's a trade and I know it's our team, I'm gonna say something.
Okay.
All right, bet.
I'm gonna put it on mute even. Then that way, when I'm cursing and stuff, you won't hear it.
All right.
But I'm gonna be listening, and if you guys say something I don't like, I'm coming back.
You got it, boy. You got it. I mean, they seem to be happy with this pick, so this is good, man. Was it who's the DC out in Atlanta?
Yeah, I couldn't call it.
I
know where he was a defensive dude, but like, who's that DC out there? Because they gotta love this pick right here. So this is the pick they need.
Albrecht, Jeff Albrecht.
Oh, the guy from
this
the Jets.
Is the pick they need. Right? This is the pick they need.
Yeah, the Jets interim head coach, Rob. Yep.
Yeah.
Edge rusher.
I was hearing one of the experts say, they asked him, hey, is there one player that's going to probably get a coach fired in, like 2 to 3 years? And James Pierce was the guy that he mentioned.
Golly, really?
Right? It was one of those where like it wasn't like an on-field type thing. It was more so like, his character,
yeah, that's what I heard. So.
Character concerns. But man, I mean, on the field, the dude's a beast.
He's a big boy, man. 6'5",
I saw a ton of mocks, man, where he was falling to the second round, Pierce.
This is something else.
But hey, good for Atlanta. I think that real solid first round. And I gotta tip the cap to the Rams there, acquiring next year's first too. I think that was a solid move for both sides. The Bills finally have a visual on the screen, by the way. You can see the pick in the distance.
It definitely is. Baltimore going safety here? I wonder. That's what they've been. I've been seeing O-line or safety in this case.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I'd like to hear what Dame has to say about the other corners that are not, Amos and Siobhan Revel. I'm thinking about like the guys like, what's that dude from Iowa State?
Porter,
yeah, Porter and the
Amos,
Aurier, Thomas, and those guys like that. I think the Bills may be looking at some of those guys in the second round, maybe.
Yeah, I like Trey Amos too. To be honest with you, I kind of like Trey Amos. I think a lot of Bills fans would be okay with that pick.
I certainly would.
I mean, he's still there. But here's my thing. I think even with the knee injury, I think Will Johnson's better than all them guys. If Will Johnson falls to Buffalo at 30 and they take him, that's a home run.
That's a steal.
But here's my question to y'all, and just personally, like the Detroit Lions probably needed interior linemen, and the 2 of them have went away. The Baltimore Ravens need offensive line help, or I think they could use offensive line help. But I mean, Washington's going to use a D end. So where do you think Buffalo's going to go? They're going to have picks.
Yeah.
I mean, I think edge. I think it has to be one of the premium positions. So it's either cornerback or edge for me, or they're out.
Yeah, I think it's corner for me.
But I mean, Amos seems like the safe pick.
Yeah, but see, I can't see us going. You brought Tre'Davious White. I don't care what contract he got. You brought him back because you
It's a
believe in
1 year
him.
deal, though.
I don't care if it's a 1 year deal. They like him.
No,
It's a
they're
bridge.
they
gonna
don't like
give him
him
every
enough to
opportunity to
pass
start.
first round. No way.
It's a
They're not
bridge.
going to start some rookie over Trey White. They brought him back
No.
to do that.
They don't have, even if they
Can't see
draft
it.
him at round 1. I mean, the first round, they don't have to start him. They didn't start.
But then trade the hell back.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
it.
But you need
Nobody.
a
But who
partner, though.
wants
Yeah.
to trade with him? Who wants to
you
trade with him?
You need a partner and trade it for what? Like trade it for who?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I think they just might just stick and pick. Get the guy that's that's closest. I mean, because if nobody is trying to get up to 30, then they're just gonna have to stick and pick.
And
I
dude,
go
I
way
don't
for it,
understand
but-
where you keep coming
Rico
into
is
this
safety first
idea
round.
that the Trey White signing has them off a corner here. I just don't get it.
They have him off of corner in
They
the first
got
round.
two cornerbacks right now that they brought in who are on 1 year deals, and they brought Dane Jackson back and Trey Davis White back on 1 year deals. Like those guys.
It doesn't
are
mean they
gone.
need to draft one in the first round. That's all I'm saying. They're not drafting one in the
So
first
what are
round.
they
And
gonna do
do
next
The
year?
only reason the Buffalo Bills brought back Trey White, Dane Jackson, and all them guys is because it
Right.
frees up the possibility for the best player available. In
Yes.
going into a draft, if I'm the GM, I want the best player available. I don't want to be handcuffed with a positional need. So
Right.
by them adding defensive tackles in the free agency, Larry Ogunjobi and Michael Holt, by
Right.
defensive ends, them guys are not going to be starters per se, but they're hold spots. So if I'm the GM and I know that all my spots are held by bringing back a DeMar Hamlin on a 1 year minimum deal, now I know for a fact, regardless of what happens, I have guys that I do believe in that can play, but I can take the best player available. If the board's playing out the way that it is, you take the best player available. That's Will Johnson at 30. Period. That's me. Period.
EPA.
Mhm.
There's no. I don't care what his knee injury is. If you were willing to take Siobhan Ravel, who has way worse injury history than Will Johnson, who's the
Right.
top 2 corner in his draft, there's no question asked. That's who I'm
Yeah.
taking at 30 if he's there. And
Yeah, I didn't think Will Johnson would have been here.
Me
I didn't
neither.
think-
Nobody
Even
did.
with his knee injury. I didn't think he'd be there.
He's like that, Dane?
Oh yeah.
Don't tell
well,
Rico that. Don't
Yeah.
tell Rico
Will
that because
Johnson's
Trey
top.
White's playing all 17 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not a Kyer Elam for damn sure.
Oh, thank God.
For real, right?
I'm still saying
Baltimore
safety
Ravens.
because of my mock draft, but hey.
All right, here
Nick-
come the Ravens.
Nick is- with Kyle Hamilton, that's what I think,
Here we go.
and it's gonna be nasty.
You think so?
Heck yeah, you're not gonna pass on him.
There goes the safety.
Which one?
Oh, Starks.
Hmm,
Starks.
hmm.
So you put him with
Man.
Hamilton together?
That's a nice move for
That's a
Baltimore.
no-fly
man.
zone, man. That's a no-fly zone right there.
Yeah, that's a
pretty good.
nice move.
Hmm.
And I think Bills fans would have been just as happy doing that move too.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Pierre pissed off. He's like, I said it.
Nah, I'm good because I mean, no,
Winston's still there, Pierre.
But
Don't worry.
Nick is still there though.
exactly.
Like
Nick
Nick is
you
still
know the
there.
one I want. Winston.
No, but Baltimore, that's value, man. I mean, that's a hell of a pick.
Oh, it's a great pick, man.
That's a
You got
awesome.
yourself a dog, bro.
Do you think the Bills would be opposed to getting a safety right now, even though they have Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop? I think Cole
Hell
Bishop
yeah.
is the future.
Yeah,
would
not
still
now.
take
But how invested do you think they are in Taylor Rapp?
I could see the Bills
You don't know
either.
who-
I could see one of their 4th round picks being a safety.
You think that late? Even if Nick
Yes.
Warren is there, you don't think they?
Yeah, I mean, even if you got Watts left, right? You got
Even Warren's there.
Winston,
Is Win-
but yeah, I still think the way it's going to fall, I think 4th round is going to make the most sense for the Bills at safety. But I don't think it would stun anyone if the board fell well to them tomorrow and one of those guys were there. If
I
they
know they
went
like
that
Andrew
direction.
Makuba too.
Makuba,
Well, listen,
that's another one.
Yeah, they like Makuba.
Jason
I got him.
Jason Miller comes in and says Harrison, Amos, Ravel are all best available and had visits on
Harrison.
top of that. All guys we
Plus
probably could have
Johnson.
got.
I mean, the
traded back.
cornerback right now is loaded up. There's no question.
Oh no, there's no question at all. Here comes my man. Signified Note says the Ravens should replace the shitty overrated QB with the
Here
shitty
you
overrated.
go.
Steelers
Here
QB.
it is.
That'd be funny.
You will find no bigger Lamar hater than Sig. I mean, he has had the crown and refuses to relinquish it, and I don't think he ever will.
Damn, how you feel about those draft hats? You feeling those?
They're not bad. I like that they have the little city underneath them, but I'm not a hat guy, so too big of a head, bro.
As a hat guy, the brim is not nearly bent enough.
I'm right there with you, Dave.
Who is it? Was it Pierre? Was you said it? That you said that it looks like an old school veteran's hat.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
That's what it does look like. That's what it does look like. You're right.
Yep.
It's exactly what it looks like.
I can
still see my
ugly,
grandfather's hat.
Ugly.
He had a display case from the Korean War in the living room, and that hat sat
That's
there.
what it looks like. Exactly.
Identical to that. Yeah, identical.
You put some pins on that thing.
It already has the pin. It comes with a pin. That's what's crazy.
I see it.
What if the Bills take the South Carolina kid?
Nick Murray?
Even worry.
6'3", runs a 4.3.
Hey,
yes, I'm saying, like,
I'm here for
it. And then like let's think about the Bills. The kind of who they normally get in the first round. They go for traits with potential. Eamon Warry, his size, his speed,
his size. He got size, man. He's not afraid to get in the dirt either. So kind of like that.
But was he a first round pick before the combine?
That's a great question.
No. Yeah,
probably not.
Was he a first round pick 2 days ago?
Back in the day, there was a safety that had measurements out the window, but he blew.
Obi Melifonwu.
Who that was? No, not Melifonwu. Melifonwu was out of Syracuse, right?
Hey, wow. I can't say nothing. I'll shut up.
Please.
Yeah,
I've waited this
just
long.
Mute yourself immediately. Mute yourself, sir.
Yeah, mute as ASAP.
Oh man.
But his face don't tell me he.
I really don't feel like
Bills must have traded with
Taylor Mays. Taylor Mays. He was
Taylor Mays. Yes.
Taylor Mays blew the water. He blew everything out the water, but he blew. He was garbage.
I really don't feel like being pissed off tonight. So I just hope whatever happens is not bad.
All right, so the Lions pick is in. Taylor Mays. Good one, Rico.
Yo, listen, it wasn't me, man. Shout out to Justin Walker. Justin Walker was like, yo,
good stuff. So
because I knew there was a guy that he just came out of it and he killed it. I was like, and then he was a bum.
Straight bum. I'm telling you, man. It's safety. It's safety. Safety first round. It makes too much sense.
You're gonna be up all night with those receipts, Pierre, if it's safety.
Oh my God.
I'm thinking right
waiting.
now.
He's just waiting.
I'm logging off ASAP for sure.
No, you're logging on. You're letting them know.
For sure.
Hey,
you log it on.
I think Edge can go right here in these next couple of picks, though.
I agree with you.
I think Washington's going to be looking for an edge. I do have a bet, so if my phone rings, I got a bet with somebody that Mike Green won't go before pick 30.
Ooh, you're close.
Ooh.
So I'm hoping that I win that bet.
And you said character was the biggest thing with him.
Yeah. He had a couple really crazy incidents that happened. One in high school, one in college. Virginia covered it up quite a bit, and then it just same girls incidents, different things. It's not good. So it's unfortunate. He's a really talented football player. I'll tell you.
Wow.
Pass rusher. He's probably one of the best pass rusher there.
One of Rico and Bobby's favorites has fallen.
Oh, they took Tyleek Williams.
Wow.
You a-holes.
They got him next
Detroit.
Detroit's D front man. Ooh,
what's that brother's name, man? Who they got next to him?
They got Alik Malik. Was it Alik McNeil? They got Alik McNeil. I think his name. Yeah. And we got
Hutchinson back healthy, man. Oh, baby.
Oh boy. Oh, there goes that.
All of our mock drafts are up in smoke officially, except for Pierre's. Pierre's
hold on now.
Yeah,
hold on.
Listen, we got there's 10 picks now. Let's watch out.
Yeah, mine is.
Oh,
who'd you have?
Goodness.
Who'd you have first round, Rev?
I got Landon Jackson. I think the Bills stick and pick. I think they like it a lot.
They
Hey,
do
Dame,
love
real
him.
quick, Dame.
They
So
love Landon. They do.
They do.
Dude,
How do
you
you feel
just
about-
know that guy would be a fan favorite, but just by looking at him, he just looks like a dog, man. Landon Jackson.
But don't forget Landon Jackson. I mean, look at Greg Rousseau, and then you'll see Landon Jackson. I mean, that the same size, but he has more bend than Rousseau does around the edge. So I mean, the guy's 6'7", 270. He actually happens to be from my hometown.
This is something, fellas. This is something.
Hey, Dame, real quick. On my mock draft, I actually have us drafting, and it's probably too high. You know, the more I think about it. But how do you feel about Kevin Winston? You know, safety out of Penn State.
He's not bad. I mean, they better never take him in the 30th pick. But later on, yeah, I wouldn't mind him. I wouldn't mind him coming in. I think he can play. He can play teams. He can do a lot of different things. I think he's a good value guy that you can get. I still see. I guarantee you, Brandon Bean's working this phone right here, you guys.
Yeah,
Oh,
He's got to
hope
be.
so.
Yeah. He better be. He better be, man.
And
I want to
but the
hear. I
thing
want to
is-
hear. I want to see the reverse headlights and the beep, beep, beep.
I mean,
Backing
listen,
up.
the Browns currently have the 33rd pick and the 30 what?
Damn
Fifth?
right. 36.
That to me has to be the only place. But now
Only
you know,
place.
like yeah, if
Or
not,
like
those
my
are the
man,
six picks.
my man Jay Miller said earlier, the Saints maybe, depending, maybe.
Well, KC, we know KC wanted. I think KC goes O-line. Philly's last pick. They're going to probably go best player available. But Philly, from what I heard, was trying to trade up to go get James Pierce.
That
So,
makes so much sense.
now Donovan's sitting right there. Does Buffalo? I think Mike Green could go to, like Mike Green going to the Eagles. That would be a good fit.
Yes,
Howie doesn't care about character.
no doubt.
You look, Jalen Carter. He don't care about the people in the. He just takes the best player available. So
Yeah.
Mike Green going 32 makes a lot of sense to me. If I'm ending out the draft,
Yes,
the Eagles trading back, they would only have to trade back a couple. But if you can secure a DN when you just had a DN leave in Brandon Graham,
Oh,
You get a guy.
baby. The Bills are on the clock. The pick
I
is
think
in
the
for
Commanders.
Washington.
All right. The Commanders. I'm going with Ezeraku for the Commanders here.
Ooh, Washington's
edge.
pick is in. The Bills are on the clock. We've been waiting, fellas. 3 hours, 41 and change, and the Bills are finally on the doorstep. For now. For now.
Yeah,
For now.
unbelievable. For now, they would have been out of this pick
Damon,
by
you were
now.
on mute. What'd you say?
oh, I was yelling to my son.
Oh, my bad. All right.
Bills were on the clock.
I just want to make sure I'm tapped in. We made it this far.
Well, we're gonna have a selection, guys. So you guys pick what you guys want because
Oh,
Wow.
that lets me know that Cleveland feels like they can just sit here and wait to get Shador if they want to.
They
That-
can.
they can. They should
There's no-
absolutely wait.
There's no need to have to trade up and
But would the Saints be willing to
That's a
come up?
risk.
That's the
Yeah,
key.
about to say, that's a
they
risk.
they could.
That's a risk.
But I mean, you still got what Jalen Milroe.
Not everyone
Tyler
loves
Shuck.
him.
Yeah.
How about the Steelers? They need one of those things, right?
But
They
the
need
Steelers
something.
might be too far back into the second round for the Bills now.
But the
Yo,
Steelers
Brandon
need
Bean,
picks.
work the trade to
I don't
move your
think
ass
the Steelers
back,
have
man.
the capital though to move up. They need draft picks.
They got a wide receiver.
I can't wait to hear Shador and Dion's comments after this.
Oh, you know it's going to be super salty, man. You know it. Hey, I heard that Will Johnson has an uncle who's like a pastor or something like that in Buffalo. Does anybody know anything about that?
Really?
Who's that?
So I heard Will Johnson has an uncle who's like a reverend in Buffalo.
Yo, I know he's feeling it right now. He's feeling it, and
I'm
I bet
feeling
he's gonna get a phone call
I'm getting nervous.
from. He's gonna get a call. He's gonna get a phone call from Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is gonna say, "Yo, chill out. It don't matter. It's where you go. You do what you do. Don't you trip." I bet you he's gonna get a call from Lamar. Don't you trip, bro. I was in your same shoes, my man. All them jokey jokes. It don't feel like jokey jokes no more.
All right, here comes Goodell, and then it's the boys in the 716's turn at pick 30. Here we go.
All right, let's see.
Josh Connerly out of Oregon. O-line.
Sexy pick.
Smart. Get protection for Jaden Daniels. And now, Brandon Bean, what do you got for me? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm looking at Ezrako or Landon Jackson for me. I think they feel like they can get a cornerback at 56.
You think so? I mean,
yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think
because
you're right.
Even if they don't get Trey Amos or Ravel, I mean, either one of those guys.
It's such a risk, though. It's such a risk.
It is a risk.
Run in the mid 40s.
But when you look at, I mean, if I'm just assuming that if either one of them happens to fall, I think having Trey White and Dane Jackson for 1 year kind of builds that bridge and softens the blow a little bit, where they can maybe absorb a risk like that. But I think they go safer. And if Amos doesn't fall, I mean, they may trade up in round 2 for Amos.
See, now you're talking my language, Rab. A trade up in round 2, I'm fine with. If they have best available, there's a guy here that they feel is best available that is not worth going corner here, and that they can trade up in the second round, then I'm in.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's way too much of a risk to wait until the 56 pick. Yes, because in all the mocks I've done, once you hit the mid 40s, there's just a run. And by the time you get to 56, the only thing left mostly is Porter. Depending on how high the
Porter,
Bills
but he's
are.
older though. He's 24.
Let me say this. I would take off running to the podium right now.
Will Johnson's gonna be a Bill.
I would run to the podium. I wouldn't walk. It should have never happened this way, in my opinion, but I would run. But I will say this. Sean McDermott doesn't value corners the way that other people value corners.
Right.
He was a defensive back.
Exactly.
He looks at late round guys and tries to plug and play.
Them. Yep.
He's always been like that.
Yeah.
The Christian Benfords of the world ended up shining when the first round pick that they really needed a need at didn't shine.
Exactly.
So they're better at finding them late round guys.
Facts.
But I just don't see a D tackle worth taking. I don't see a D end worth reaching for. In my opinion, Landon Jackson will be there in the second round if you want him. In my opinion.
Now you're confusing the shit out of me.
At 56.
Now,
what do you think about Dorian Strong? Not right now.
I like him.
It'll be later.
I'm saying like around like a 4th round pick, like 109.
Yeah, definitely later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could see that. I mean, Bills they don't have tons of holes.
Right.
So you can kind of plug and play. You can kind of get creative. I think linebacker.
They're still on the clock. I hope they trade back.
Well, if the Bills select a linebacker,
Damon said they're running to the podium, and I don't know what that means.
That'll be something else.
The pick is in. McDermott is shaking hands. They're hugging in the war room at One Bills Drive. McDermott just put his glasses back on. He's already getting back to work.
All right, let's see, boys. Let's see. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at the chat.
Joey Bassa.
Linebacker, you think?
Is Jihad Campbell, is he still on the board? Is he going?
Pick is in. The pick is
I think Campbell might still be on the board.
That would be something if he did. If it was
because you got to look beyond Milano.
I'd
be puzzled by that.
Fellas, I got 3 words for you.
All right, don't say nothing.
3 words for you. Pick is in.
The Giants.
Damon, what'd you say?
The Giants just announced that Russ Wilson's their starter.
Oh, that's
I bet they did.
Of course.
All right.
Come on, safety. Come on. Let me get that safety.
You got Nick. Remember traits, man.
Let me get that safety, man. It's probably going to be Trey Amos, though. I mean, just because, like, you know, they like to go with the
Remember, the Bills have a young kid picking. He's going to be announcing the pick tonight.
Oh, you're right.
Let's go.
Hey, Rico, how you feeling, man?
I'm nervous as hell. Holy shit.
Do not look at the chat. I can't look at the chat.
Nah, you definitely can't look at the chat.
Yo, okay, listen, be real. I'm not even looking at the chat right now. So it's a safety or corner, right? If you want a player that's an impact player right away, you want someone that's going to be able to give you impact right off the bat. I think it's going to be safety.
I think it's going to be that Jihad Campbell. That's after somebody mentioned it.
No, Jihad Campbell. I mean, linebacker might be there.
Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano.
I'm reading
linebacker.
Here we go.
Linebacker.
Oh, here we go.
Come on, dude. But they love Landon Jackson, though. I'm just saying.
Is Landon Jackson good enough for 30? I mean, this is like a high-end second-round pick, so I suppose.
I mean, was Greg Rousseau good enough for 30?
Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
True. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you already have a Greg Rousseau, so why choose another Greg Rousseau?
Dude, he likes those big ones, man.
I suppose. I guess we're gonna find out now.
Pause.
Let's go, Tommy, baby. Let's go.
Get the Nikes.
It's safety. Come on, baby. Let me get my mop. Shot time. Shot time.
All right, let's see.
Here we go, fellas.
Don't say nothing.
Eagles just traded up.
Oh, man. All right, here we go.
Oh.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Corner secured.
What?
Wow. Okay. Corner. There it is.
Wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go.
Maxwell Harrison.
Wow.
Here's why I love this pick. Let's just
talk
about.
Tell me you love this pick.
Let's talk about
right.
Yeah. Let's talk about why we gotta love this pick. Okay.
Talk to me.
Let's look at the situation. Currently, Brandon Beane is sitting with pick 30. He's got his choice of Amos. Everybody thought first round. Revel, many first round grades. Benjamin Morrison, second round grades, but still many consider him to be one of the top cornerbacks in this draft. And then, of course, Will Johnson, many had him being the top corner off of this board. Maxwell Harrison is selected out of this group of corners. If you've ever been given a reason to believe in Beane, it would be right now. Because when you have a pool of guys to choose from that's that deep, including the top corner on the board, he goes Maxwell Harrison. And the reason why I'm confident in this is because this was the guy all along. If any other of those guys in the corner position were more favorable to Brandon Beane, they would have been walking across the podium right now putting the Bills hat on. Hairston was the guy, and they went out and got him. And I think with Will Johnson still on the board, that doubles down on that. So to me, I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Maxwell
as far as traits are
5'11",
concerned,
$176.
Dude is small.
He's not
bro.
imposing. He's gritty. He's a willing tackler, but he's on the small end. So, I mean, I get it. He gives you ball hawk ability. He's fast. He's quick. He doesn't have any injury issues. I mean, maybe
injuries might play a bigger hole in this than we think.
He's instinctual. This is the thing. What they like about him, they need a big playmaker. So they need a guy that's going to take risks.
In the zone. Yeah,
he's in there. I mean, 5'11". I mean, listen, corners are not all 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". So
it's not the height. I think it's his weight, and at 180.
All right.
Hey, he's got speed though. So
Dave, talk to me, Dave.
I don't like it.
Why not?
I would have taken the edge rusher from Boston College.
As a Rico?
Now watch the Eagles pick him.
Oh, they just traded up one spot to get somebody.
Watch the Eagles pick him.
Wow.
Now, I know he's small, but he is gritty, and what Justin is saying, he plays bigger in his size. So don't be fooled by the size that he has. So
he's fast. That's
fast is going to get you on the field.
He's 4-3.
Question, Rico.
We got 2 picks tomorrow. So wait, what's up, man?
question for you. So is he starting over Trey White?
This is
Hell
where
no.
I'm puzzled. This is what I'm puzzled. So you drafted a guy in the 30 pick, and then he's going to sit behind Trey White. It's like, and this is what I was trying to tell Zeba. I was like, it's puzzling
You don't
to me.
tell me nothing because you told me that this wasn't. You told me
It shouldn't have been the pick. Is
signing-
what I'm saying.
no. You told me signing Trey White meant this was not going to happen right here.
Correct.
Corner round one.
I agree. They signed him to start, so now they're going to make Trey White start and have him sit behind.
This is amazing. This is the polar opposite of last year. I was the only one pissed. Now I feel like I'm the only one satisfied.
I'm not pissed. Don't get me wrong.
I don't want to. Yeah, you're right. I don't want to say you're pissed. Pierre's pissed. I just want to once again say, this wasn't. Oh, this is the last pick. I got to scrape the barrel at corner here at 30. Bean had his pick of the litter outside of Jahdae Barron.
Yes, he
and
did.
this
Yes,
was
he
the
did.
guy. So if we trust Bean, this is all coming down to whether or not you trust Brandon Bean. Because if you trust Brandon Bean, then this was the guy. He had his pick of the litter, and he went out and got him. So that to me is where I find satisfaction in it. Because if it was just go run the card out with the top guy, I think Will Johnson would have been the play. But Hairston being the guy tells me that Bean had to have had this guy circled for some time now. I mean, that's at least how I read it.
I just don't trust Bean in the first round. I mean, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'm a big fan of Bean.
Not down here in the bottom of the first round. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, like he's been proven that he hasn't been able to hit at this spot. Now, the only reason why I'm not the biggest fan of this pick. What if Trey White balls out? What if he's back to form? What if he ends up being the Trey White that we thought he was going to be? Are we just going to let him go because we have a guy that you know what I mean? So it's like,
I mean, 1 year though. Yeah.
Trey White was brought in for depth.
Are we going to re-sign him again if he balls out? Because again, all reports in Baltimore was they wanted him back. The fans wanted him back. Like, okay, he's actually producing for us. So if he produces for us this year and he ends up being like not all pro Trey, but he ends up being a valuable guy, are we going to say, you know what? Yeah, Trey, thanks, but no thanks. So that's the only reason. Again, I mean, that's the only reason why I'm kind of hating the pick a little bit.
But Trey will be what, 31 at the end of the year, right? He's 30 now, isn't he?
Yes.
So I mean, it seems to me that Harrison is the guy of the future. Like whether he starts or not this year, I think it's irrelevant. I think they're confident in Trey. I mean, they're gonna tell you, well, we're gonna let them compete in camp, and but Trey knows that he knows the scheme. Dane Jackson knows the scheme. I think they'll let Harrison kind of feel his way out. But I think if they have to lean on Trey, I think they feel good about it, and then they'll just move on and plug in Harrison, hoping that he's ready. So this
is what I don't understand. I don't think Trey White has anything to do with any of this personally. I just don't. I just don't think it factors into this move at all, personally. I think Trey White was brought in for depth and a veteran presence, knowing that you were going to draft a corner inevitably within the top 62 picks with your 3 picks. And Damon mentioned it earlier. At 32, you had that comfortability of taking best available. The Bills had other options here at 30. I mean, and you also had a corner on this board that many had being the first off of it. And he still goes Hairston. So I just think if you're, and I understand where Pierre's coming from, by the way, not necessarily a massive vote of confidence in Brandon Bean in the first round, but this clearly was Brandon Bean's corner. How else could it? I mean, there's no other way to look at it because he had a huge pool to pick from.
I guess this is where I would jump in, right? I think where I jump in is out of if you were to say 3 corners on the board and we were going to go corner, you cannot tell me, you can go watch film and tell me Harrison's better than Trey Amos or Will Johnson. Now, I will say this. Out of those 3 guys that I just mentioned, only one of them had a clean slate.
Yeah,
Amos.
One of them had record. One of them had knee injury. One of them has Title IX in his background.
And Maxwell is he was injured the last end of the season, so he's not a clean slate guy.
He's not a clean slate guy.
That's right.
He has character stuff too. So hopefully he gets it right. Hopefully they've done their work and it's not hopefully they did their homework. So
that's it.
I mean, you put him up against big time receivers, physical receivers, he's gonna struggle.
I cannot believe the Eagles just got Jahad Campbell, by the way. I mean, just their defense.
I'm telling you, man. I'll tell you, bro.
That's what happens. That's what happens. Guys just fall to these guys, man. Now he takes over in Kobe Dean's position. He's now you got Nick, you got Bond and this guy. Golly, man.
They just know how to draft.
Kansas City picked up a 5th round pick by trading 1 pick down.
They just know how to draft. And Jahad Campbell, man, is a really good linebacker.
So let me ask you this, Dame. How does he help the Bills? Like let's try to look at the positive and how he pairs with Christian Benford, how he pairs in this McDermott defense. Where do you see them using this guy? Where does he fit?
Well, I think long term he's going to have to play into a role of an outside corner, which I don't know. I mean, I don't know how. I'm interested to see how it'll work. To be honest with you, I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer in the group, but I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, like, I would have taken Will Johnson. I would have ran up. I don't care what it is, but I know too, like, Will Johnson kind of he talks back. He shows up late to meetings. I don't know what the Bills have in their locker room, and if it's more of like we're looking for a guy that's going to fit the bill, and it's McDermott's defense. They're going to take a guy that's they're not going to take a guy that's going to be a head case or somebody that thinks that he's better than what he is. Shedeur Sanders, Will Johnson, those type of guys like that, they have the ego. The ego.
He's going to be Bean will be scrutinized for this one.
Nobody
will
wants
definitely be
to
scrutinized.
deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to deal with that. If you're a coach, you don't want to deal with that. This kid is not a bad kid. My dog hates that pick.
I bet he does. Listen, man, he runs a 4.340, so that's got to count for something. And he's always on the play. He's always around the ball. So you can't. So whether he's out physical on the field, he can go step for step and recover. So I think that's one thing they wanted. I mean, Rasul Douglas didn't give you that. None of the corners we had gave us that. We didn't have speed at the cornerback. So I guess this is the pick for the Bills.
I think
Amos was there.
I think they look at the smarts too on the corner, and
I think so too.
Yeah, in a zone.
No knock on Rasul Douglas, but he struggled. He struggled to hold his end of the side.
Yeah, he did.
And
yes, he did.
I mean, his sideline, whatever it was, he didn't move around. If you watch him, he didn't follow one. He didn't go around. Nope. So they had that Benford in that role. Now you're getting a guy that I feel like, can he be that guy? Sure. I'm not knocking him. I'm not saying that he can't, but I think it's going to take time to develop. That's probably why you have a Dane Jackson and a Tre'Davious White back, because you're not going to just throw him to the wolves, and you can't.
Well, that 4.2 speed is going to help. So I mean, that boy can run. So we'll see how that all shakes out at the end of the day.
We're talking about size though of Maxwell Harrison. Didn't the Bills like Trent McDuffie in that draft? McDuffie 5'11", $193. Harrison is listed as 10 pounds lighter, same height. He actually has longer arms and faster than McDuffie is. So I mean, we'll see. I'm hoping the kid works out. You know, I mean, I'm not against anybody. You know what I'm saying? But with that kind of speed, let's hope that Sean McDermott, had a big role in this pick. It was like, hey, we can work with this guy. When you got 4.2, it's kind of, you can almost do anything,
fellas.
With that
I got to dip out. I got to do a run for Bleacher right now. So you guys close it down. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Dame, are you back tomorrow? What's your word tomorrow, man? Are you busy?
I don't know. I'll see what I can do. I appreciate you guys having me on. I was trying to go back and forth. It's not easy, man.
I hear you, brother.
Easy, man, but
Rev, let me know if you're good tomorrow. But I think you have your daughter's birthday. So
yeah, daughter's birthday tomorrow.
Watch out. We'll figure some out. All right. Fellas, I'll catch you guys on the flip.
To your daughters.
All right, see you, fellas.
Appreciate it, Dan. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Y'all have a good one, man. I'm leaving myself.
You too.
You
All
too,
right,
Dave.
Dave.
Good to see you. Where are we at here? All right, let's see. Hold on. Where am I at? All right, here we go.
I mean, hey, again, at the end of the day, you know, we all want the players that we want. And sometimes, you know, when it's a guy that we're not necessarily, you know, too high on, you know, we always feel a certain ways. So, but at the end of the day,
He's a Buffalo
if
Bill.
he
Baby.
hits, exactly. I mean, if he hits, you know, we're definitely going to be a fan of it. I mean,
sure.
You can't really teach speed. You know, 4.2 speed is something that, I mean,
Dude, that's unheard of.
you always want. Exactly. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? We shall see at this point.
Think out loud. Last year's draft was trash. This draft better be on point, or Bean might be on the hot seat next year. I'm guessing more man-to-man coverage. I mean, listen, once again, the only thing I can discern from this is the fact that the Bills had numerous corners available at 30, numerous, including a guy in Will Johnson that was ranked on the top of many people's boards at the position. This is the guy they went with. I understand the trepidation of trusting Bean in round one. We've had plenty of reason to feel that way, especially when we look at the Kaiir Elam pick. That's a first-round corner pick that absolutely blew up in their face. But at the same time, guys that are spending their entire lives watching these guys, dictating who's better than who, the idea that the amount of these guys at that position were available, including one guy that many thought was going to be one of the top off, the fact that they chose Hairston at this moment in time, I have to be willing to relinquish my thoughts on who would have been better, whether it be Amos, whether it be Ravel, whether it be Johnson, and try to sit and understand, hey, they had their pick. They had the pick of all those guys, and Hairston was the guy. I'd love to know why. I'd love to know the full reasoning behind it. Maybe we'll get that eventually.
Yeah.
But you get your cornerback one right now. You get full speed, and now you go into round two with 2 picks. And we'll see what the Bills do at their other defensive positions of need. But I got to tell you right now, there had to have been a reason behind the pick. What that is, maybe we'll find out. But this certainly had to have been done with some conviction behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the pick. I'm not saying that I hate it. I'm a little shocked, just because of his size. But I mean, when you see clips of him, you know that 4.2, you can see that 4.2 speed, really show up on film. It's just, all right, the tackling aspect of the game, because we know how much Sean McDermott loves guys, cornerbacks who can tackle, and so, I mean, we'll see how that, how it all plays out, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I definitely don't hate it. My question though is, when we look at the other corners that were on the board, is it that Hairston was their guy all along, or was it he just happened to be the best player available that didn't have injury history like Will Johnson and
but Hairston does have it. Hairston does have some injury history though.
Oh, is it like as extensive as?
So Thigh Doc's immediately on it, as he always is. Shout out to Thigh Doc. He already has commented on this, and he's mentioned that he's had multiple injuries, including a turf toe and a knee injury, a cartilage injury to the knee. So 2 different injuries. And we know the turf toe is something that seems kind of,
that lingers,
exactly. It lingers. It's one of those things you hear turf toe, you don't take it that seriously just based on the way it's kind of, the name turf toe doesn't seem serious. But like you just said, Reb, it does linger. He does have some injury history. Obviously not to the point of maybe a guy like Morrison, for example, coming off of a surgery.
Yeah.
But I think that there was still enough there to where if that was a factor, it probably would have factored into their decision, I would imagine.
Yeah. Golly, man.
Now Gary's just wondering if he can keep up with Xavier Worthy. That's all he's wondering. And the thought is 4.2 speed. Yeah, you're hoping he can keep up with Worthy.
That's a good point. We used to talk about Brandon Beane drafting to beat the Chiefs. So like, is this his chess piece? His next move, because he saw what Worthy did to him in the playoffs, and like, we need a guy with some speed who can stick with that brother right there. And so, do you think that the 4.28 is what really got them over the top. Like, we need this guy because this guy, we can put him on worthy and be fine.
I think the main thing that I'm at right now is I'm kind of hoping that he beats out, Trey White this year, right? Is he?
Yeah, of course.
Is he more so like a Benford type where he's that good to the point where he's beating out who you thought was going to be the starter? Because if not, then man, I would have loved to have an impact player for this year. I know, sometimes you have to draft for future years, but man, I would have loved to feel like we're getting an impact guy that's going to be playing this year
right now.
And it doesn't
maybe
like
those
going to be that guy.
Yeah, maybe those guys just weren't there right now. I mean, this draft was kind of thin at the top. I mean, I don't know.
Hold on, I gotta step back. Doc's comments. I misread his tweet. He was talking about another player on a thread of Hairston, so I don't know why that was being discussed. It was about another player. The only injury history for Hairston is a shoulder injury, 5 games missed in 2024. So it wasn't as extensive as I thought. I misread the tweet. So back to your point, Red, it's definitely less injury history than
injury
on the board. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If he, because if you had a healthy Will Johnson, well, first of all, if you had a healthy Will Johnson, there's no way in the world he'd be available to him at 30. Yeah. Amos, same with those guys. And so I think the injury history kind of played a factor into it. And maybe they just went ahead and got the cleanest guy who happened to have the speed right now at 30. And it could have been a slight reach, but because of the injury history of the other guys, they're like, you know what? We don't want to run the risk of missing out on him in the second round without even having to, trade up in round 2 to try to see if we can still get him. Let's just go ahead and quote unquote slightly reach it at round 130 and just go ahead and get the guy.
Gary's saying this might have been the chess piece like you guys were referring to, Rev. You had said maybe this was the chess piece for Brandon Beane. It certainly could be potentially. Matt's coming in. He's saying the character issues are from the past and they just got brought back up because of how teams sit there and send out news like usual, like this pick, but they could have taken anyone, honestly. That's true. I also look at character issues for the Bills. If they were of considerable concern, I highly doubt the Buffalo Bills make a move on a guy with character issues that were so bad that the Bills, after meeting with him or after considering taking him, looked at that situation and said, this would impede on what his output would be on the field. The Bills are known for being a team that does not like to keep distractions in the locker room. So it's a good point you make, Matt. I remember when Josh Allen was drafted, they were digging up tweets from like 2011. You know the drill. This time of year, it's a bunch of stuff coming from all different angles. Only time will tell. But once again, if we're looking at the track record for the Buffalo Bills, if character issue was a massive concern, if it was at the top of the list of how I'm evaluating this particular player, highly doubt Brandon Beane winds up making a move, especially in the first round. Gary coming back in again. He's saying, play that theme out. What's the next piece we needed to beat the Chiefs? That might be what Beane's leaning on. I would love to know the strategy behind this, especially with the guys on the board. I mean, I would love to know what separated, outside of the speed, of course, what separated Hairston from the pack. That's what I think all Bills fans want to know right now. Obviously, less injury history than some of the other guys. The speed is undeniable. But I can't think it was just those two attributes. There has to be a reason out of all of those guys that Hairston was the guy.
He's fantastic in zone coverage. I mean, he is. And so, I mean, I mean, when you have that kind of speed, man, I mean, and he plays that off coverage and he can read and react extremely fast. And so, I mean, he fits. He does. My thing is, dang, that's one of the lighter cornerbacks that they've had before. You look at Benford, he's a bigger guy. They went ahead and got Kyrie Elam, who's a big corner too. Trey White's not small. Trey White's $195, almost 200 pounds. I mean, I think the smallest guy that I can think of that comes to mind that actually started was Levi Wallace, but he was a taller guy. And so you get in a 5'11", 183-pound guy, and you know that you want your corners to get up in the run game and tackle. And I don't necessarily know if Hairston is that guy, But at the same time, Trey White wasn't really that guy either. He didn't really tackle much. When he was playing for us, so
you actually made a good point, Rev, as far as the whole Trey White thing, because when we drafted Trey White in 2017, I was like, "Who the hell is this guy? who is this guy? And he ended up being an All-Pro, right? So, I mean, I think Bach kind of sold me a little bit. You know, we had a pick of the litter. You know, I think there's only one corner that went before this one, and the fact that we, you know, drafted this guy, hey, and Bean we trust at this point. So
yeah,
I mean,
Jay Miller coming back, by the way. Speaking of Trey White, he's saying DB depth killed us in the AFC Championship. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you've seen the stat. The Philadelphia Eagles stopped the Chiefs from scoring 9 different times consecutively in the Super Bowl. The Bills have stopped the Chiefs 9 total times in all of their playoff battles. So, you know, once again in the AFC Championship, the Chiefs hadn't scored more than 30 all year. Oh, boom, what do you know? AFC Championship, the Chiefs plus 30. Bills score 29. It's all the difference. Jay Millard also saying maybe Trey shows up. Maybe Hairston is an upgrade from Dane. And that's why you add those other 2 guys. And back to the point you were just making, Pierre, when you're talking about, you know, the only corner off the board prior to this was Jahdae Barron. Many people's cornerback 1 in this draft. You look at this specifically. I want to emphasize, if this doesn't work, it is 100% on Brandon Beane. This is the risk you take. If you're in my camp, I look at it as saying it's all the more reason why they were so in on this pick. If Brandon Beane's looking at this pick, any commonsensical person would say Will Johnson is the guy here based on every mock we've seen, based on every conversation had about a cornerback in round 1. The fact that he goes Hairston, even beyond Will Johnson, Amos was higher on the board than Hairston on most boards, right? I've seen Ravel higher than Hairston on some boards, right? Beane is to blame here, of course, if it doesn't end up working out. But that's also why you got to consider the fact that he was so adamant on taking this guy. He's well aware of that. He's probably more aware of that than anybody. When you send in the card on a guy that's down a bit from that top of that depth, especially in the pool of guys they could have chose from, I think Beane knew what he was signing up for. Only time will tell if it'll work out. But I don't think you can argue right now that Hairston clearly was their guy at cornerback, whether it was here, second round, whatever. And I think even if Will Johnson wasn't on the board, fellas, maybe we're having a different conversation, right? Maybe we're sitting here saying, you know, I'm not entirely sure because on many, right? Because on the big boards, if you're looking at Hairston, Amos, Morrison, Ravel, they were all kind of within 10 picks or so, but Johnson was far up compared to the rest of them. So if Johnson wasn't on the board, maybe you look at it a bit differently. I think it's an extra emphasis on the idea behind the Bills wanting Hairston because Johnson was on the board, injury aside, because inevitably somebody, I bet you tomorrow, before we hit pick 45, Will Johnson's found his new team. So if the Bills wanted to take a crack at the guy everybody thought might have been the guy at corner, they certainly could have. I'd love to know, though, the conversations had behind the Hairston pick, because clearly there was some conviction behind it. That's the only thing I can take away from it at this point.
You're making a good point about in regards to, because like the Elam draft, there was a few corners that went before Elam, right? So
Duffy went right before him,
right?
McDuffie.
So it kind of felt like Beane was like, I gotta get a guy, right? Where in this situation, you know, it's kind of different. So I see where you're coming at.
Yeah.
Are they going to go live, you think? Are they going to go live? Is Beane going to go live soon here? Maybe we can get some answers to these questions here.
Well, I will say this. I'm just kind of scrolling the X, and Ryan Talbot, he tweeted a few minutes ago. He says, Brandon Beane said the Bills had a first-round grade on Hairston. So,
okay, so let's just look at that. What did we talk about with Damon? What did they have, 12 guys with a first-round grade?
Yeah.
12 guys.
Yeah. So apparently he was one of them.
Not only that, but fellas, is it easy to discern that the other guys didn't, based on who they went with here at corner? I
mean, yeah, I think it's fair to assume that. I mean, especially when you consider the injuries that they have. I mean, yeah, you definitely can't have a guy like that, you know, with a first round grade. And so, yeah, I can see that. I'm shocked that they had a first round grade on them. I see maybe early round 2, but at 30 to the early second round, I mean, it's all the same to me. But regardless, I mean, they evidently got their guy. And it goes back to your point about like this was the guy that they had focused on, and they were surprised that he fell and he was still available. I mean, when you got a pool of 32 teams and you've got 12 first round grades, and one of those guys is still there at 30, like that says a lot. And so
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? When he's there, you gotta go ahead and pull the trigger.
Hold on, you guys chat for a second. By the way, Bean is live. I can't play it live on here because we'll get copyright. I'm going to listen to it for a second. You guys chat while I do, so I can see what he has to say.
Yeah. So nice. I mean, I'll play devil's advocate real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is he supposed to say?
He has to say that.
He's kind of supposed to say, "Oh yeah, this is the first round pick.
We had
this is my guy. This is the guy that I wanted to get." So it's.
Yeah.
Hey, but I think I can actually play it. I might be able to play the audio on my side. Like,
I mean, I'm getting stuff from X saying that Bean says that he can match up. He's got the size and speed. He can play with his own eyes. That's part of why we like. I mean, it's part of what we like about him is his versatility. I mean, of course. In any first round pick, they're gonna talk him up.
Yeah, for sure. All right, give me 1 second. I can probably pull it up. I can probably pull up the audio.
I mean, heck, they talked up Kyrie Elam.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, no, this the guy we wanted. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
You said X.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, if he's that dude, man, if he's there Trent McDuffie,
hey,
then I'm all for it. 100%. I'll take it all day long, man. If he's 100%. There Trent McDuffie. Yep.
See what we got.
I mean, because you can't coach speed. I'm curious to see what they do tomorrow now. So it seems like, there's some guys that are still available, man.
Hey, man, you hear it? You hear the audio?
No, I don't hear anything. No, I don't hear anything. But chat, what do you got? What do you guys think about the pick, man? Are you guys pleased with the Harrison pick? Or was there somebody else that you guys wanted? That's kind of where I am, man. I mean, I like his potential. We'll just see. I wasn't expecting him to be the guy, but hey, evidently they target him. That's who they wanted. I thought for sure there was going to be an edge guy that they liked, and we're going to come back in round 2 for the cornerback. But I was wrong. Question for you though, Pierre. I mean, is this a double dip thing? Like, can you see them double dipping at cornerback? Even though, corner? Yeah, I mean, even though they have Trey White and Dane Jackson, just for 1 year though, but I wouldn't say double dipping, back in round 2, but at some point, kind of like what they did when they got Kyrie Elam around 1 and then Benford, can you see them doing that, getting them another cornerback later on? I think you're muted. There you go. Nah, I can't hear you.
All right, by the way, so I've got some Sal Capaccio right now. He's got a great Twitter thread going out. He's recapping everything that Brandon Bean has to say. As you said, Rev, first round grade was on Hairston. When we factor in the idea that the Bills did not have many players on their first round board, that in itself, at least you can walk away from round 1 knowing the Bills, out of a very minimal amount of players they had on a first round grade, they did get one of those guys. And you have to think going to 30, that's not a guarantee, especially when you don't have that many picking that late. The tackling was brought up, as we've talked about on here, not known to be the best tackler, but they, Bean had referenced that he's a willing tackler. But I saw somebody in the chat mention earlier, you can coach tackling, you can't coach speed. And that's certainly a great point, because that's just about as black and white as you can put it. At the NFL level, you can coach a guy to tackle it, but you cannot teach 4.2 speed. The Bills don't have anybody on their team with that type of speed. And you have to think maybe that was one of those tipping points to go with a guy like Hairston. But Bean said it, that he gives them something, Pierre, that they don't have in their room right now, is what Bean said. They have something in him already that they currently do not have.
Wow. I mean, that's high praise.
They don't. They don't. I mean, they don't have that kind of speed. I mean, even Benford, he's a 4 or 5 guy. Hey, you know, Trey White coming back, he's not as fast as he once was. We know Dane Jackson never was a speed guy. Safeties, Taylor Rapp is slow. Cole Bishop is slow. Like, they don't have any speed in the secondary. So you plug in a guy with the 4.28. That, I mean,
okay,
that's nice.
Right. When it comes down to speed, it sounds real good. It sounds like amazing, right? But we all know that, like in football, speed's not everything. You know, we had a McKelvin who was a fast guy that he really wasn't, able to cover somewhat, right? When it comes down to defense, like especially DBs in general, in my opinion, it's all about instincts. It's all about, being able to predict the route somewhat and just make a play. Now, yes, of course, if you get beat, the speed helps you recover. But again, we look back at a Justin Rogers who was fast. We look back at a McKelvin, and we had a few, fast guys that they still weren't able to cover. Right now, I'm not saying that Hairston, is that guy, but we can't praise his speed too much, because it's really not like the main attribute you want out of the corner.
No, definitely. It's definitely not the main one. I mean, having a speed like that is fantastic. If you don't know how to use it, then it does good. But just from a little bit that I've seen, I mean, he has that click and close, reactability to him, where he's got those zone eyes, which is what you want in zone coverage. And then his speed helps him get there faster than anybody else, and he can make plays on the ball. It just, for me, is his size. Now, I will say this, though, from guys who are way smarter than I am. I mean, I'm looking at a tweet put up by recently by Matt Perino. He said that NFL Films Greg Cosell was on with at One Bills Live, and he says that he heard from an NFL source this week who thought Maxwell Hairston's cornerback tape at Kentucky, watch this, was better than Travis Hunter.
Bean would go on to say,
"We won right there." If that's the case, I'll take
Greg Cosell said he heard from a source.
Cosell knows ball, man.
He definitely
who said Maxwell Harrison's tape at Kentucky was better than Travis Hunter. That's a lot. That, I mean, that says a lot right there.
Bean also mentioned that they were in conversations about potentially trading back. Did not work out, obviously, but they wanted to see how the board fell. Apparently, he elected not to trade back. Now, obviously, in this situation, we only know so much. I mean, in all likelihood,
what he has to say. Yeah.
Yes. But I think it's safe to say there definitely was trade back conversations. It felt like a trade back spot. Whether or not the Bills didn't do it because they didn't want to or they couldn't do it, we'll never know. I think it's safe to say, though, that certainly conversations were had. But what Bean did say, quote, "You love when the grade matches the value and matches the need." So Bean looked at this.
Wow.
They had the first round grade. They thought it to be value at 30. They knew they needed a corner. So it ticked all the boxes. I mean, once again, this is one of those picks, and we're going to look back on it like we looked at it last year. When you take Keon Coleman and you had all of those receivers go in that same window, tomorrow's going to be the same story. Yeah, tonight you had you had Barron go. Tomorrow,
that's a great point, Bot. That's a great point.
Yeah, you're going to see a massive run on these corners tomorrow. Once again, I'm sitting here. I don't know anything. All I'm doing is
clearly identified him.
Correct. Because all I can sit here right now and say is that it's very obvious to me this was their guy. But it doesn't change the fact that Hairston will now be compared to Will Johnson, Ravel, Amos, Morrison, you name it, especially even different now in the sense that the Bills passed on Will Johnson in particular, who was graded far higher. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, Brandon Beane, he made this pick knowing he's going to have to deal with however the chips fall. He's going to be, Hairston is going to be compared to all these guys.
Yeah.
Time will tell type pick, 100%.
He will. I'm rooting for the guy, man. I really am. Sal puts out another thing. It says Hairston was the fastest player. Of course, we already know that. Had the 12th best vert at 39.5 inches. Crazy. Led the SEC with 5 interceptions in 23. One last year, but his biggest knock is in run support. Which we all know. If he's, I heard Sean McDermott say if he's a willing tackler, I think he said that at the combine. Like, if the guy's willing, and he appears to be a willing tackler to get in there, and so the rest of it is just all about coaching him up. But dude, like when you got that right there, that's something that the Bills don't have. They don't have
all right,
that
so
at all.
I'm looking at a list right now. We're talking about, you brought up Keon Coleman, and it had me go back to the actual list of receivers that went after Keon. Alad McConkey,
correct.
Adonai Mitchell, Ricky Pearsall, and Malachi Curley.
Plus, obviously, Chiefs. Why do I keep blanking on the guy? Why do I keep doing this?
Xavier Worthy.
Worthy.
Yeah,
Worthy.
You got PTSD, man. PTSD.
Right. So So are we safe to say? I know it's super early, but are we safe to say, hey, or Leggett, are we safe to say that, hey, Keon Coleman was probably a solid pick, right? Because
I'll say this. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pierre. I thought you were wrapping up. My bad, guy. But I was just gonna kind of echo what you're saying, and it goes back to what Bot was saying. Like, they clearly saw this guy Hairston as their guy. I mean, when you go back and look at the Keon Coleman pick, they had opportunities to get those other dudes too, but they clearly identified their guy being Keon Coleman. So there's still a lot left to
but
see.
Was it the right pick? I know it's early, but was it the right pick?
Yeah, time will tell. But
I think looking back on it, right, Lad McConkey, I think thus far, I love Lad McConkey's game.
Yeah.
But I think you might have looked at Lad McConkey and said, is that oftentimes when we're looking at receivers, because Shakir is just so underrated and so good at what he does. I think a lot of the time you look at certain receivers, like many have with Bird in here, and they're like, well, is that going to give you a lot of what Shakir is giving you? And is it not going to add another element to the offense? If there's one thing that you could not refute with Keon Coleman, it was that he was giving you the jump up and go grab it vertical type game the Bills were missing. Whether we see that or not is one thing. But out of all those guys we just discussed, Keon Coleman was considered to be that guy for that particular need. The Worthy decision to move was only refuted by me and is only going to be judged to the degree that it is because of the Bills' rivalry with the Chiefs. They're two completely different players, 100%. I think the difference here with corner is that with receiver, you can play inside, you can play outside. With corner, I don't think you're gonna be looking at it. You're not gonna be looking at it as nuanced as you might with the receiver. Either you're covering the guy in front of you and locking him down, or you're not. So that's where I think this might be a bit of a broader umbrella than the receiver. But up until this point, I don't think there's a clear-cut winner in that receiver race. But the point still remains: this pick this year, much like last year, is going to revolve around this idea of a pool of guys being available. Bean selects one out of that pool before a handful of others. Now they're all going to be compared to one another. How does Bean favor within that?
Got you.
I don't think it's a matter of favor within that. Bean picked a player that has a trait that there is none of the traits that this guy presents on the team. Benford, not known for his speed. Milano, not known for his speed. Bernard, not known for his speed. None of the DBs in the backfield at safety are known for their speed. Nobody's got speed on this defense. We lack speed. So that was exactly what he went for in speed. Here's the deal. Oh, he's a little small in size. There's some guys that play bigger than they are. You know what I'm saying? So with this guy, it's instincts. You may, let's just say you're a big receiver in our division. Who's a somewhat of a sized receiver in our division? Whoever you want to call.
Waddle, maybe.
Let's just say Waddle. Waddle's got good speed with it too. He beats my man off the run. He's sticky. You can push me off the run, but guess what? I'm on your hip because I run 4.240. So I'm always in the play. So the one thing that he does is not only is he on your hip and he's in the play, he's got instincts, he's got ball skills to take the ball away. The guy had multiple pick sixes in his career. Bro, he's going to get that football. And the amount of zone that we play, boy, he's going to get 1 or 2 pick sixes. You will see. So I'm actually starting to get a little excited about this one. This is a good one. Speed is what we needed. Speed is what we got. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Yeah, guys, check out some clips I put in the private chat, fellas.
Yeah, for sure. But just real quick, who just said it right here? Zappy. Zap TM. This right here, I'm never a fan of because we never know who these players are. To sit there and say that, oh, this is not one of those players, we don't know.
We don't.
That could be a damn all-pro, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you're always trying to find, the positives in draft picks because, you're hoping that it pans out. But to be definitive and say that he's not that guy, we can't say that.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy, pal.
You're not that guy, pal. And this is what we gain out of Maxwell Harrison. Like he's sticky. He will stay with you, right? Instinct will bow.
Look at that burst right
diagnose?
There. Damn. That pick six. Yeah, please.
Go back to that first clip.
Pick six. My man, go back to this. He's going to do that.
It's where it's listen, Dane Jackson, when we brought Dane Jackson Dane Jackson makes plays. And this is a guy that you want on your squad because not only is he going to make plays, but he's instinctual, but he takes chances. And a guy that has speed can take chance. If you slow as hell, you're done. You're cooked.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
No, for sure.
You want to know what? I don't know why this is resonating with me. Real King says he looks very fluid. That's a great way to describe what I'm watching right now. It just feels like he's taking the shape of whatever the play's got going on. Like right here's a perfect example. Man,
dude, the way he diagnosed that until the other corner. Hey,
so what you gain is a guy that he wants to make plays. He wants to make plays. And how and listen, you got Joey Bosa, Greg Rousseau, Ed Oliver, and we're still got 2 freaking picks in the second round.
Dude, man.
Yeah. We're gonna push the pocket, and these quarterbacks are gonna have to get rid of the football. And but the question is, will he beat out Trey White? Because Trey White, they didn't bring him back for no reason. So we're about to find out how to shake out.
He could, man. He definitely could.
He very well could. But then think of the depth though, because somebody had mentioned it earlier. Just the depth, we got beat up by the depth of our cornerback position last year, and so at the very least, Trey White and Dane Jackson, raises the floor of the cornerback depth. And if Harrison ends up beating out Trey Davis White, I wouldn't be mad to have Trey White on the bench to come in because somebody's gonna get hurt at some point in the year. It's even if he's gone for a game.
Yeah.
So having Trey
White,
another
thing I think we need to factor in here. The injury history with these other guys, we can write it off and say, well, yeah, maybe they looked a little too into it. With the injury history the Bills defense has had throughout the years, I don't know if you can safely say that. It's probably fair to assess some of these season-ending injuries for some of these other guys, and the Bills sit there and say, man, can we really afford to bring another guy onto this defense that we're not going to have come January?
They brought it up. They brought it up in the Bean presser. And Bean was like, yeah, it's probably not in our plans now, but who knows about Trey White going to safety? Possibly.
He said that?
Safety at some. Well, no, I think it was asked to him.
It's not happening. He said no.
Of Trey White going to safety.
Oh, okay.
He didn't say hell no, but he was like, that wasn't what our thoughts were now, but you can't put it past Trey White. Who knows? Who knows?
All right, man. Listen, this is the corner that we have in place. So let's get to it. Listen, he looks like a willing tackler to me. He's a little small in frame, but he'll find his way.
Look,
he'll find his way.
Nice.
The small in the frame thing, I hate that. right?
You don't
it
like
was the same thing we were saying about James Cook. He's too Rico. He's too small. He's too small. He's too small.
You're right about that.
Yet he plays big as hell. You know what I mean? So
well, I don't know if it's for Cook. I don't think it's his size. I think it's his strength. Because the dude used to get tackled, man. Somebody just like touches his leg.
I mean, you blew on that brother. He was down. But I will say this though: these Kentucky boys are the real deal because you got Ray Davis out of Kentucky, and now you got Maxwell Harrison. There's a little something out there in the winds out there.
By the way, with that small frame, you can kind of overrule it when you have the vertical that he does with that speed. I mean, you're going against AJ Brown. Find me the guy who's doing anything against a guy like him. But I think in most scenarios, I don't know. I think those two attributes, I would much rather have that than a big-bodied guy, a guy who can get up the way he does, and a guy who has that speed.
And the injury that Harrison had was a shoulder injury, so no surgery needed. He's good to go. He's good to go. Look at that. I mean, listen, we could trust it. I mean, he's gonna get beat on a couple jump balls. There's no question.
Yo, hey, all day, every day. Like any chance he gets, he's gonna find a way.
But listen, man, Maxwell Harrison to the Bills. I mean, listen, man, I'm looking forward to what we do tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the interesting part. Now, one thing that's pretty cool, folks, I'll tell you this: everybody that was getting dapped up, and you saw somebody hyping them up, every play that was coming around, that was Maxwell Harrison dapping everybody up. Yo, go get that. So did McDermott find his guy? Did McDermott find his guy? We'll soon find out, man. We'll soon find out. So listen, man, day one in the books. Day one in the books. And we'll do it again tomorrow. I think the night starts at 7:30.
It's earlier. It's an hour earlier. Yep. I think tomorrow might be actually it might be 7. It starts tomorrow.
7:00, and these picks are gonna be flying. So pick 56 and it might be pick 40. Maybe the Bills try to move up and try to get somebody, or they stay put. And I'm super curious to see what the heck they do.
I'm very excited for tomorrow.
We're at it. Let's try to get some noise. So I know Rev, you're out. You're not doing it. P Money, are you back with us tomorrow?
I might be in there, man. I might be in there. We'll see.
I know your podcast is gonna be back. You'll be back. You'll be back. P Money, what'd you say?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, that's my guy. You didn't take enough shots today.
I missed.
You didn't take enough shots today, bro.
I kind of finished the bottle.
I missed the shot time, man.
Bottle of wine.
I missed
it. You missed the shot time. Z-Bot, you're back tomorrow, right?
Back.
Yes, sir.
Like I never left.
Baby. Let's do it.
I'm very excited for tomorrow. I think tomorrow's a key day. 2 big picks for the Bills tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it.
And day 3 is gonna be pretty big too, man. So it's gonna be great for us, man. So I guess we're back at it again tomorrow. So guys, tune in. Thank you guys very much for showing up and showing out. Smash that like before you leave, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. So y'all better be there, be sharp, be ready to roll out, because you never know what Brandon B is gonna be up to. You never know. Maybe we do get Burden going. So not Burden, it's a Burden. Luther Burden to the Bills. Maybe it might be Savion Williams. You just never know. You just never know.
Yeah, Savion, they like Savion.
Everybody in the mock is still in. We're still in. We're still got some picks going. So we'll see how that all shakes out, folks. Until tomorrow. Zeba, you got some music to get us out of here?
You know I got you. By the way, nearly 5,000 of you hanging with us on a Friday night. We appreciate every single one of you. Can't wait to run it back with you tomorrow. A lot of fun tonight. Will be just as fun tomorrow with double the picks. We look forward to seeing you right back where you're at right now on the Buffalo Fanatics YouTube channel. Big shout out to Kev. Big shout out to Dame.
Yes,
Rev, so great to see you, brother.
Man,
Rico,
always. Thanks for having me, guys.
Much love to all you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Hairston, all pro in the making.
Hey,
talk tomorrow.
Let's get it.
Go,
Shot.